Hill climbing is one of the most popular forms of motorsport. Drivers compete against the clock over a tarmac course, typically around 1 to 1.5 kilometres long. It attracts a whole range of cars, from road-going saloons to specialised single-seater racing cars. The British Hillclimb Championship is the pinnacle of the sport, with over 150 drivers tackling 14 events around the UK, including Northern Ireland and Channel Islands. The contest for the title of British Hillclimb Champion is dominated by powerful race cars, with reigning champion Wallace Menzies driving a Gould single-seater powered by a 3.3-litre Cosworth engine designed for the Indy Race Car Series in the USA. The BHC Cup runs alongside the main championship and is fought out between a wide range of cars, all running in classes of similar type of vehicles, from road-going saloons all the way through to specialised single-seater race cars.
Well, good morning, everybody. What a wonderful day it is. We're back here at Prescott Hillclimb. What a fabulous place on a beautiful day like this. We're here for the main day of the British Championship meeting. We're on final practice runs. So we'll have everyone will get a final practice run before we start off on time runs, and then culminating in the first run-off of the day, where points will be determined for the British Championship, where you'll see all the fastest cars that we get to see in the British Hillclimb Championship. So the sun is out, unlike earlier in the season when we lost meetings because we had so much rain, wind, that the car park was virtually flooded. We couldn't even get 4x4s in there, so that was cancelled. We've got Ed Burgess on the hill, by the way, in his glorious Bugatti Type 51. He actually holds the record for the hill in this Bugatti, in the Bugatti Owners Club category. And Ed, he also races a Gould GR55 single-seater, which is a very rapid piece of kit. Big V8 engine in that one, but this one has also got a straight 8 engine in that Type 51, and Ed pedals it really well. John Maycock is on the hill too in his Mazda Roadster. John actually held the record in this class in his own Mazda, and he's sharing today. So he's had a couple of years away, and actually it's Jonathan, Dr. Jonathan as well. So he's just left the line as David Wilson in the Elise, who's also extremely rapid, exits semicircle there. So here we go, we're having a look at John Maycock on the live stream. Dr. Jonathan, yes, so he's had a couple of years away, and now he's back, hopefully, to do a few more events. In fact, I was asking him, has he been busy as a doctor? And he said absolutely flat out, which you can well expect. So Jonathan is heading through the S's, as Bruce Aitken has just left the line in his Citroen Saxo VTS. And he's trying hard. We're having a look at him on the live stream now. He's heading into a Tories now. These little Citroens, very popular little cars, particularly to start hill climbing. You can buy one of these for a few £1,000s. Becoming more and more popular little French hot hatchback, 3 wheels through Pardon there, Pardon hairpin, which is always pretty sharp. And just looking at some of the speeds, we got John Maycock, actually, he was 65 through the speed trap. David Wilson was 70 through the speed trap, just above bridge here. When you get to see the single-seaters later on, they've been through approximately 120 before now, so that's a different ball game altogether. So Bruce Atkins has just finished in a 55-second run. Andrew Feekins is currently on the hill in the Renault Clio 172 Cup. Richard Pates has just left the line in his MG ZR160. And on the live stream, we're looking at Andrew Feekins in his Clio 172, just about to finish. And then we'll pick up Richard Pates in the MG ZR160. And then Lizzie Weaver is just leaving the line in her Citroen Saxo VTS. Lizzie, part of the Weaver family, who are also here later on racing the single-seater. So there's young Lizzie. We're getting a view of her on the live stream. She's going around in Tories. This is, I think her second season. She's had a few drives last year. So it's always great to see ladies in motorsport. There's not enough of them. I was talking to Caroline Ryder yesterday on the stage, the live stream stage that we were doing up by the clubhouse, and those interviews we did, they're on Instagram under Prescott Hillclimb. So Lizzie's heading off towards the finish as we pick up on Daniel Friel in his Honda Civic Type R. Very popular little cars. Those Honda engines are absolute little screamers. Lizzie finishes in a 56.96. Daniel Friel on the hill, and Jonathan Langmead leaves the line. Look out for him in that Lotus Elise. He's the class record holder. Very rapid. John Langmead, he's a golf pro actually from North Devon, but he can certainly pedal this little Lotus. Daniel Friel finishes, and not quite finished yet. So Jonathan now, he's on your live stream heading into Pardon Hairpin. Very rapid driver, goes quite a wide line out of there. Stuart Hook has just left the line in the Mazda MX-5. He had a little moment yesterday, but he's back racing today. So I think he had a problem at Pardon Hairpin yesterday. So John Langmead finishes an excellent 40 point. No, he hasn't. It stops the timing and then picks it up again. 48.20, I think, is his finish time. Stuart Hook on the MX-5. He's on your live stream at the moment. And Sam Lester in the Peugeot 106 GTI has just left the line, that bright orange Peugeot 106, as we're watching Stuart Hook in the MX-5. So welcome to Prescott if you've not been here before. If you take a walk, if you're with us actually in person, if you walk up the left-hand side of the track, up past the bridge, you can walk up to the Ettores hairpin, which is a long sweeping right-hand corner. And if you go on the right-hand side of the track, and you can cross over on the bridge too, just up above the start here, you can then walk up the right-hand side of the track, virtually right to the finish. So it's a nice steady walk up the hill, well worth the look. And in the morning, it's actually sometimes the best time to walk up the hill, because you've got this way the sun works, it gets more in the shade in the afternoon, so you get better view of the track sometimes in the morning. We've got Sam Lester just finished. Simon Tarling in the first of the Porsches today in the 996 GT3. He's just heading up the hill now, and he'll be followed by Robert Lancaster Gay in the Porsche Cayman GT4. So they always have a very good battle. Extremely rapid, those Porsches. They're all around about the 400 brake horsepower mark. So Simon Tarling, he's heading up towards the finish shortly. And as we pick up on Robert Lancaster Gay, he's just going around the Ettores corner, heading down the dip there, brakes hard there, going up into the Pardon hairpin. It's quite steep, it's quite tricky, it's quite sharp. So we're at Prescott Hillclimb. This is owned by the Bugatti Owners Club. It's been established for many years. We're actually on a country estate, really. This is a narrow tarmac track that leads up to a big house at the top called Prescott House. And then when they get over the finish, they go over the finish, and then about 100-150 yards beyond that, there's a return road that brings them back into the paddock. We're looking at Steve Atkins, by the way, in the BMW M3. This is a V8 example. It's a very throaty car indeed, very quick. We also then got on the line, we've got Richard York in the Porsche Cayman 718 GT4. So we're now picking up on Richard York. Unmistakable sound of these Porsches, very noisy things, aren't they? Oodles of power, and they always have a very, very close battle in their class. I shall be joined later on by fellow commentators Chris Druitt and Peter Hughes. Chris and Peter have both been coming here for absolutely years, and we are also conducting interviews with various people up by the clubhouse. And in fact, the first one today will be Bill Pardo, who runs the Midland Hillclimb Championship. Bill is an ex-competitor. He was a very famous rally driver back in the day, and he's now devoting his energies to running the Hillclimb Championship. Bill's due to be on at 10 o'clock today, and he'll be followed by Alex Summers at 11 o'clock. And I'm also going to slip in another one with a gentleman called Roger, who I can't remember a second, who used to be a famous saloon car driver back in the day, back in the Jerry Marshall era, so we'll have a chat with him as well. But yeah, we've got Alex Summers at 11 o'clock. We've got Trevor Willis 12 o'clock. Trevor won the championship 3 times. Alex has won the championship once before, been runner-up before. He is driving the incredible DJ car's Firestorm today, and him and Matt Ryder sort of neck and neck in the championship, really. We don't know who's going to win that. And then at 1 o'clock we're going to have a visit from Roger Moran, who is driving his Skoda R5 today, and it's in the Tin Top Challenge this season. Roger actually won the British Championship himself on the Hillclimb in the past and was runner-up. And his son Scott Moran, who's currently retired but just having a breather, she has won the championship a record 6 times, which is incredible. So that's some of the stuff we've got coming up on the interview stage. Say at lunchtime we will have a runoff just prior to lunch, and that is when the very fastest cars which have practiced in the morning and had time runs, the time runs will decide who basically will be in the runoff. It'll be the fastest 12 cars, which invariably are going to be single-seaters. And don't forget, some of these single-seaters are 700 horsepower. But in the lesser classes, in the 1100cc class, for example, they're all running bike engines. In fact, most of the cars in the 1600 class are as well. And you will see those little screamers. In fact, the record for a bike engine car is Robert Kenrick, and he has been up the hill quicker than anybody, and he has got he's got to the top 5 in runoffs in the car that Richard Matozin is driving today, which has a 1080cc BMW motorbike engine. Sean Gould, who builds the Gould cars, which you'll see plenty of later on, the big single-seaters, is currently building an 1100cc class car, and that will be fitted also with a BMW motorbike engine. So I think the feeling is that is the best engine to have, but currently most of the cars are running Suzuki bike engines, GSX-Rs, so they can get those out of the scrapyard, out of a bike, put them in the back of a racing car and go very quickly indeed for not too much money. If you were running in the big classes, for example, you could well find that an engine could cost you £100,000 just for the engine. So some of those big jug V8s, in fact I couldn't tell you the exact figure, but I know it's an awful lot of money, and to have them rebuilt is an awful lot of money as well. So hill climbing is not cheap. There's no big prize money involved, just some little pots and trophies and championships. So it's fair to say that people do it for the love of it rather than for any monetary gain. They travel all over the country. They go all over the British Isles. They have a trip to the Channel Islands every year, to Jersey and Guernsey, one in each, and they do that over a week. They have one on a Wednesday and then one at the weekend. They go to Northern Ireland, to Gragantlet. They also go to Doon in Scotland twice a year, and they also then travel all over this countryside. They go to Harewood, which is up by Leeds. They have 2 meetings there. They have 2 at Shelsley Walsh in the Team Valley, about 25 miles from here. They have 2 here at Prescott. They go to Gurston near Salisbury. They go to Wiscombe in Devon, and so they can see they travel around. Will you excuse me one moment? I just want to check on something. Yes, I'm back. Yes, some will say, oh, not him again. Anyway, welcome to all you folk that might be tuning in on the live stream. We get viewers from all over the world now. It's really exciting. I don't know if young Wayne Penrose from WP Racing in Australia, who came over earlier in the year, is watching. G'day Wayne, if you're watching with your crew. Oh, we'll give you a shout out later on. And welcome. We've had viewers from Argentina, Chile, Singapore. Well, unbelievable. This is brought to you, by the way, by HillClimb.TV. Rich Danby and Eleanor Taylor. They bring this. Like and subscribe. It'd be great to have you on board. I think we've currently got about 14,500 subscribers. We'd love to, somewhere around that mark, well over 14,000. We'd like to get up to 15,000 for the weekend. That'd be fantastic. He's also got a subscription channel where you can like and subscribe for free. But if you want to support the channel by paying a small amount every month, I think it starts at 99p a month, that all would help Rich to keep bringing this stream to you. And you can pay a bit more, but if you check into that on the subscription channel, various other benefits. So yeah, it's a brilliant channel. It's growing, it's getting from strength to strength. Here comes young Ed Burgess. Oh, look at that, Ed, isn't that wonderful? Thank you. Ed has just presented me with his hat to wear today. It is a beautiful piece of kit. He's just going to take a picture now. There we go. It's got feathers on it. Very fetching, Ed. I'll talk to you later. Ed, of course, drives our fabulous Bugatti, the Type 51. And, oh, isn't that splendid? Wow, it is, in fact, it's a Hickson Brown hat. How about that, folks? Amazing. Hickson Brown, that's a very posh, handcrafted hat. Isn't that beautiful? Fabulous. Well, I was chatting to Ed. He'd just come out and had his breakfast, and I said, I had my old flat cap on, my Peaky Blinders type flat cap. I've got my flowery shirt on today, you see. My Hawaiian type shirt. It's sun's out. Let's be festive. Let's enjoy the summer. We do love it when the sun shines. We don't get enough of it in this country. So let's celebrate it. Anyway, welcome here. Welcome to Prescott. Welcome to the live stream. Today we are going to have a fabulous day's hill climbing. There's going to be 2 runoffs, by the way. We've got one at lunchtime and one this afternoon. And when you come back to see us in 3 weeks' time, we've got another British Championship round. And we've also got our tin top runoff then, which is growing in strength. We're getting cars, single tin top cars, saloon cars, but with huge amounts of horsepower. Damien Bradley's Subaru Legacy, which he's been developing for some while, that develops over 700 horsepower and is setting hill records all over the place. We've got Simon Bainbridge in his Chrono, which is a Audi R8 derived thing, absolutely crazy car, amazing bit of kit. We've got Stephen Moore, who's here today in one of his very fire-breathing, spitting Evos. We'll have Roger Moran, Ian Price, who both got Skoda R5s. So that's, oh, and Stephen Darley, he's got an immensely quick new Impreza he's just built, and they are having a terrific battle in that tin top challenge class, which is just growing. More and more cars are appearing each year. It was a new thing, and it's really growing. Talking about mad things, we've got Eric Murray on the line here in his Hillman Imp. A Hillman Imp with a turbocharged engine, and it is absolutely as quick as anything you like. Amazing bit of kit. So here you got it on the live stream. You can see this, you can't miss it, that green and black, Kawasaki green, black, absolutely quick as you like. Heading down there into the Pardon hairpin. It goes round, boots it out of there. Just quick is the word. Love it. Love watching these little tin tops. Fabulous things. Interesting watching the lines they take through the corners as well. You can see there's quite a bit of shade up the hill at the moment, up by the S's there. So the sun, obviously, we've got a lot of trees on this hill, so it does create areas of shade. So currently you're looking at Steve Garner in his little Westfield. Ray Lower has just left the line in his Caterham 7 Super Sprint. So Stephen Garner, you're just looking at him now in his Westfield. He's usually one of our very quickest class leaders in this little car, and he heads off towards the finish. This car got stolen and was found 6 years later in a garage near his home, but unbelievably the car hadn't been stripped, so he got that car back out. But then in the meantime he'd built a replica of that car, so he's now got currently 2 of those cars exactly the same. We're looking at Ray Lower. Ray Lower is actually a professor of mechanical engineering, Oxford, Emirates, Oxford and Cambridge. He floats between the universities teaching mechanical engineering. 48.01 for Ray Lower. Simon Price is on screen at the moment. They always have a really good battle in these cars. These are all car engine ones rather than bike engines, and you will see bike engine Westfields usually running the Mega Booster engine, the Suzuki Mega Booster, Hayabusas. But this current class is car engine, which usually run 2-litre Vauxhall engines, or sometimes 1800cc Rover K series engines. So Simon Price is in the yellow Elise, Simon O'Sullivan in the Elise, as Stephen Moore leaves the line. Stephen Moore in his Evo 6. We'll pick up on him in a minute. He's a very quick competitor. He's got 3 of these Evos. This is his, I think it's his Prod Sports car. This has got over 600 horsepower. It's got permanent 4-wheel drive. He is a farmer from near Salisbury, very busy farmer, manages to fit his hill climbing in. He's fanatical about his hill climbing. He travels all over the place competing, and this little class of special saloons are incredibly rapid. So here comes Stephen Moore. He's been harvesting peas this week, and they're ones that go in a can, he was telling me, and he's got a big warehouse full of peas at the moment. It's had a good yield. Stephen Mogg in the TVR Griffith. This has got a massive V8 engine in it, near 5-litre engine. Absolute beast of a car. It sounds incredible. Amazing V8 power. And wait till you see the next one. That's even more mad. But these TVRs, absolute brute of a car to drive. Goes off towards the finish, finishes in a time of 49.92. Now have a look at Nigel Elliott in his TR7 V8. What a piece of kit this is. Massive Rover V8 engine in it, but also he's got twin turbos on this car as well to make it just even more quick. So he wasn't content with just a V8, twin turbos. Can you imagine driving that? That must be an amazing experience. Here with his partner Laura Wardle, who also drives a Porsche 911 with Jonathan Williamson. So Nigel's heading up towards the S's now. We will be looking at Paul Howells very shortly in a 911 RSR Porsche, which, wait till you listen and hear this one, you won't miss it. It's bright yellow with green down the sides. In fact, the green is a wrap. Here he is on the line now. There he goes. Paul Howells just leaves the line. What a sound, what a noise. So much power as well. Normally aspirated engine in the back, big 911 engine, a flat 6. Huge power, and it looks amazing. He's from the Forest of Dean, which is an area not far from Gloucester, just down the road here. Big area. He lives near Simonjat, I believe, which is a beautiful area of the world, well worth visiting. So Paul Howells is on the hill, going through the S's. Phil Fisher's on the line in the Westfield SE. As we finish with Paul Howells running around semicircle, heads off towards the finish. What time's he going to do? He's going to do a 46.91. These are still practice runs, they are not time runs. Phil Fisher, he's sharing with his son Ben. This is one of their new cars this season. They've got a little fleet of nice little cars, including a lovely old Mallet. But this particular one is, they decided they fancy to go in a Westfield. runs a Vauxhall engine in the front of it. I think it's a red top engine. They call them a red top, and they were very rapid engines, and if you can get hold of a good red top engine worked properly, they're good for about 270 brake horsepower, which in the front of one of these little Westfields is a very exciting combination indeed. He heads towards the finish. There's a 49.96. We're just picking up on Graham Manton in his Westfield. He's here with Becky Manton. I'm not sure of their relationship, whether it's their partners or whether it's father and daughter. I'm not entirely certain. I'll try and find that out later on. Anyway, not seen much of this car before, but it's painted in grey. Nicely turned out car. Good morning to Peter Hughes, one of my fellow commentators, just arriving with his great big box of tricks. I don't know what he's got in there. So Graham Manton just coming up through the S's, and just left the line, is picking up now is Einan Price in his R5 Skoda Fabia. We've got a class now. These are the rally cars. Einan Price, this car is the ex-Harry Rovan Pera, who's a world champion rally driver, so he owned this car and drove this car. Einan Price is a landscape contractor from mid-Wales. He was driving a single-seater last year, which now Mark Slanker's got. He's just hit one of the flappy paddles, hit one of the flaps in the S's there. So Einan, four-wheel drive, heads towards the finish, gives us a guide. He's done a time of 44.62, as he is now followed by Roger Moran in the Skoda R5. So the marshals have just blown their whistles up on the S's there. They're going to have to go with their broom to retrieve the marker. So three of them just going down. You can see them going down. So when they hit one of those, I believe other hills, if they hit one of those, it's a 1 second penalty normally. So Roger is in view there. He's going to be returning to the paddock for another go. Become a member and support the coverage. That's a great idea, Rich. You can do it from as little as 99p a month. You can like and subscribe for free, which we'd love you to do. But if you want to support the channel, help keep this marvellous coverage coming your way, you can join for as little as 99p a month. And I think the next membership up is £5 odd, and then finish at £12 a month. So definitely become a member. Rich is 14. We've now got 14,424 subscribers. We're looking to get to at least 15,000. If we could do that by this weekend, that would be absolutely amazing. Hit that like and subscribe button, and that will help support the coverage. We're just watching. Look, class winners. The two sets. So in the class winners, tyre warming. So in the tyre warming, you can see there, that's the basic membership there, which is 99p a month. The 2 second club, which is about £5 odd. I think I'm in there, my goodness me. And then if you get into the elite class, you can join the class winners, which is the likes of Adam Greenan, Rob Clark Racing, Andy Greenan, Wayne Penrose Australia, Don Roberts, TR8 Coupe Triumph, my goodness me. So you've got, that's the elite club. So thank you to all the members on YouTube. Absolutely amazing. Keep liking and subscribing. And Rich will continue to bring this wonderful coverage to you. So we've got a slight delay while they just deal with that marker post up the top there. They'll put that back in, just sweep the track, and then we'll be back into action. On the line, well, we've got, I can see Mike West and John McQuillan there. There he is, there he is. Used to be our Marshal God, but I've relegated him now to Marshal. He's now Chief Racing Driver now. And he also, with Ollie Wright, runs Team Valley Racing, which is a new, you can see that it says on the side of that lovely little Radical that's just leaving the line. So John McQuillan, they've got it in the Golf colours, which used to be the Golf JW Wire colours. And in fact, I think they were telling me that one actually is a wrap on that car rather than a paint job. It's becoming very popular now for people to wrap the cars. It's a lot cheaper than a coat of paint, and I guess if you bend the car a little bit, it's easier to put a bit more wrap on than it is to have to paint the car again. So John McQuillan sharing with Mike West. He's going up through the S's now as David Bickley leaves the line in the Radical SR1. All these little Radicals are running Suzuki Hayabusa engines in the back. They're purpose-built little racing cars by Radical Motor Racing. They also build engines as well, actually, V8 engines out of motorbike engines. They basically get 2 Yamaha V4 engines and then put 2 together using a common crank and make a V8 out of it, and some of our big runners are running that. Anyway, have a quick look now as David Bickley goes through the S's in his Radical SR1. Roger Moran has just re-left the line in the Skoda R5. Roger Moran, immensely successful driver. Father of Scott Moran, our 6 times champion, who's currently retired. And this car here he's got 2 of these. He's got a 1600 version and he's got a 2-litre version. I think he's driving his 2-litre version today. He changed the turbo last week for the previous meeting, and I think this one is pushing out in excess of 400 brake horsepower, so it's extremely rapid, and in Roger's hands, this permanent 4-wheel drive, very potent combination. Through the finish, 44.22. Have a look at Alan McDonald now in the Force SR4. This used to be the car that Rob Stevens holds the class record in. Extremely potent motorbike engine in that one. It's unusual because the Force, they don't do many sports cars, they do lots of single-seaters, so this one's all enclosed bodywork on this one. Alan McDonald is actually an ex-TT racer in the Isle of Man, amongst other things, and he also used to own that Mini that had the Mitsubishi Evo mechanicals and engines in it. Evo. So he's gone through the line in 44.99. Stephen King is on the hill at the moment in the Radical Pro Sport. This is the basic Radical. Runs a basic 1300 Suzuki engine in the back of it. Nicely turned out car. It's winged, it's got slicks on it, so it is a proper racing car with lots of downforce. A lovely combination to go racing. And he's heading up towards semicircle, heading up towards the finish as Matthew Price waits on the line. Stephen King finishes in a 49.17. Now Matthew Price is in his first proper season of hill climbing. He's bought himself a Radical SR3, so this is 3rd generation Radical. It runs an engine that's pushing out in excess of 275 brake horsepower. There he goes now. Very quick young driver, comes from Hales Owen. He's got a joinery business and he also has just bought a garage business as well. So, and he's thoroughly enjoying his hill climbing and seems to be very good at it. That's usually commentator's curse, of course. But anyway, Matthew, young Matthew, he's got the quickest Radical in the class without a doubt. Coming through the S's, good lines through there. Definitely a very improving young talent. Can't believe he's in his first season. It's incredible, really. So a lot of these hills he won't really have seen much of before. So we pick up on Matthew Price. We pick up on Ben Fisher now. So this is Phil's son. They've also got a little single-seater OMS Hornet as well as the Mallock. But currently they're driving this little Westfield. So Ben Fisher in the S's, Rebecca Manton is on the hill too in her Westfield. So we'll pick up on her shortly. Through the finish, 47.76 for Ben Fisher. Here comes Becky Manton in the little Westfield we were talking about earlier. Unusual colour in grey. It's immaculately turned out little car. Runs, I think it's got probably a Vauxhall or a Rover K series in the front of it. Something just came off the car then. Just going into the S's. Duncan Barnes is on the line. Listen to this, you'll hear it. You'll see it shortly. This is the 500 horsepower Norma, the M20 FC. There you go, he's just on the live stream. This is the car to have in European hill climbs. I think Roberto Fagioli drives one of these. 500 brake horsepower Honda turbocharged 2-litre engine. Big car, immensely quick thing though, very rapid indeed. And talking of quick, you'll also see it shortly. Graham Lokes has just left the line in the Lola T492. That's got a beautiful big Porsche engine in the back, which he put in. Originally this car started off with a 2-litre Ford engine in the back of it, and it was in the Lola, I think they called it F2000 series, something like that. But anyway, Duncan Barnes has already gone through to the finish in a time of 51 something. Graham's on the hill at the moment, as Jonathan Flesher, one of the first of our single-seaters, has just left the line in the OMS 28. So we pick up on Graham Lokes, and then on the live screen we're seeing Jonathan Flesher in the OMS 28. So this one runs a Suzuki engine in the back of it. It's in the, I think he's in the 1100 class, and he is a dental technician. He's got a teeth business in Harrogate in Yorkshire, and he's driving with Tim Thompson today, I think, co-driving that one. So let me just have a quick look through the program here. Yes, Jonathan Flesher. Yes, so Stuart Bickley, have a look at Stuart. He's in the Force, the bright fluorescent yellow Force. This is one piece of kit. We're in the 1100 class now. These are all bike engine cars, 600cc to 1100, but they're all running that bike. That's a GSXR Suzuki engine. Stuart Bickley does a 3961. Rob Clark's on the hill. He's the head gardener for a big estate in Shropshire. He's had a bit of time out from the hills. He got married earlier in this year. He's managed to keep his Empire Evo 2. He's a quick driver. He's quite broad in the shoulder. These are quite tight getting in and out of these little cars. But anyway, he's through the finish in a 41.73. James Moore is on the hill at the moment in his blue Empire Evo 00. Lovely little car, this one. Did tell me something about this one yesterday. He's from Frome in Somerset. So we don't see much of him, but again, it's got a 1-litre Suzuki engine in it, and he will be followed by Richard Matosian, who's just left the line. So James Moore does a 41.20. Good time. Times are coming down, and this is only practice. Richard Matosian in the ex-Robert Kenrick GWR Raptor 2. This is the car that holds this class record in the up to 1100cc, and regularly in Robert's hands used to get into the runoffs, and in fact holds the class record by a good 2 seconds, which is absolutely incredible. Runs the BMW motorbike engine in the back. So 40.39, so Richard is getting quicker and quicker in that car now, great to see, and Robert Kenrick did rebuild the engine on that car over the winter. And now Richard, who travels all the way from Scotland, is really getting the hang of it. Okay, we're back on the live stream here with Gavin McLaren in the OMS 2000M. My goodness me, he's wide out of Orchard there, but he gets round. Going very well. You can see this one here has got the engine exposed at the back. You can see that motorbike engine mounted across the back there. 2000M actually denotes year of manufacture as well. And this is one of the earlier OMS's, but still a very effective little race car with Gavin driving this one. Like the colour scheme on that, looks good, doesn't it? So you don't have to have the greatest all singing, all dancing car to be competitive in this class. Some of them will have the Generation 2 Suzuki GSXR engines, and they're the 998 versions. And Jonathan Gething has just had a little stall on the line, but as long as the back wheels don't cross the line, that's okay. So we'll pick up on Jonathan now. He's actually from Redditch, which is not far up the road. He's had a bit of time out the sport, but he's now back with this little car. Unusually, he stalls it again. He's still okay. They'll keep letting him have a go, I think. He's got a Kawasaki engine in the back of this one, which is unusual. We don't see many Kawasaki engines. It's a 1095 Kawasaki engine. His dad, in fact, his dad is Paul Gettin, and he used to race an Anson Rover single-seater back in the day, which was very rapid. I think it had a Rover V8 power plant in the back of it, and he's hoping that maybe he'll get that one back out to play. Jonathan's on the hill at the moment. Unusually, he runs a bike shop, he was telling me. Pedal bikes, not motorbikes. He's a quick young driver. Car's beautifully turned out as well. Unusual to see a Kawasaki, quite twitchy through the S's there, and he goes very wide out of the S's, nearly conks the back. Well, he did, but he's got through to the finish. This is quite a scrappy run, but he's done a 42.54. I think there's room for improvement. He's just a little bit wild up the hill there. Nigel Pitt in the OMS 3000. Mr. Shoestring Racing, he calls himself. He's here with his partner Claire, who used to drive as well. Anyway, good morning to them. This is an OMS 3000, and this one actually has got a carbon tub on it, so it's a pretty all singing, all dancing. It's only a couple of 3 years old. We all forget, of course, the COVID. We virtually had a year out of COVID. So Nigel's in the S's now, as Richard Walker is on the hill in his OMS 2000. Nicely turned out car. It's quite an old car. You see it's got the high engine cover on the back there as well, but it still runs the Suzuki engine in it, like most of this class do. So Richard's just approaching the S's now. We'll be watching Gary Warren in a minute. He's also in a lovely old Empire with a very high engine cover on it, and air intake on the top. So actually Richard gets a red flag, for what reason? So he slows up before the finish there. So he will get a rerun. And I'm not quite sure what the little delay is, but we'll find out shortly. So I see red flags up the hill at the moment. So we're currently in a stoppage situation while something gets dealt with.
It's supposed to be dry all day, and it's warming up. Yeah. No, it's quite muggy. And, yeah. No
G'day from Wayne Penrose. Good morning, Chris Ponsford from Shell Harbour, Australia. Great to tune into the live stream again. Wayne Penrose, he's a legend. He came over earlier in the year, brought his 500 horsepower Beetle, shipped it over, and did 3 meetings. He did Harewood, he did Gurston, and he went to Shell's New Walls. And did very nicely too. And I think he may come back to see us next year with any luck. That'd be great if we see him again. And I think the car has only just managed to get back to Australia, because it takes about 2 months to ship it back, I believe. I remember seeing something on his Facebook. So yeah, good day to Wayne. So we're currently stopped. There is actually just a minor incident to deal with at the top of the hill at the moment, and we'll be back into business very, very shortly. So the marshals are just dealing with it. It's just beyond the finish, I'm told, and one of the cars is stalled. So then we will be back. So welcome to the live stream. Welcome to HillClimb.TV. Rich Danby and Eleanor Taylor bring this wonderful service to us, which means that, even good morning from Evesham. Yes, you're only 20 minutes down the road. Come on then, Groovy, get yourself down here then. Yes, this is going to be the place to be later on. Lunchtime, we're going to be having run-offs. We're going to have competitive runs after this. Well, all the fields been through for their first practice run of the morning. And then we'll be back to competitive runs. And then the fastest 12 cars will get to do a run-off just before lunchtime, if all goes to plan, when they will be going for championship points. I see the flags have come in. This looks like young Gary Warren from Scotland. It is Gary Warren. Gary Warren's on the line. Look at this Empire. Do you see the air intake on the top there? It's quite an early car, but he drives it extremely well. He's here with his good lady as well. And as they come all the way from Scotland to race, so I think Aberdeen way. So I mean, that is a very long journey. Anyway, Gary Warren leaves the line in his little Empire Evo. Just looking at that there, so it was 2:26 for the first 64 feet. So that's rapid there. The really quick cars, the really quick getaways will be doing under 2 seconds for the first 64 feet, which is incredibly rapid. Gary was 87 miles an hour through the speed trap. James Moore was 92. Rob Clark was 93. So those little bike engine cars are getting up a turn of pace, aren't they? Already Gary is heading towards the finish, does a time of 40.78. David Tatum on the hill. Have a look at David. This is the all-carbon bodied DJ Firehawk, DJ Racing Cars. They've built the Firestorm that Alex Summers is out in later on. This is a beautifully turned out car. Very rapid indeed in Dave Tatham's hands. He's a farmer from Moulton, big strong boy. He can carry sheep under each arm. He's a strong lad. He's here with his brother David, who's also racing an OMS in a bit. 39.78 to Dave Tatham. Emma Racing on the line in the Empire 00. She comes from the Channel Islands. Again, we're still in the up to 1100cc class. So I've got the earlier generation of engine, the 1070 engine, and the later ones like Tom Weaver, who's just coming up to the line. They've got a 998 generation 2 engine in that one, which they tell me is a little bit faster, a little bit more powerful. But either way, Emma's on the hill at the moment. We'll talk about Tom Weaver in a minute. Tom Weaver, very rapid young driver, but Emma racing through the S's at the moment. Sometimes they let them go when they get to Pardon, so Tom Weaver leaves the line. Young driver from Ludlow, works in the Weaver family garage business. Extremely rapid driver, one of our young chargers. He's also here with sister Lizzie, who's driving the Citroen Saxo. We'll be interested to see whether Tom can win that class of the 1100s. He's got some real competition in there at the moment because it's such a keenly contested. He goes, I mean, wide. Oh my goodness me, he's trying really hard out the S's there, slides out of semicircle through the finish in a 39.05. What's he got? They're just showing that little replay there as he comes through the S's here. Watch this. Slides it out the S's. Oh, just collects it up before before there. So Richard Walker in the OMS 2000 again. This is the one we were looking at just now with the high engine cover on it. Gavin McLaren's got the same car, but he runs his without the engine cover. So I don't know whether it's better with the engine cover or without, but either way, they go extremely well. Nice looking little cars. The OMSs, they're built up in York by Steve Owen. He's here today and he'll be driving his OMS 28, which is the latest version of it, and Steve's car runs a 2.8 V8. I think he's got a Radical V8 in the back of his, so it's a very rapid bit of kit. So Richard Walker, Mike West is on the line at the moment in the Radical. He leaves the line now. Richard Walker finishes in a 43.79 as we start to look at Mike West. Team Valley Motorsport car. Suzuki Hayabusa in the back of it. 1300cc version. So in the 1100 class they run the GSXR engine, and then in the bigger class they run the Hayabusas. A little bit more power. I don't think they do a GSXR 1300, do they? I'm not sure. Not a bike man myself. But Mike West's gone through the S's. As Tim Thompson you'll see Tim shortly. So Mike goes to the finish to 48.22. Tim Thompson on the hill in the OMS 28. He's sharing this car with Jonathan Flesher, and Tim has had a break for about 20 years from hill climbing, and he used to race a big single-seater, a big Pilbeam, as did his father. So it's good to see Tim back. Very accomplished driver, and also is a big part of Harewood Hillclimb. I think he's one of the shareholders there, because Harewood has been bought, like the Bugatti Owners Club have bought Prescott. Same thing has happened at Harewood Hillclimb. Shortly I'll be handing over to Peter Hughes for a stint, but I hope you're enjoying the coverage. We are on the final practice runs at the moment. We haven't seen the big single-seaters yet, but they'll be up before too long. At the moment we're just having a look at some Formula Fords. So we got Becky Crocombe on the hill. She's also in the farming business as well. There's a few farmers racing the hill today, not including Simon Bainbridge, who drives the chrono in the Tin Top Challenge. He's not here today, but will be here to see us in 3 weeks' time, trying to win the Tin Top Challenge. I don't think he's been to Prescott yet, so good morning, Simon, if you're watching. He's got a pig farm up by Middlesbrough, and they buys them in as weaners and then grows them on, and he deals in thousands and thousands of pigs. So and he's also a triathlete as well, very fit man. So Kirsten Dodd is on the hill. We're having a look at Kirsten now. No, we're not looking at Kirsten. I think we're looking at Jimmy Harris. And thinking, my rambling and rabbiting, I miss Kirsten Dodd. She's already finished. Jimmy Harris, very rapid Formula Ford driver, and he will be followed by Les Buck in the Pringett Mistral Formula Ford. So Jimmy Harris, I think he's a contender to win the class of the Formula Fords this weekend, did a 48.09, so he's getting a marker down. Les Buck in the Pringett Mistral, here he comes now. This is an elderly Formula Ford. Les isn't a particularly young man, he's a retired gentleman of the parish, but he drives this car incredibly well. It's a beautifully turned out little car, isn't it, that Pringett? And also when we get the next car we'll get to see will be Carol Nichols in the Nike Mark IV, the yellow Nike Mark IV. So Les going through to the S's now. Be interesting to see how close he gets to Jimmy Harris. Here comes Carol in the Nike Mark IV. This car, look at her driving style. She sits back, her arms are out, very classic driving. Is that Jimmy Clark style? Looks very relaxed there. She comes out, drives this car very, very regularly indeed. All these Formula Fords are running 1600 Ford engines. They're all running on road tyres. They've all got very similar suspension systems. There's no downforce created by wings. There's no slicks. So there is no grip, according to Caroline Ryder. There is no grip, so everything is through the seat of the pants job. So very skillful. Paul Jones in the Force TA, he's in view now. Paul is sharing with Darren Gumbly this season. He comes from Worcester, just up the way. So now we're starting to see quicker and quicker single-seaters. We've got Paul Jones, Nick Saunders on the line in the beautiful GWR Raptor that he shares with Rob Spedding today. So Paul Jones is through the S's now. We'll be heading up towards the finish. We're just starting to get a look at Nick Saunders in the Raptor. This is built by Graham White Jr. up in Scotland. There's several GWR Raptors out to play today. The ex-Robert Kenrick 1-for-1. And this one is extremely rapid. Suzuki Hayabusa in the back of it. and in Rob Spedding's hands it certainly qualified for runners. In fact, I remember it winning a run-off at Shelsley once, which was an epic performance in a little tiny Raptor. So they're getting quicker. We've got Alan Warburton there. He's sharing this car with David Warburton as we're looking at Nick Saunders in the Raptor. Already through the S's now, beautifully put together little car. It's got some fancy stripes on the front there. Gets it off up towards the finish, and we'll finish in a time of 40.98. Alan Warburton. Alan Warburton's a very tall man. His son David is a regular runoff contender in this little 1600 Gould, so it runs a little higher booster engine. You'll see the orange sticker on the back of the wing. That denotes the car is running on methanol, and very rapid they are too. And this is the first GR59 Gould built. This was like the factory test bed car really, and they put the motorbike engine, because when Sean developed this car, he was developing electric cars, and I think McLaren or Mercedes, I think, helped him develop it by paying for the wind tunnel. So that's why the GR59 has become an immensely successful car. So Liam Cooper on the hill at the moment in the Force TA, sharing that with his wife Olivia. So anyway, I'm going to sign off now. I'm going to get young Peter Hughes in here now. Peter's travelled all the way out from Wales today, and he will take over commentary for the next hour before being joined by Chris Stewart.
Peter Hughes with you now, as Chris said. Thanks to Chris for the first hour of commentary. He'll be back with us a little bit later on in the morning, after myself, and then you'll hear Chris Stewart. But final practice runs continuing at the moment. Claire Beard and just rounding Ettores in the Gould Delawa F394, and on the start line Andrew Colborn in the Van Diemen RFO2 FX. Nicola just tackling the S's currently. So Andrew Colborn gets underway then in the Van Diemen. Nicola doing a 51.43. Just coming up to line now. It is car number 835. So Steve Marr sits in the start line in the GWR Predator as Andrew Colborn rounds the semicircle, heads up to the finish line. There's a 44.93. Steve Marr is underway and heading up towards the bridge, and to the bridge he goes and on up towards Ettores. Up to the line comes the 837 car of Jack Cockrell. Jack, I think there's a change of car actually from that he was planning to participate in this weekend. This is the Formula Renault Tatus that he is in. semicircle comes Steve Marr and sets a time of 41.55. Away goes Jack Cottrell. Next competitor just warming the tyres up a bit on the approach to the start line, car 134. That's Andy Gould in the Force PT. Jack Cottrell into Pardon. As I know that Chris has mentioned, just the one practice. Just one practice run this morning for competitors, and then we get into the all-important timed runs, including through the course of the day, of course, 2 top 12 shootouts as well. Jack Cottrell's time of 44.43. Andy Borgard under the bridge on up towards Ettore as he goes in that Force PT. Cleanly around the hairpin on up to the second of the hairpins, Pardon. Left-hander, quite a tricky corner that, as we see car 138 coming off the line. That's Tim Elmer in the Dallara F399. A little bit wide there for Andy Borgard, but he's into semicircle up towards the finish line and does a 39.88, so sub 40 second run. Always pretty good run. Tim Elmer then away towards the bridge in the Dallara, under the bridge at 84 miles an hour. So we have one of the Formula Ford machines on the line now. This is Caroline Ryder in the Van Diemen RF86. Will be next off the start line. Tim Elmer going through the S's at the moment, though, in the Dallara, the Formula 3 car. Caroline gets away. Tim heading to semicircle round. There he goes on up towards the finish line at a time of 42.60. Caroline Ryder there in the Van Diemen, heading through Ettores. The Van Diemen on the line. Caroline in the RF86. Paul Harris is on the line in the Van Diemen RF85. So 1 year earlier model. Hard to believe these cars are actually coming up to 40 years old now, but still a very competitive category in hill climbing. Caroline tackles semicircle, goes to the line and does a 48.99. Harris's blue RF85 is around Pardon. We wait for the next car to appear on the start line. As Paul Harris goes through the S's on up to semicircle. And over the line goes Paul Harris with a time of 51.69. Meanwhile, on the line now we have car 840. And that's Calvin Broad in the Force TA that he is sharing with Alex Coles. These are forced induction engine cars that we see now, between 1600 and 2 litres, but with either supercharged or turbocharged, mostly I think turbocharged. Plus 1340cc, and away goes Calvin. And under the bridge at 93 miles an hour. As up to line goes another of the shared cars, Paul Alexander in the Force PC. The car that he shares with Richard Alexander. Away goes Paul Alexander's covering board, comes through the S's into semicircle. 39.99, so just scraping under the 40-second mark there. As Paul Alexander rounds Ettore hairpin and on out to Pardon. On the line we have 8:42 James Chalmers in the Rolt F302.001, sharing this car with John Chalmers. Paul Alexander coming through the S's. Looks like a very clean run so far. And under the finish line for a time of 44.66 seconds. James Chalmers about to get away. And away then goes the Rolt F302. It's under the bridge at 85 miles an hour. And Ettore's on up to Pardon. Silver Rolt was company of Ron Tavernac, who was a long-time engineer working with Jack Brabham before he set up Rolt. Just clipping the curve perhaps a little bit more than he wanted to there, John, but he's around semicircle on up to the finish and does a 41.84. The next car about to come up to the line. And this is car 843, William Luffridge in the Empire Wraith, again shared with Zachary Zammit, in fact, 1300cc motorcycle engine, but forced induction once again. Slight hesitation there for William as he gets off the line, but he's away now. And despite that little bit of hesitation, 93 miles an hour underneath the bridge. 144 coming up to the line, and that is Pete Tatham in the OMS 28. William coming through the S's, and running a little bit wide there, just I can see the marshal just having a look to see if he's managed to knock any dirt onto the hill, so they will sweep it before the next car comes up. But he's under the finish banner with a 39.97. Obviously didn't leave any debris on the track because Pete Tatham is on his way, and he is into three figures under the bridge. 102 miles an hour for Pete as he goes underneath the bridge. Vittori's on up to Pardon, as up to the line comes car number 9, and this is Paul Hames in the Gould GR 59, 1300cc turbocharged engine, high booster engine, I think, if I remember rightly, and despite being that smaller capacity machine, manages to get into top 12 runoffs with reasonable regularity, in fact. Usually manages to finish around about 7th or 8th in the top 12 runoffs with a good run. So away goes Paul. What can he manage under the bridge? 108 miles an hour under the bridge, but the quickest we've seen so far this morning, I think. So he goes round Ettore's. On up down to the left-hand hairpin. Already heading through into the S's. He's second quickest in this class after yesterday's practice runs. Quickest was Alex Gould with a 37.45. Slightly slower run for Paul there with 38.42. 10th quickest overall though to date, based on those practice runs. So the clerk of the course is out on the hill, so there'll be a short pause before we continue with the practice runs.
Hill climbing is one of the most popular forms of motorsport. Drivers compete against the clock over a tarmac course, typically around 1 to 1.5 kilometres long. It attracts a whole range of cars, from road-going saloons to specialised single-seater racing cars. The British Hillclimb Championship is the pinnacle of the sport, with over 150 drivers tackling 14 events around the UK, including Northern Ireland and the Channel Islands. The contest for the title of British Hillclimb Champion is dominated by powerful race cars, with reigning champion Wallace Menzies driving a Gould single-seater powered by a 3.3-litre Cosworth engine designed for the Indy race car series in the USA. The BHC Cup runs alongside the main championship and is fought out between a wide range of cars, all running in classes of similar type of vehicles, from road-going saloons all the way through to specialised single-seater race cars.
So it means that whereas quite often have to have, as other venues, you have to have regular breaks in runs, whilst groups of cars that have gone up the hill come back down the way they went up. With Prescott, they can go back down the return road, and we have effectively continuous runs unless any issues arise. Obviously, occasional checks have to be made by the officials. Weather forecast looking good then, thanks to Eric Louch for that. 11 degrees centigrade this morning. I think it's actually getting a bit warmer than that now. And as the day progresses, mostly blue skies with just a few scattered clouds and a high of 21. So ideal conditions for hill climbing, hopefully lying ahead of us through the rest of the day. And a good morning from Guernsey. And mention for local Guernsey drivers Emma, Nick and Andy. It's great to have them over here with us, and thank you to Paul and Jean for the compliments. It's great to have you with us as well, following online. Looks evident also they're saying seems there's quite a lot of us from Guernsey in here today. That's on the on HillClimb.TV. Guernsey, of course, with its own hill which hosts a round of the British Hillclimb Championship, and there's a good strong motorsport following out there in the Channel Islands. They also have their own sand racing events as well as the hill climbs, and it's a great place to go. Jersey, I know, has a rally as well, closed road rally. I'm not sure. I think Guernsey might have one, but I'm not 100% sure on that. But plenty of motorsport to be enjoyed out there in the Channel Islands, and as I say, can't really think of a better place to enjoy it. So I think the red flags are about to come back in, and final practice runs will resume in just a moment or two. You can see one of the flags, the flag at the S, is coming in, and that signal will be carried all the way back down the hill. And when the red flag comes in here at the start line, which you can see now if you're following us online, then we can see a resumption of the practice runs. So the clock of the course returns to the start line. The start line red flag comes in, and we should see cars out on the hill very, very soon now. I can hear engines firing up in the paddock. And next car about to come out onto the hill. And out then comes that next car. I think this is one of our shared driver cars. It is indeed, because it's car 122, Darren Gumley in the Force TA 1600cc normally aspirated engine, the car that he shares with Paul Jones. So all lined up. Revs rise, and away he goes then. Darren Gumley in that Force under the bridge he goes. 93 miles an hour under there. So he goes around the Torres, the next car comes up to the line. And this is car 10, David Warburton in the Gould GR59 1600cc engine, car that he shares with Alan Warburton. Then goes Darren Gumley in a 39.34 second run before him. As David Warburton goes under the bridge at 101 miles an hour. Car 128 comes up to the line. And that's Richard Spedding in the GWR Raptor 2. Again, a shared car. Nick Saunders, the other driver of this car. A little bit wide there in the left-hand part of the S's for David Warburton, but he is on up towards the line, and a 37.57 is a pretty good time as Richard Spedding goes up to a Torres. And a long right-hand hairpin on up to Pardon, the left-hander. And we have car 832 on the line, Andrew Henson in the Gould Dallara F394. So it's Jonathan Varley's on the hill at the moment in the GWR Predator, heading up into the S's. Simon Barnwell on the start line in the Formula Renault Santos 2-litre car. Jonathan Varley then coming towards the end of his run. Looks like a pretty quick run. It's a 38.38 then for car 135 as Simon Barnwell gets away and under the bridge. Jonathan Varley was at 105 miles an hour going under the bridge. Not a bad time at all, or bad speed I should say. Car 140 is coming up to the line now, and that is Alex Coles in the Force TA that he shares with Calvin Broad. Barnwell tackling the S's in the Formula Renault as Alex Coles gets off the line. Possibly losing a little bit of time there in the S's, Simon. Let's see what he comes out at as Alex Coles rounds Torres. Simon Barnwell then doing a 47.80. Alex Coles under the bridge and reaching three figures before the bridge, 103 miles an hour under there. And this looks like quite a rapid run on the Force TA as Richard Alexander takes the Force PC off the line. And it's a 37.83 from Alex. Richard Alexander heading out of Itores. 142 on the line at the moment is John Chalmers in the Force 302 01, the car that he shares with James Chalmers, of course. As Richard Alexander heads to the S's in the Force. On up towards semicircle, around that long right-hander. And the finish spanner at a 42.85 for Richard. John Chalmers, meanwhile, gets away. Heads up to the bridge where he's doing 97 miles an hour. And I think we've got a stoppage of some description at the moment. I think it might be a problem for one of the cars on the before the start line. Nothing, no issues on the hill as far as I'm aware. And indeed, yes, one car dropping back as car 846, I think it is, that's going to be out with us next. And that would be Bernard Keevil in the OMS 28 that comes out now. Simon Andrews, the other driver of this car. John Chalmers recorded a time of 40.08. Away goes Bernard. Problems for car 145, not able to take his run. That's Ian Tucker in the OMS 28. It's the only racing car we have running in the normally aspirated motorcycle engine, 1600 to 2 litre class. But meanwhile, car 847 is coming out. That's Lynn Owen in the OMS 28 RPE. Time for Bernard Keys was a 41.63. So Lynn Owen in the car that also driven by Steve Owen gets away. All these single seaters really are immaculately turned out, and the next one up to the line is car 7. This is Sean Gould in the GR59 JB 4 litre engine. In that. This is the car that Matthew Ryder also competes in. Away goes Sean in the family branded car. Making it into 3 figures at 99 miles an hour under the bridge, but very rapid from there on. Just, through this looks like a very clean run so far. Into the S's goes Sean. On up and around semicircle. This looks like it could be a good time. 37.01 for Sean Gould as Richard Summers gets underway in the AFSP 4T. Richard down because of Andrew Summers. Sorry, Alex Summers. Wait a minute. Apologies to Alex. Out of Parkman comes the AFS into the S's. Around semicircle. And a time of 42.61 then for Richard Summers. Harry Pick is on the line now in his OMS 28, car number 152. I think that's the IndyCar engine powering this OMS. He comes up to the Tories. A little bit of a twitch out of the hairpin, but nothing major. Into Harden. Out of there. Carries on to the S's. Looks fairly clean up to now. Comes to semicircle. Around there, onto the line at a 40.12 for Harry Pick. Graham Wynn is on the line in the Gould GRW59. This again, one of the 4 litre engine machines. 8 miles an hour under the bridge onto the Tories. Continues to Arden. Semicircle in. Goes to Gould under the line, and it's a 39.16 then for Graham Wynn. Next car coming up to the line is car number 8. David Ewan in the Gould GR55B 3.5 litre car. So red start the rise, the visor goes down, away he goes. And under the bridge at 103 miles an hour. Up to the line comes car 146. And that's Simon Andrews in the OMS 28. So as Simon heads off the line, David Ewan around semicircle up to the finish at 37.91. Simon in the Torres. On to Pardon. Through the S's then. Goes the OMS. 41.99 seconds. Car 147 sitting on the line. Currently that's Stephen Owen in the OMS 28 RPE. Away goes Steve. To a Torres, onto the line comes car number 6, and that's Trevor Willis in the OMS 28 3.2 litre machine. Just the slightest of twitches out of Pardon then for Steve Owen. Away goes Trevor Willis. Oh, and hanging the tail up nicely out of semicircle there, Steve. There's a 40.20, Trevor Willis. Into the Torres. How is it on up to Pardon? Next car will be car 5, Will Hall, in his Gould GR59J. There's smoke there from the back of Trevor Willis's car as he comes to the line and does a 37.79, so quite a good time there for Trevor. Away goes Will Hall, and he is under the bridge at 110 miles an hour. I think that's the quickest speed we've seen so far this morning on the bridge. And Will really pushing on into Pardon. Alex Summers, the championship leader, is sitting on the line in the DJ Firestorm. And this looks like it could be a good time. Yeah, 36.28 for Will Hall. Away, Alex Summers is like being fired out of a gun. That but not quite as quick as Will Hall under the bridge. 104 miles an hour compared to Will Hall's 110. So he's already around the Torres on up to Pardon. To the S's. Well, as Alex comes towards the end of his run, his championship rival is coming up to the start line. Alex does a 36.41. So just marginally quicker than Will Hall's time ahead of him. But it's Matthew Ryder in the Gould GR59 who sits on the line. Now this is one of the 4 litre Goulds. Car number 3. Away he goes. Under the bridge at 101 miles an hour in fact, Matthew. Torres. Right to Pardon. Just sliding it out of Pardon there. Pretty cleanly through the S's. Around semicircle. Up to the line on a 35.96. which I think is the quickest time we've seen this morning so far. As we are still in practice runs, of course, doesn't count towards anything at the current time. Wallace Menzies gets away in the Gould GR59M. He's under the bridge at 102 miles an hour. To Torres. To the Essex goes the Gould. Up to semicircle, sorry. And underline at 36.32 then for Wallace. Andy Tippett is on the hill, coming up towards the Torres now in one of my favourite looking cars of the weekend. Is the classic Brabham BT30X with a 3.5 litre engine. Around Pardon. Now the Brabham about to get over the line. This is the 1600cc Brabham BT21 and Martin Jones. Ooh, a bit of a slide there for Andy as he goes into semicircle. He manages to catch it and does a 45.41, which is his quickest practice time of the weekend, I think. Martin Jones on the hill coming up towards the S's in the other Brabham, the BT21. John Mackenzie sits on the start line in the Mark 1 Ford Cortina, car number 82. Martin Jones coming towards the end of his run now. In that Brabham does a 46.54. John Mackenzie gets the Cortina off the line. Those cars in the Cars and Racing Cars manufactured up to 1971 class, the Class M. And we've now got on the line car 165, Peter Herbert, in the Porsche 911, running in Class P for cars from 72 to 1990 inclusive. Peter is away. John Mackenzie continues his run. Switching championships in a moment to the Bugatti Owners Club New Barn RS Interclub Speed Championship. Cleanly around Torres. John Mackenzie does a 56.61. Peter goes out of Pardon. To semicircle and goes the Porsche 911 onto the line to set a time of 50.26 on the hill. The first of the New Barn Championship contenders is Mike Tower in the Mini Cooper. Tom Mogirossi gets underway in the Porsche Boxster S as Mike Tower comes through the S's. The Mini goes around semicircle Mike Towers' time of 56.08 as Tom Margherossi exits Ettores, goes on up to Pardon in the Boxster S. Jonathan Elwood sits on the start line in the Honda Civic Type R. We're currently in the expert class of the New Barn Championship. So taking the Porsche through the S's. Jonathan Elwood rounding Ettores in the Honda Civic. Steve Perry sits on the start line in his Mazda MX-5, and Tom Margherossi does a time of 54 seconds dead. Steve Perry is away. Jonathan Elwood meanwhile pushing on in the Honda Civic Type R, and Rob Guttridge sits on the start line in the Renault Twingo. Steve Perry rounds Ettores in the Mazda. Jonathan Elwood coming towards the end of his run. And he does a 57.14. As Rob Guttridge gets underway, Steve Perry continuing on up the hill in the MX-5. Guttridge rounding Ettores in the Twingo. Steve Perry's time 58.57 seconds as Rob Guttridge goes into Pardon, and Tim Stokes sits on the line in car 175, the Suzuki Swift Sport. Away then goes Tim as Rob Guttridge makes his way up to the S's. And another Mazda MX-5 coming up to the line, and that's car 177. As Tim Stokes tunes into Ettores. Rob Guttridge coming towards the end of his run in the Twingo does a 65.23. Mazda on the start line is that of Richard Morris. Tim Stokes then continuing on up the hill in the Suzuki Swift. Into the S's then. Goes the little Japanese car. And Tim Stokes' time 57.25 as Richard Morris takes the MX-5 around Ettores. And a beautiful rumble in front of me on the start line is the Morgan Plus 8 of Patrick Hadley that waits for his start. Patrick with a 3.9 litre V8 engine then in that Morgan. Time for Richard Morris in the MX-5 is 59.63 seconds as Patrick Hadley already out of Ettores on up towards Pardon. Steve Hodgkins sits on the line in his Audi TT car 182. Steve, the first car in the novice class, in fact. All the cars up to now in this championship that we've seen have been the experts. Patrick Hadley in the Morgan Plus 8 sets a time of 55.23. Steve Hodgkins into Pardon, car 182, the Audi TT. On the line 184 is Mike Dockery in the Subaru STI. Through the S's then for the Audi. Mike Dockery on his way up the hill in the STI. As Steve Hodgkins rounds semicircle, Mike Dockery comes up towards Ettores. Steve Hodgkins sets a time in the Audi TT 57.44 seconds. Dockery around Parton. George Perks leaves the line in his Renault Clio 182 Cup car 185. Dockery then sets a 55.12 in the Subaru. George Perks, 185, that Renault Clio continuing on up the hill. Christopher Heritage in the Dax Rush sits on the line, car 186. Just a handful of cars still to come then in this final practice session, and then we'll be moving on to the timed runs. George Perks 55.26 seconds then in the Renault Clio, and we have a red flag, unfortunately, because I think one of the markers the cones has been knocked out somewhere. You can see it on the inside of the corner then, just being knocked down by the Clio, and the marshals will replace that before we resume the runs. It's going to be a rerun for the Morgan. The Morgan, not the Morgan of course, but the Dax Rush. Good morning from Pardon, says Ray Cousins. Good morning to you. Oh, Roy Cousins, sorry Roy, good morning Roy. Marshall's just working to replace that marker post. Gives me an opportunity to say what I say every time we have a meeting, which is a big thank you to all the marshals, the men and women in their orange overalls who put so much time and effort into ensuring that these events can run safely. They do it for the love of the sport. Without them we would have no motorsport of any description. So a big thank you to each and every marshal here at Prescott today and other meetings throughout the year. So if you're watching online, you can see just where Prescott is, just outside Cheltenham, the beautiful city of Cheltenham in Gloucestershire, one of the nicest parts of Britain. Hill record held by Wallace Menzies, who is here today, of course, competing, but he set the record in September 2021 in the Gould GR59, which he continues to compete in. The length of the hill, 1.03 kilometres. Well, as we come to this, we have this brief break, it's probably a good opportunity for me to hand over to my colleague Chris Druitt, who will guide you through the next part of the day's action.
On the newer ones,
It's like the sticky
Hello again. So here we are with the last few cars doing their practice runs. Everyone's had one practice run this morning. We've got Chris Heritage in the S's. We've got Mike Brakes in the little Ford Fiesta ST150. What a shame they've stopped making and selling the Fiesta. I can't help thinking it's a bit of a mistake. So Chris in the S's. In the Dax Rush. Dax made all sorts of kit cars, front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, four-wheel drive, but the majority of them were clones, if you like, of the Westfield or the KTM 7. Chris did a 56.67 and off the line Aaron Bland in this very nice Abarth 124, which is the hot version of the little Abarth Fiat sports car that was introduced 4 or 5 years ago. Sadly, it was taken off the market, I think, last year. It should have sold like hotcakes, but for some reason it didn't. But the Abarth version with its black bonnet and much more power is, in most people's opinion, the one to have. On the line, Ed Burgess in the lovely Type 51, which dropped a bolt out of its gearbox yesterday afternoon, and it's been an all-nighter to get it running today. It holds the Bugatti record here in something just over 51 seconds. Ed is an extremely determined driver. Type 51 is the twin cam version of the Type 35, so it produces 30 or so more horsepower than the 35, but of course it's got extra weight and a big supercharger, so the advantage isn't as great, I think, as Mr. Bugatti hoped. Time for Aaron Bland in the Fiat 54.4. Ed Burgess, let's see what his final time is. His practice, so he won't be worrying about the record. 52.80. Record, I think, was 51 something. And it had stood for, I think, 17 years before Ed had another go at it. I believe that's the end of practice, so our next runners will be doing their first competitive run, of which they will probably get 2 officially, and it may be, if we finish fairly early, that people are allowed a 3rd run. But it won't, it may be time, but it won't count for the championship. Andrew in the Mini Cooper, and it's not Andrew driving it, but our course car.
yeah, so just beams.
So Ed did a 52.8. Next up should be, let's have a look at the program. If we run to the program, it should be Ethan Brayshaw in a Mini Cooper S, followed by David Garnett in an early Fiat Abarth 595, and then the amazing Mitsu Metro 6R4 replica that looks for all the world like an X-Works 6R4 rally car, but it's I think it's a Metro body shell that's rescued from a district nurse or a granny, and Peter Knights has modified it greatly. Looks exactly like the 6R4, and the guts inside, the things that make it go, stop and steer and everything, are all Mitsubishi. 3-litre V6 or V8 engine, goes like stink, and Peter is trying to sell it. So if you want a really exciting hill climb car, talk nicely to Peter. I'm sure he'll do you a fantastic deal. So that will be Bugatti Owners Club Handicap Saloon Car section. Then we get the Bugatti Owners Club Handicap Sports, which sports only one Audi Quattro Sport in the hands of Michael Wright. And then road cars, series production cars up to 2 litres, two-wheel drive, lots of Elises, Mazdas, Honda Civics, Renault Clios, and then finally, well, penultimately, the semis, the series production cars over 2 litres, but two-wheel drive, almost a Porsche monopoly, and these modified Porsches with their 4-litre engines are incredibly quick. Incidentally, if you've just joined us on the live stream, welcome, particularly welcome if you're joining us from foreign parts, as we say. We've had lots of lovely messages yesterday from all over. Nelson Gonçalves, good morning from Portugal. Good morning, Nelson. Are you descended from a certain admiral? No. Good morning from Brisbane. Hi, Mark. Is it your getting up time? Yeah, it's probably supper time or something. Kululeko Nomandia, hello and good morning from South Africa. Kuleko, it's not easy to pronounce your name without a bit of practice, but I hope you have a great day, and I hope you're getting good pictures from South Africa. Evening all, 6:30 here in Bathurst, Australia. Michael Burke on board a cart. Hope you're enjoying it. It's going to be a brilliant day. The weather's lovely. The track is in perfect condition. The record stands at 34.46, I think. Grüße aus Deutschland. 1980 was the last time I visited Prescott. Joy Rainey in her old Alpha, tire smoking through the S's, is the most abiding memory. Carl Kenny, yes, Joy was something special, as was her dad, and took no notice of her small stature. She had great courage. Dave Garnett takes his Fiat Abarth 595 off the line, and to the line comes the 6R4 I've been talking about. Probably don't make Peter an offer on the start line. Wait till he gets back to the paddock. And I hope you've brought a fistful of dollars. But it certainly would make a fantastic, fun hill climb car. David Garnett between Pardon and the S's. Peter Knights off the line in 2.23, which is a good start. And up to the line comes car number 23, which is John Barber in the Fiat Abarth 850 TC Nürburgring. Why it's called Nürburgring, I don't know, but it's a classic Fiat Abarth with the boot lid open. And we always argue about whether that's for aerodynamic purposes or engine cooling, probably a bit of both. Here comes the Metro, reminding us of the likes of Tony Pond, although for British Leyland it wasn't 100% successful, but some really good drivers had to go. 49.4 is pretty good. John Barber whistles round Ed Torres, and on the line we've got Doris. You'll see Doris in just a second or two. And for those of you who don't know, Doris is a Daimler Conquest. You don't see many of those on a rainy day. Peter Baker has a lot of fun with Doris, including competing in the Monte Carlo Rally, I think 3 times. Racing starts, it's got a pre-selected gearbox, and racing starts don't do the gearbox any good at all. He took it to the Santa Pod drag strip a couple of weeks ago, and I think the poor old gearbox really suffered. It's epicyclic and it has drive bands, and in normal circumstances in a race car you have to change the drive bands every year, or if you're lucky every 2 years, but Doris should last 5 or 6 years, but not the way Peter's treating the poor old thing. Dave Garnett 55.43, John Barber in the old Fiat 61.83, Peter Knights in the 6R4 has got into the 40s with a 49.56. Off the line goes David Wilson in a much modified Lotus Elise. I think it's a tragedy that the Lotus Elise is no longer in production, and Lotus are building these 2-ton SUVs and things in China. And they haven't been greatly approved of in the road tests. Great big heavy things, battery powered, not exactly Lotus-like, but they are making the Emira in Norfolk, so that's still in production. The Evija, the battery one, had an awful accident at Goodwood just after the start of the Festival of Speed. It turned itself sharp right, due, I guess, everybody guesses, to a transmission failure. Here's John Maycock, who's usually very quick indeed in this Mazda Roadster with its very lightweight carbon fiber hard top. Blowing out a bit of smoke. Now, is that wheel spin from the rear wheels, or is it a smoky engine? I think it's wheel spin. 29 is Bruce Aitken in a Saxo VTS. Great car to start hill climbing. I don't know how near to starting Bruce is. He's probably been doing it for 40 years, but anyway, the Citroen Saxo VTS is an excellent way, rather like the Clio 172. John Maycock 50.29 and David Wilson 48.25, and we've got car number 30, which is Andrew Feekins in the Clio 172 Cup. They got progressively bigger numbers and more powerful. I think they ended up with a 195. Renault doing really well in the hybrid stakes and getting good reports both for pure electric and hybrid. On the line, this interesting car. You don't see many of these hill climbing. This is the Rover, and it's the Rover ZR, or the MG ZR. No longer made, of course, because Rover don't hardly exist, but they are available. Not many of them, but if you find a good one, they are just about cheap as chips. Andrew Feekins 52.36. On the line, the doyen of the Weaver family. This is Lizzie in the family Citroen Saxo that I think all the boys, i.e. Tom, started their hill climb career, and Lizzie certainly has got the family genes. She rattles off the line in a very respectable 2.83. Car number 36 is the Honda Civic R And again, rather like the red one we will see later on, find a good one that hasn't been hammered or driven through the fence backwards, and you've got a really good quality, reliable and rapid car. Lizzie navigates the S's skillfully, takes a good line through the S's, comes out of Tom Rote corner. In a second or two I'll tell you who Tom Rote was, but she's quick around semicircle, and it's a good time, 56.28 for Lizzie. 37 on the line is a rapid driver, Jonathan Langmead, in this very elegant silver and white Elise Mark 1. 135R means it's K-Series engine, produces 135 horses. Over the line goes Daniel Friel in the Honda 5212. Jonathan heads for Pardon, and he's joined on the line by Stuart Hook, Mazda MX-5, the world's best-selling sports car. And if you're listening from Japan, congratulations, it's been a huge success, but a credit also to Colin Chapman, because the inspiration of the MX-5 was probably the Lotus Elan, although the MX-5 was probably better built. Stuart Hook rounds Pardon. Samantha Lester is busy advertising around motorhomes from her Peugeot 106 GTI. Here comes Stuart, and on the line another nice Mark 1 Elise in the hands of Robert Wilson. Lotus made a bit of a mistake when they introduced the Elise to start with. They thought everyone would sell it as a weekend track day toy. Then they found, to their, I won't say horror, but to their surprise, that lots of people were just using them as everyday cars, and they suffered, the bodywork suffered in consequence, which is why fairly promptly Lotus had to introduce the Mark II with a stronger body. For most of us, not as pretty, but more practical. Samantha Lester's finished with a 51.33. Robert Wilson attacks the Pardon hairpin in good style. This will be a pretty quick run, I think. Here on the line is the MX-5. We saw John Maycock in, and he did a 50-second run. Robert Wilson heads towards the finish. It'll be under 50 seconds by a good margin, 47.85. That's a really good run. It's a father-son combo. David did a 48.25, so at the moment he's doing the washing up. Robin Holden, Mazda Roadster, off the line in 2.63, and it brings us to our Porsche Cavalcade. Kicking off with car number 42, Simon Tarling, in a very rapid 996 GT3, which was, it's quite elderly now, from 2003. Doesn't slow it down, because the GT3 was the fastest road legal version of the 996, i.e. the 911. And 43 is Robert Lancaster Gay, who used to hillclimb a GT3 very successfully, then swapped it for this Cayman, which has got a lot of power. Nearly 500 horsepower, loved it. He didn't struggle, but it took him a bit of a time to get used to it and match the times of the GT3, but he's really got the hang of it now. Keep an eye on Simon Tarling into the S's and round semicircle. He'll be, I think, within the 50 mark. No, not quite. 50.48. Robert Lancaster Gay should be in the low 40s, I think. Interesting how the brake lights flash when you apply the brakes hard enough. Robert drove, a meeting earlier in the year, drove up from London the morning of the meeting, or near London, and averaged 40 mpg, which is amazing for a car with this potential. Here's the M3 of Stephen Atkins, and we were arguing whether this has a V8 or a straight 6 turbocharged. I must find him and ask him, but I guess it's a V8. It's a lovely sounding engine. Up to the line comes Richard York. Cayman 718 GT4. Now, is that the 6-cylinder or the 4-cylinder? Whatever, it's got masses of power. Masses of power. Six, definitely. And rockets off the line with a 2.28. And he's replaced on the line by car number 46. And car number 46 is Duncan Andrews, long-time hill climber. But new for him, relatively new for him, is this Porsche Cayman. Again, slightly middle-aged, 04 reg, but much, much modified and very quick. Let's keep an eye on Richard York in the S's. Duncan rockets off the line, 2.55. And Richard records a 49.54. He'll be relatively pleased with that. He's in the 40s. Duncan, I think, will be a bit quicker. On the line, the first of our two Toyota GR Yaris's, which are indecently quick and were indecently popular when they first came out a couple of years ago. Immediately a long waiting list formed for them, to the degree they were so popular, to the degree that the Mark II version that was recently introduced is more expensive, I think, by 12 grand than its predecessor. That was Duncan Andrews recording a 47.22. Can James in the Toyota match that in his little, effectively, works rally car? And he's followed by Alan Mansfield in a similar car but red. I think you have to pay quite a lot extra not to have your Yaris in white. Let's keep an eye on James. Round semicircle at 42. No, he'll be over 50 seconds. Let's see what Alan Mansfield can do. But they're both getting beaten, or they were getting beaten yesterday by this VW Golf R for Rorty and very quick. Much, much modified. Look at the huge exhaust pipes. But it's quite surprising. Alan Mansfield, well, James Stocks did a 51.7, similar to Stephen Atkins, car number 44, which was the BMW M3. So the little Yaris can trade punches with a BMW M3. Here's a big car for hill climbing, the Porsche Cayenne. On the line, Peter Richings in the R. Did he rocket off the line? 2.23, yes, he certainly did. If you have one of these in London, make sure you lock it and put a lock on the steering, because so many of them get pinched. It's just awful. 49.9 for the Golf R. Porsche Cayenne. There is an electric version of this, which I'm afraid suffers appalling depreciation. Half what you paid in 2 years. It's really scary. Now then, on the line, 5.3, Joy Hoyle. Long-time competitor, used to compete in her own Caterham, which you'll remember if you were here at the time, was bright pink with blue wings. Joy, extremely experienced and very quick driver. Ross McDonald. Well, it's a big car to thread up Prescott. He won't be caught by Joy, but she's getting a good move on. She's sharing, of course. .34.42 into the S's for Joy. Heads for the finish. She might just creep under the... Yeah, 48.09. Well done, Joy. Good run. Here's Paul Evans in the purple one, except it's a Westfield. And on the line, car number 55, which brings us into the road car version of the Bugatti Handicap. And it's Richard Price in the Caterham 7. Paul Evans rounding the semicircle and records a 51.45. Pretty Caterham in pretty green. I'm not sure if it's a wrap or a paint job, but it's very attractive anyway. That's William Hickey. Here comes Richard Price. He's quick to be into the S's in the 20s. Well, to be out of them in the 34s. Does that mean he'll get under 50 seconds? Yes, I think it probably does. Let's have a look. Yeah, very much so. 46.9 for Richard. Here comes Malcolm Hickey in this immaculate Caterham 7, picking up a bit of grass on the way round Ettores. The trick at Ettores, he locks a brake on the way into Pardon. The trick at Ettores is to take a very late apex, not to turn in too early, otherwise you have to lift off and it costs you quite a bit. So here's William. We've got a time for Richard Price of 46.9. Malcolm Hickey is about to finish with a 48.44, and we are watching Rob Lloyd rounding Pardon. Highly experienced hill climber Jerry Neary in the 2-litre Westfield, going okay. Up to the line comes car number 59. Steve Garner, another highly experienced hill climber. And Steve Garner's in a Westfield with a just over 2-litre engine, which could well be Opel. Exhaust pipes come out of the left-hand side, as they do for both Vauxhall and Opel. I must ask him if that's right. Jerry Neary in the S's. He might not get under the 50 mark. No, he doesn't. Good run anyway, 52.71. Now, bright orange Westfield advertising the car's make by the badge at the back. That's car number 60. That's Tim Higgins. 2-litre Westfield again. Vauxhall. It's a really good engine, that 2-litre Vauxhall engine. Steve Garner heads for the finish with a really good time of 46.1. Excellent. Tim Higgins rounds Ettores, takes a fairly early apex, and it does cost you a tenth or so. And on the line, the Fisher Fury of Rob Brody, very rare car, made up from a kit. Quite hard work to complete it, and particularly to make it as nice as this one. Sounds like a bike engine in the Fisher Fury. Car number 62. Well, it certainly is. It's an 893cc. I'm not sure what engine that is, but definitely bike. Very attractive car, and it's quick. Tim Higgins has finished with a 51.01. Rob Brody well on his way. in car number 62, which is the Fisher Fury. Car number 63 is interesting, the MS Mutaya. The Mutaya is a body shell that you buy all wired up and ready to go, but you then have to find a Subaru engine, gearbox, transmission, brakes, and all the bits that go underneath. And when you finish it, you've got a very rapid and attractive Subaru sports car. I've only seen this one. I don't know how well they're selling. I think it's quite a lot of hard work to complete one. But this is John Pick, highly experienced. I'm not sure if Harry Pick is a relative, but I guess so. Into the semicircle at 45. Yeah, he'll be under 50 seconds. He'll be pleased with that. As will Andrew Russell, who probably has climbed this hill a couple of hundred times in the Ginetta. Always beautifully prepared, always immaculately driven, with its Hillman imp engine behind in the boot. Nice lightweight engine. And I was watching a video on Friday of Prescott in 1991, and blow me down, on the screen came Andrew in this car, looking exactly the same. And I think he told me he'd already had it by 10 years, for 10 years by that time. I think he bought it in 1981 or so. So it's a veteran and probably knows its own way up. I should think Andrew closes his eyes and lets the thing find its own way up the hill. Here's a rare car for hill climbers, Fiat X19. The great majority of them sadly succumbed to the dreaded tin worm and rusted away as a result of Fiat doing a deal with Russia when Russia wanted to build the Fiat 124 at a big factory called Togliatti, and so Fiat gave them the rights to do that, but in exchange they had to take Russian steel, which was made out of old rusty nails, and rusted away in no time at all, and led almost to the demise of Fiat. Certainly led to the end of Lancia in this country. Lancia Beat has got notorious for rusting. I had one, and the engine mountings failed, and the engine fell out. So not many got bought, and pretty much Lancia disappeared from the market. You can buy a Lancia still. It's called the Delta, but it's called a Chrysler and marketed by Chrysler. Hillman Imp, and this is a very, very quick one. Eric Morey, Hillman Imp, sadly a bit of a commercial disaster thanks to the government, who insisted that the component parts get made in Coventry and they got shipped by rail up to a new factory up in Midlothian in Scotland. And so you had bodywork, body panels, engines, gearboxes, the whole shebang going up by train, costing ages in time and billions in money. And so the poor old Imp, A, was badly made up in Scotland, and B, was didn't make a profit because it cost so much to put it all together. I was struggling to remember Raymond Law, who of course shares this car with Joy Hoyle, we saw recently. Simon Price, Westfield, 2.56, that's a good launch off the line. Ray into the S's at 40.29, just creep under the, well, it's more than a creep actually, 47.54. Another pretty Elise on the line, car number 70, Simon O'Sullivan, it's Mark 1. Now you've got to hang on to your hats, because up to the line comes 600 or so horsepower of Evo 6. not Evo sticks. Massive power driven by Stephen Moore. Competition for Damien Bradley, who broke the closed car record last weekend up Shelsley in his Subaru. Four-wheel drive rockets him off the line, 2.19. Simon O'Sullivan getting towards the finish. Stephen Moore takes a pretty good line around Torres. Time for Simon O'Sullivan, 48.23. That's a good time. Stephen will probably be in the 46s, I'm not sure. On the line, TVR Griffith of Steve Mogg. Lovely car, the Griffith. I think it's one of the prettiest of the TVRs from the Peter Wheeler era. I had one, and a very early one. It was good fun. It tended to hop and bounce around bumpy corners, which concentrated the mind a bit. But this one's a much modified engine. Capacity is something like 5 litres, yes, 4.997. Followed by Nigel Elliott's Triumph TR7 V8. Only 4.6 litres, but masses of power with his turbocharger. Looks for all the world like an ex-Works TR7 V8 rally car of the type rallied with success by Tony Pond and the like, the Works drivers from British Leyland. Steve Moggs finished with a 48.22. Stephen Moore, 44.84. And Simon O'Sullivan, 48.23. Look at this Porsche on the line. An interesting colour combo. Originally yellow, but they've added this green wrap, which I think works really well. This is Paul Howells in his 911 RSR. The RSR, very rapid, makes a lovely noise, great big wig at the back. And Paul is extremely quick. Let's see what his time is when he gets to the S's in the 30s, into the S's 32, out at 35 or so. He will get under 50 seconds, 45.91. Here's Phil Fisher. Westfield SE, car number 780, so it's shared. Phil's sharing it with Ben Fisher. Not sure of the relationship. I have a feeling it's dad and son, but this is Phil, 2-litre engine. And he's followed by Graham Manton, car number 781, also shared in the 2-litre Westfield FW. And another very hot Works rally car on the line is the Skoda. We got 2 of these. Second one driven by ex-champion Roger Moran. This one is car number 83. Einon Price, both equally experienced and rapid. Einon, hugely successful in single-seaters, now in the Fabia. And I have a funny feeling that Einon was quicker than Roger yesterday. Can Roger get his revenge today? We have a rally cross or rally. Oops. Einon rather overcooked it at Orchard. We might get a replay of that. No harm done, but fairly dramatic. 21.35. It will have cost him maybe half a second. Roger on his way. 2.06. It's about as quick as you can get a car like that off the line. Ainon is... Where is he? Just around semicircle, heads for the finish, 45.9. I don't think he'll be very happy with that. What can Roger do in revenge? And on the line, the first of our radicals, John McQuillan. Roger is nearly there, 43.05. Yep, got his revenge. John McQuillan in the Radical. They've been so successful, Radicals. Built hundreds of cars for pure race series. There are road-going versions, which would be fun to drive on the road. A bit windy probably, but good fun. And John takes the perfect line through the S's. David Bickley with another one. SR1, early one on the line. Takes off in 2.54. John over the line, 47.66. And up to the line comes a famous car. The Ford SR4, Force SR4 in the hands of Alan MacDonald. Got a number of class records in previous hands, and I think is only one of 2 Force cars built as 2-seaters. John McQuillan in the Radical, 47.66. Alan MacDonald takes off in the Force. David Bickley's finished with a 47.02. So that's the quickest of our Radicals so far. Let's see what Alan can do. He's really getting the hang of this SR4. I think he took a little while to get used to it because it's got plenty of go. .1300cc bike engine, of course. Alan MacDonald has finished with a 42.76. That's a good time. And another Radical on the line. This car number 92, Matthew Price, Radical SR3. I'm the race series for Radicals in India, all over the place in the Far East, in America. Don't ask me how many they've sold altogether, but it's a lot. So Stephen King rounds semicircle and is under the 50 seconds, 48.69. Matthew Price on his way. Speed 84 out of the bridge. Now here's an interesting car. If you go to a European hill climb in France, Germany, Italy or wherever, you'll find it dominated by the Norma brand. And when our team went over for the Masters Championship in their current top 10 cars, they couldn't get near the Normas because it was a public road, which of course had a camber down on either side, and the suspension on the single-seater Goulds and things tended to make it try to dive off the road to the left or the right, which was, I'm told, was pretty scary, whereas the Norma has huge amounts of downforce and sticks like glue. It's got a 3-litre Honda engine, produces plenty of power, and I think this is the only Norma in this country. Duncan Barnes, low 40s, 41.95, good time. Now, when the French are in a grumpy mood, they tend to say, you Brits, your hill climbs are so boring because they're so short. Well, the answer to that is that A European hill climb is much longer. It's 10 kilometers up a mountain. But if you're a spectator, you just see maybe 100 meters of the cars as they flash past you and then disappear around a corner. And that's all you see. Whereas Chelsea, Prescott, Lowton Park, all the British hill climbs, you can pretty much see the complete hill from bottom to top. And that, I think, is why the live stream from Chelsea and Prescott is so popular in Europe, because you get a fantastic video of the whole run of the cars. We've got some times. Duncan Barnes, 41.95. Graham Lokes in the loaner with the Porsche engine, 45.61. Ben Fisher, 46 seconds, still climbing. Rebecca Manton on her way. Ben did a 48.34. Phil did a 48.35. Crikey, they're within a hundredth of a second of their big rival. Rebecca in the Westfield FW. She'd be happy to be under the 50-second mark, and indeed she is with a 49.53. Car number 89 is driven by Mike West, Radical Pro Sport, 2.45 off the line. Incidentally, if anybody doesn't know why we have a timing beam 64 feet from the start, by all means wave your program and I'll do my best to explain. No one's waving, everybody knows. That's good. Nice colour, car number 799. Jonathan Flesher, OMS 28. I asked Steve Owen how many 28s they'd sold, and he looked puzzled and said, I don't know. I've got a notebook back at home, I could tell you, but I haven't got it with me. So Jonathan takes off in 2.29. Mike West heads for the finish, 47.88, 47.88. Jonathan Flesher, an early apex at Torres doesn't do you any good. But it's an immaculate car and it's a very pretty colour. OMS 28, car number 799. 1 litre bike engine. Here comes Stuart Bickley, the 4th TA. We are in Class I racing cars from 600cc up to 1100. We don't have any 600s anymore. They've gone circuit racing, and very successfully. Formula Forward is proving to be quite a training ground for future Formula 3 pilots. Stuart Bickley, 38.16. 101 is Rob Clark. Stepped off the line very smartly with 0 wheel spin. The 1100 class is really big today. I think more than 20 cars. It's a very popular class. We used to have a 600 class and quite a few little 600s, but they gradually withered away and they were chucked in with the 1100s, which of course they didn't enjoy very much. With you is James Moore, Empire 00. Empire make beautiful cars. The Empire Wraith is such a triumph of aerodynamics. Up to the line, 103 is Richard Matosian in the GWR Raptor 2. built up in Scotland by Graham White Jr., ex-Hillclimb champion. I don't know how many Raptors and Predators he makes. Perhaps makes one a year. And Richard is very much getting the hang of this one. James Moore, 40.19. Is he still running? No. 40.19 is a good time. Not far away from the 30s. What can Richard do? We shall see. This car driven with great success by Rob Kendrick. Got up Shelsley in the 25s, which is incredibly quick for a little 1 litre car. It's got a BMW engine. Here's Gavin McLaren, OMS 2000M, and followed to the line by 107. Nigel Pitt, highly experienced, OMS 3000, 1 litre engine. Could be a Honda. Let's keep an eye on Gavin McLaren. He'll be well under the 50-second mark. 43.04. Nigel Pitt off the line in exactly 2 seconds. That's good. That's a really good start. I keep forgetting to tell you that we've got a speed trap just after the bridge, and we're getting some high speeds. Richard Matossian, 97 through that speed trap. Well, the big boys, 1 or 2 are doing more than that, and then having to put the brakes on very late and very hard. But Richard, 97, is extremely good. Nigel Pitt into the S's. Richard Walker has taken off in his OMS 2000M. And Gary Warren brings car number 109. That's the Empire Evo. Empire cars have very advanced aerodynamics, particularly the Wraith. You'll see a Wraith or 2 ghosting up to the start line. Have a good look, because they're very clever aerodynamically. They produce significant downforce at only 40 miles an hour. Here's Richard Walker finishing, or getting near the finish in his OMS. Gary Warren navigates around Torres. Up to the line comes car number 110, Dave Tatham, DJ Firehawk. DJ is another small manufacturer of Hillclimb cars. They of course make other things for other. Gary has come to a halt without harm and damage, I think, on the way into the S's. So Dave Tatham is held on the line, switches the engine off sensibly, and it's going to need a bit of muscle to move Gary Warren's car. I guess mechanical failure. Maybe something has seized. Is it movable? Or has the transmission seized? That's sickening when that happens. You may be wondering where the commentary box is nowadays at Prescott. Well, it's directly opposite the start line in a little cubbyhole that we call the shower cubicle, because that's about its size. It's not equipped, sadly, with a shower, but There it is, that window you can see in the brown hut. That's the commentary box, and it's a great place to commentate from. The previous one was high up on the hill overlooking Orchard and Ettores, but it was a pretty mucky place. It was full of vicious insects, and it leaked like a sieve when it rained. And those of us of a certain age found it quite a struggle to get up there. So we don't use the top box hardly at all nowadays. My sister-in-law is visiting Prescott, I think for the second time, with her daughter and son-in-law, who haven't, I don't think, been here before. So Penny, I hope you made it in good time and have caught up with your big sister. We occasionally get commentary sheets from enthusiastic competitors. We got one this weekend. That's from Malcolm Hickey, who comes from Ruthin in North Wales. His car is a Caterham Road Sport with a K-Series Rover engine of 1800cc, producing something like 220 horsepower, so it's quick. He's owned it for 20 years. His recent successes have been staying on track, which is good. He's a retired doctor. So thanks for that, Malcolm. It's good to have the information, and it's good to have Nigel Pitt back on the line. Who have we got on the line? It should be, I think, Nigel Pitt, 110. No, it's not. It's Dave Tathan in the DJ Firehawk. I guess he got flagged. He's going to be followed by Emma Rayson in the Empire. Emma, lots of revs, but a good start, 2.18. David has finished with a very quick, wow, a 38.08. That is brilliant. Slightly quicker than Stuart Bickley, who did a 38.16, and Richard Matosian, who did a 39.89, but 38.08. I'm not sure what the record is in this class. Unusually, our program doesn't seem to give records. So Tom Weaver, who is going quicker and quicker. This is the new car. I think Tom started in Formula Ford when he started hill climbing, rapidly moved on to the 1100 class, and then he was quite happy with his car, determined not to sell it, but then suddenly this one came on the market, and it's one that he'd been looking at for a long time and couldn't believe that suddenly he was told that it was available. So he and Richard zoomed down double. snapped it up, and my goodness, it's a success, 38.25. And Tom is one of our gaggle of very rapid young drivers. Alex Coles, various others, and our champion, Alex Summers. Well, he was much younger when he started, but he's developed into a championship winning car, and also test driver for the amazing McMurtry, the electric car that sucks itself down to the road. He's off to California in the coming week to demonstrate it. Tim Thompson, lovely to see Tim back on the hill climbs. 41.46, hasn't lost any of his skill. If you look on YouTube, you can see a video of the McMurtry breaking the Castle Combe lap record by a huge margin, and another one of it going the wrong way up Laguna Seca, up the what do they call it? The snake, or the one that in racing you come twisting down. Well, every year they have a hill climb that goes the other way around, and of course the McMurtry entered that and won by a mile. Rebecca Crocombe 51.86, Kirsten Dodd at Ed Torres. Jimmy Harris on the line, 117. Van Diemen, RF85, Formula Ford. Van Diemen, you would think, had a monopoly of Formula Ford, but of course they didn't. But they did really well. And then went on to dominate Formula 3 until Dallara came along, offering their cars at ridiculous prices to teams, and that really knocked Van Diemen and Co. out of the market. Rare car on the line, 119, Les Buck in the Pringle Mistral, made by Mr. Pringle and Mr. Gethin, I think. Made, I think, 14 of these for Formula Ford. Most of them went to the driving schools, but Les has had this one for a long time, always keeps it immaculate. Let's see what he can do. Meanwhile, Jimmy heads for the finish, and it'll be under 50 seconds, well under, 46.45. Here comes Les, and on the line Carol Nichols, whose dad built a lot of racing cars down in Devon. Ken, the Nike car, and also Ken used to straighten up and re-weld bent space frames of Brabhams and Lotuses. And I'm not sure how many are left, but I believe this is the only one active in this country. 49.16. Les will be pleased to be in the 40s. Carol bought this car. Her dad suddenly died. He was working, welding space frames, and suddenly died. Well, that's the way to go. And to celebrate his life, Carol found a Nike for sale, bought it, and competes in it all over the place in celebration to her dad. Paul Jones, Force TA, nicely round. Nicely round Orchard, then took a double bite at Ettores, which will have cost a tenth or so. But going okay now. On the line, Richard Spedding, who is really quick, son of Hayden, who's entered in the E-Type, but I haven't seen any sight of him. I was admiring the colour job on the front of this car. I said I couldn't believe someone did that with a paintbrush. He said, no, it's a wrap, but it's a very, very clever one. Richard Spedding. Well, it's actually being driven at the moment by Nick Saunders. So Richard has been generous enough to offer Nick a shared drive. Following up to the line, Alan Warburton in the Gould GR59, 59, I beg his pardon. Warburton, father and son, are being very successful with this car. I think David is 8th in the championship at the moment. It's a really interesting version of the 59 because it's got a Hayabusa engine, but it's 4.5 rather than across the chassis with a chain, and so the transmission from the 4.5 engine to the differential is a whole lot of very complicated geometry, but it works, and it works really well. Let's keep an eye on Alan. These cars weigh about 400 kilos, and this one produces about 450 or nearly 500 bhp. It's 1,000 per ton. We've got a red flag. I hope it doesn't mean someone's gone off, but I think it's okay. Maybe something's been dropped on the track. I think we've stopped play on behalf of a squirrel with a death wish. At Shelsley it's pheasants. At Prescott, which is much more upmarket, it's squirrels. On the line, Liam Cooper, sharing with Olivia, daughter of the much missed Richard Brown, who won the championship, got the record, held the record at Shelsley for a long time with a brilliant drive in a pill beam. I'm handing over for an hour to Chris Ponsford, and I think I've got an ex-Hillclimb champion to interview up in the gazebo near the clubhouse. So if you want to be a witness to a really interesting interview, that's the place to go. Talk to you later. Chris Ponsford, and thank you very much to Chris Stewart for an excellent hour. He's gone off to do some interviewing, and we are in time runs at the moment,
These cars could potentially qualify for our runoff, which follows just before lunchtime. So we got a slight hiccup on the track here. Now the stewards are just going to deal with something here. Anyway, so I'm just looking through some of the times. We're in the racing cars over 1100cc up to 1600cc, and currently leading the class is Nick Saunders, and he was driving the Raptor that young Spedding is also driving, Richard Spedding. Mark Slank has just had a fail, and there'll be a slight delay while things get sorted out. So yeah, Mark has just had an incident up the hill. He's out of the car, he's absolutely fine. He's had an incident at the S's there, so he's just taken his helmet off. So he's absolutely fine, which is far more important. The car, well, that'll be dealt with, and they'll probably get the car back to the paddock, possibly on the low loader. So just to give you an idea, in this 1100 up to 1600cc class, the class record is actually held by Josh Goodyear in a GWR Raptor, and he did a time of 36:35. This is actually, this class, there's always sponsors in these classes, and I see this one is actually sponsored by Race Parts Midland, British Race Parts Midland, and Varley Red Top Batteries. So we've got John Stockley just waiting on the line here, so he'll probably have to take his helmet off in a minute, 'cause it could be a little while yet while they deal with the Slanker car. But as I say, Mark is out and about. He's absolutely fine, stood at the back of the car there. Obviously these are not practice runs, these are time runs, so they are really, really trying hard. So I'm just looking back through some of these times. Actually, we had in the Formula Fords, for example, I see we had Becky Crocombe did a 51.86, and then a 49.49 for Kirsten Dodd. Jimmy Harris did a 46.45, and Les Buck did a 49.16. Carol Nichols did a 54.81. So in that class so far, leading those times is Jimmy Harris, comfortably ahead, very rapid driver in the Formula Ford. I've just been chatting to John Ryder in the paddock, actually. John is the father of Matthew Ryder, who will be coming up later on in the Gould and has a very good chance of winning the runoff today. But then he'll have some competitions from Alex Summers and Wallace Menzies, Will Hall, Trevor Willis. So that's going to be very close. So as we go through these single-seaters, because these are all trying potentially to qualify for the runoff. So the fastest 12 cars that we see this morning, irrespective of whether there were saloon cars or not, the fastest 12 cars will qualify for the runoff. And when we get to the runoff, the fastest 10 cars will qualify for points. So cars 11 and 12 won't get any points. But just to get to the runoff is an amazing achievement. So it will go, obviously, the fastest car on the runoff will get the maximum points, and if they break a hill record, they will get an extra 2 points as well. So somebody like Matthew Ryder, who's didn't have a great start to the season, has had one or two, they've had accidents to deal with and various failures. Not many failures, but they've had a couple of accidents to deal with. They get 6 drop scores. They can drop 6 scores through the year. So if they've had a few bad ones earlier in the year, then obviously they'll be the ones that they'll be thinking about dropping. So they'll be up later on. We'll get Mark Slanker. They've got the Tonka toy, as we call it, up there at the moment. They'll get ready to lift that car. They may pull it all the way down the track, or they may put it on the low loader, or they might pull it off the track so it's not in the way. Depends how much damage has been done. And what they will try and do is that when they extract the car from the bales there, they look like a tyre wall there, which have got a rubber, so you've got tyres and then you've got a rubber cover on the front of the tyre, like a thick carpet. Depends how much damage is done, but they'll be as careful as they can not to put any more damage on when they actually extract the car. So here we got the British Championship runoff. At the moment, after drop scores, Matthew Ryder has 216 points, and Alex Summers has 214 points. Will Hall has, now let's get this right, so there's ones in yellow. So let's just say the yellow ones first. Yeah, the yellows. Thank you, Richard. Rich Stanby has just come by to put me right here. He's got these lovely graphics up here. So, yeah, so we're going to go on the yellow scores. If you're watching on the live screen, you'll see them anyway. But if you're not, so if you're in the crowd watching here today, so leading the way at the moment is Matthew Ryder after drop scores are possible. 128 points. Alex Summers has 126. Will Hall has 106. Trevor Willis has 94, Wallace Menzies has an 89, Dave Uren has 80, Sean Gould has 75, David Warburton is in 8th place with 52, Jack Cottrell is in 9th place with 37 points, but won't potentially be scoring this weekend because he's in another car, his own car's not ready. Paul Hames has 34 points, is in 10th place. Richard Spedding just is in 11th place with 18 points. Nick Saunders is 12th with 13 points. Alex Coles, our hotshot young driver from Plymouth, has 11 points. Stuart Bickley has 10 and Darren Gumbley has 7. Let me just qualify that by saying that where Darren Gumbley has 7 points and Stuart has 10. The reason they have less points is they're in much smaller engine capacity cars, and they are still competing against Matthew Ryder and Alex and Will and Trevor and Wallace in their big engine cars. So they are competing often in 1100cc cars against 3.3 Cosworth engine Goulds. So it doesn't denote let's say the driver's skill, but in the actual British Championship, that is how it's determined. It's determined by top 10 runoffs. You have to qualify to get into a runoff, the fastest 12 cars, and if you manage to get an 1100cc car into a runoff, that in itself is a massive achievement. So, but currently it's nip and tuck at the moment, and Matthew and Alex is all to play for till the end of the season. We've got 2 scores to count here today, potentially. We come back here in 3 weeks' time for another go, and we'll have another championship, 2 rounds then. They will also then travel up to Doon in Scotland, and then they will finish off by going to Loughton Park on the 28th, 29th of September. So here we are, 10th and 11th doors at, 17th and 18th at Prescott. So 4 rounds to go and 2 rounds at each. So potentially 8 scoring rounds to count. And if you've already dropped 6 scores, then you've got to make it count now till the end of the season. Whereas Alex Summers has had a fantastic season and has hardly dropped any scores. So he can really only improve, but if he keeps getting second places, first places, hill records, who knows which way the season's going to end up. And is it going to be Matt's year? Is it going to be Alex's year? Possibly Will Hall might come through with a strong run at the finish, and Wallace Menzies might finish very strong. So we don't quite know yet. It's too early to predict, so we're not even going to go down that route. But there we go. We're still just recovering the car, still up the top there, at the top of the S's there. Won't be long before we're back in business. Don't forget, if you're watching for the first time on HillClimb.TV, like and subscribe. That would be absolutely amazing. I think we're probably up to about 14,500, 14,600 perhaps, or is it 14,400? Either way, I couldn't tell you. 14,487. Target is 15,000. So please, we want to bring you this coverage. Rich wants to continue to bring you this coverage. Like and subscribe. That's amazing. 14,487. Let's make it 15,000 by the end of the day. You can also You can also subscribe to the channel if you want to pay a little monthly contribution. You can pay 99p a month, which all basically helps bring the stream to you. You can pay a bit more than that. I think it's about a £5, and you could pay up to £12. So it all helps. You know, that's what we're doing. We're noticing on the live screen here, it says, missing this one as we're off to France on a biking trip. Sarah Bosworth, aha, the Demon Barber from Sheffield. Normally competes here in a Formula Ford car, sometimes in her Lotus. But they're off on a biking trip. That will be motorbikes. She loves her motorbikes, does Sarah. Have a wonderful trip. Thank you. We've just got another subscriber. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. Looking at my friends here in Hill Control. Good morning, gentlemen. Hope we're all well in there today, dealing with all the stuff that they deal with. Anyway, stuff, yeah. Oh, I think we've just got another subscriber as well. Keep them coming. So, yes, if you've not seen Prescott before, this is actually owned by the Bugatti Owners Club, and they bought this hill many years ago. It's set on a private estate, so it's not open to the public on normal days. They're racing up a narrow bit of tarmac and achieving speeds of probably over 120 miles an hour at Prescott. Now, I see a big lorry type thing, yeah, and I see a racing car on the lorry. You're probably watching that on the live screen. So it won't be long before they get that car up to the top of the hill, and then when they get to the top of the hill through the finish, they then go back down the return road. So we're unique that we've got well, not unique, but we have a return road here, so that when the car's finished, they can go straight back down to the paddock, and they'll be doing that right now. And here we go, JWC here at the venue, spectating at the fantastic Pardon hairpin on my birthday. Well, happy birthday to you, JWC. Hope you're having a marvellous day. Hello from a first-time watcher from Italy, Gabriele Paretti. I hope I pronounced that reasonably well. Anyway, don't want to insult anyone in Italy, do I? So watching from Aitutaki in the South Pacific. Love the live streams down under. John East, good afternoon to you, sir. Or is it good morning? I don't know. It must be getting close to one of those. Enjoying the stream here in the States. Sam Levy. Incredible, incredible. My lad lives in the States, Michael Ponsford. I don't know if he's watching me today. Anyway, hi from Southampton. Loving the hill climb action, Lee Churchill. And Joe Hayes has joined the chat. There's obviously a chat going on, which I don't see. Obviously, you're chatting away amongst yourselves. First ever hill climb, I'm watching. Greetings from Germany. Hang on a minute, 14,511. We're getting subscribers. Brilliant. Keep them coming. Yes, hit that button, like and subscribe. Let's get that 15,000 up by the end of the day. Morning from Croyd Beach. Gutted I can't be there in person. Well, that's not a bad place to be, Joe Hayes, is it? Croyd Beach. Are you a surfing dude, are you? Well, you got good weather. Portland, Oregon. Captain Jerry Donnelly, good morning to you, sir. Jerry seems to have a naval uniform on there and lots of stripes and lots of medals. Never knew hill climb was a thing until today, watching from England. Kiri Kilovolt. Glooby. Well, this is good, isn't it? This is all good. Those like and subscribes, it's rattling along like a supermarket till at the moment. That's great, isn't it? Brilliant, brilliant. That's what we want to see. So they're just having a quick look at the track up there. Lloyd Triscard. Oh, Lloyd, my man Lloyd Hackett. Hi, Chris. Polishing French cars in the sun, listening to you. Love from Lloyd Hackett, Flyford Flavel. Incredible commentators, Lloyd. He was at Chelsea with us last weekend. He's got a new car business now. He is selling little French pocket rockets and little sports cars. Lloyd Hackett. Hand pink waving from Austria to all. Stefan K. Yeah, so Lloyd, yeah, good luck to you, matey. We'll catch up with you soon. I think you could well be at the Harvest Festival meeting, hopefully, when we will renew our thing. And good luck with the new business. Port Hope, Ontario, Canada. Trevor Calhoun, good morning to you. These live stream feeds are going up. Look at the subscribers. Keep them coming, folks. Hello from Korea. Ashley G. My goodness me. Watching from Mallorca. Paul Crispin. Wow. That's a real thrill for us here, you see, because I'm sat in my little box. Hi, Pons, Lyndon. Yeah, my old mate. Here, your old rally photography buddy. Hope you're well. Loving the coverage. Lyndon March. Good morning to you, Lyndon. And I hope you're getting on well with your lovely new Fiesta, your old Fiesta that you take to the car show. Fabulous sticker. That was a beautiful car, isn't it, that? Lyndon, great to hear from you. Steve Clay, he's watching from his garage, getting the MX-5 ready for Harewood next weekend. Well, if I remember rightly, you won your class at the end, didn't you, Steve, in your little Mazda MX-5 2-litre, the red one? Well, purpley red type thing. Yeah, I'll see you at Harewood. I'll be there. Coming up for another play at Harewood. Well, you didn't see the thrash, Jedi, so, but anyway, main thing is the car's been recovered, but the driver, Mark Schlanker's absolutely fine. Hi from Qatar. Normally try and attend Prescott every year, but the RAF had other ideas this year, so that's Duncan Dillwall. So, incredible. So, well, never mind. When you're in the services, I guess you've got to go where you're told. But we are back in business, folks. We are back in the game. I think it was John Stockwell that was on the line just now previously. He is now got his engine running. He's putting his visor down. So John Stockwell, regular competitor. So if you're John Stockley in the Force PC, yes, a 1600 Hayabusa engine PC. He's on the hill at the moment. He's already gone round in Torres. So we got busy now. We are now basically going single seaters, probably all the way to the runoff. But there may be some cars at the end just before the runoff that won't be the single seaters. But all these cars are trying to potentially qualify for the runoff. John Stockley, anyway. He's heading up towards semicircle, and there's a fresh air thing on the outside of semicircle. There's no Armco on the first bit of it, so it's quite scary. And leaving the line, we just lost some of our graphics at the moment. So John Stockley finished in a time of 40.73. Caroline Ryder is on the hill at the moment. Mother of Matthew Ryder, I interviewed her on the stage yesterday. She's trying to encourage more ladies into motorsport, and they run driver's schools specifically for ladies at various hill climbs now, and she's at the forefront of that. She is also one of our instructors as well. She instructs at another hill at Shelsley, and she's here today driving the family Formula Ford. The husband John was telling me basically all they ever do is just put new oil in from time to time, change the plugs, and off they go. Paul Harris is on the hill, so Jimmy Harris is co-driving this car with him. Caroline Ryder finishes in a 47.94. Paul Harris is on the hill and getting ready to go. That looks remarkably like Darren Gumbley, but I'll confirm that in a minute. It is Darren Gumbley, car 122. Very quick local driver is Darren. Runs a Hayabusa in the back of that one, running on methanol, and he's sharing that car with Paul Jones. So we currently lost our live timing on the screen. Sam Watts has just subscribed. Thank you, Sam. Anyway, just going by my other screen. So Paul Harris finished in a 49.70. Caroline Ryder did a 47.94. Darren Gumbley is just finishing now. He's did a 38.34. Okay, I've just been chatting to Peter Hughes. He will be doing the run-off later on, but I'll carry on till then. Anyway, we're in the big single-seaters at the moment. We've got this is the 1600s we've got on the hill at the moment. Is that Richard Spedding? I think it is, looking at the colour of his helmet. It is Richard Spedding on the hill. He's heading on his way up towards Pardon at the moment. David Warburton did a 37.52, so David will be a serious contender to get into that run-off in the Gould. Richard Spedding will be trying incredibly hard too, and he's just approaching the S's now. We got a live stream back on now in that time, giving them the times. So Richard Spedding goes through with a 37.59, 37.52 for David Warburton. Both of those have got a very good chance of qualifying. Nicola Dearden on the hill at the moment, sharing with Andrew Henson. This is the Gould Dallara F394, 2-litre Vauxhall power in the back of that one, just clips very, very close there, going around that very sharp Pardon hairpin. Andrew Colborne's just getting ready to go in the Van Diemen. This is the 2-litre Formula Island car, and yesterday I described it wrongly as having a Peugeot engine in the back of it. Well, it doesn't. It's loosely based on a Ford Zetec engine. Lots of fancy bits in there, and Andrew is sharing it with his son Aaron. Both fishermen too, we often chat about fishing, so amongst other things. So Andrew's on the hill at the moment, approaching the S's. We've got Steve Marr in Jonathan Varley's Predator, just about to leave the line. So Andrew Colborne is going round semicircle, approaching the finish, and will finish in a time of 43.99. Steve Marr in the Predator. This is the car that is leading the Midland Hillclimb Championship at the moment, in the hands of Jonathan Varley. This has got the Terry Davis V8 engine in the back. Terry's a local man that racing. I don't think he's here today racing, but he's here. And anyway. So Jonathan normally drives this car. This is the Predator that at one time had a Arrows V10 Formula 1 engine when Graham White Jr., the driver and owner and builder at the time, had the car. Anyway, it's now got it's now running the 2-litre V8. Here's young Jack Cottrell. He's having a drive today in the Formula Renault Tatus. This is a 2-litre Renault engine in the back, and the reason for this, his own car, the Dallara, is poorly at the moment and probably won't be back out until the next meeting here at Prescott in 3 weeks' time. And Jack is currently about 8th or 9th in the championship, the British Hillclimb Championship. But today he's having a go in the Formula Renault, and he's off to the finish, and he does a time of 43.39. Andy Bugatti is on the hill at the moment. Andy is in the Force PT. This is a lovely little car with a Hayabusa engine that's really stretched at the back there to virtually its maximum capacity, really. And he has to run into the up to 2-litre class as a result of that, because it's bigger than 1600. Anyway, he hails from the Channel Islands, so he has quite a long trip to get here, and which obviously involves the ferry, which at this time of year I should imagine is very busy. 39.16 for Andy, good time. Tim Elmer is also on the hill now. He's in his Dallara F399. This is a beautiful little racing car. Look at that. Not just looks good, it is very quick as well. He's a local man from Stratford-on-Avon, Shakespeare Country. And he's got I think he's got the Terry Davis V8 in the back of that one as well. So it's a popular little engine, extremely good. So we're now getting into quicker and quicker cars. So currently Andy Bugatti just did that 39.16. We're in the racing cars over 1600cc up to 2 litres. Andy Bugatti is leading the way, but there are 1 or 2 cars still to come, and a few potential ones that could do something about that. We're now in the racing cars over 1600cc up to 2 litres, forced induction engine. And this one here, this is the Kelvin Broad car that Alex Coles will be driving. And they run a supercharger on that car, which gives them lots of horsepower. And Alex Coles, he's been sensational in that car this year. That Neil is having a year out of it, his dad. So they've got a half share in this car now. They've got it really sorted out. I think he told me the engine difficulties they had, they took the engine, the car up to RPL Engines up in Leicester, who are the kiddies for Hayabusa engines. And Kelvin, I think he's having a new lease of life since young Alex Coles, the whippersnapper, is nipping at his heels. And so Kelvin goes over the line in an excellent 39.40. Paul Alexander's just left the line, is on his way round in Taurus, now in his Force PC. He's car 841, so this is a shared drive. And Jamie Chalmers is on the line, car 842 in the Rolt, in his dad's Rolt. So we've got a few shared drives here. So car 841. Paul Alexander is going through the S's now. And Paul's car is only running a little Hayabusa engine, 1300, does a time of 42.81. James Chalmers last year was driving a Mazda MX-5. Now he is driving Dad's very, very powerful Rolt with a turbocharged engine in it, another Suzuki turbocharged engine. We are into serious cars here, folks. We've got William Lothridge on the line here in the Empire Wraith. You'll be seeing him shortly. So James Chalmers is heading through the S's now. He's on, a little stall there for William. Anyway, he's sharing that car with Zach Zammit, who I think, I'm not sure who owns that car. It is the Works Empire Wraith. I think they share the ownership of that car. You look at it on the line now, beautiful, isn't it? So Jamie Chalmers just did an excellent 40.64. Paul Alexander did a 42.81. Now, we have got a problem here. The engine doesn't want to keep going. Let's hope he doesn't get any more stalls and he has a clean exit off the line, which he does. William Lockridge, fantastic, from Northern Ireland. Very quick last weekend at Shelsley, going very well here today. That car is twitching about the place, but my goodness me, it's a rapid bit of kit. It's built by Bill Chaplin at Empire Cars, based down near Taunton. This is really the works car. It's the quickest little Empire they bring. Looks fantastic. Got a turbocharged engine, or it could be supercharged, but either way, it's running on methanol as well. What sort of time are they going to put up here? We are getting into quicker and quicker cars, folks. So come on then, William, off to the finish there. 38.81, goes fastest in the class so far. But Zach Zammit from Malta, who's co-driving that car, Zach will have something to say about that for sure. And a certain young man called Paul Hames will be running at the end of the class. He holds the class record with a 36.07. So some very rapid stuff here. But on the line is Pete Tatham, Dave Tatham's brother. They come from Yorkshire. They got a family farm, amongst other things, but they got other business. Pete slides very well. He's going well. He's going very well. He's always a tryer. He is a 10 times downhill boarding champion, world champion, no less. He won it last year with a broken arm, which he did in practice. He also does kickboxing, and he's competing for his black belt at the moment. So don't muck with the Tatham boys. And Dave Tatham, well, what's to say about Dave? He can lift pigs under his arms with one hand. Unbelievably strong guy. Don't muck with him. He's also an incredibly quick driver. Now, Paul Hames, here he goes, the one that's holding the class record with a 36.07. Now, these are time runs. These are not practice runs. They're trying to qualify for the run-up. Will Lothridge did a 38.81. We've still got Alex Coles to come in this class because he's sharing the car with Kelvin Broad. So just looking at things now, so I'm thinking, looking at purple sectors, Paul Hames is up at the moment on anyone that's been before in this class. I would expect Paul Hames to qualify for the runoff on a normal day. He's very, very rapid indeed. Through to the finish, wow, 36.77. So he's 7/10 outside his own class record, but this is just first time run, so quick run. Comfortably takes him to the top of the standings there. Well, it will when they put it up. Hang on, so racing cars over we're now back in the racing cars over 1600 class, up to 2 litre, yep. And at the moment we've got Andrew Henson on the hill in his Gould Dallara F394. Andrew is his job is actually a purveyor of racing cars and classic cars, AH Classics. I think he's based up in the North Midlands, near Derby Way, I believe. Anyway, Andy Bugatti still leading the way in this class with a 39.16, but Andrew Henson's just done a 40.40. Getting quicker and quicker. Aaron Colburn on the hill in the Van Diemen. Aaron's a very competitive young driver. Can he go to the top of the pops in this class? Be very interesting to see. This is the 1600s to 2 litres, and he runs the 2 litre Ford engine in that one. Jonathan Varley waits on the line patiently in the Predator. Jonathan's extremely rapid driver. He holds the class record in this 1600 to 2 litres with a 37.38. He is currently on the hill at the moment, so only 2 runners to go in this class K1. So Jonathan at the moment, he's giving me purple sectors, which on the live screen means he is ahead of the pack, as it were, still ahead of the pack as he goes through the S's now. He's going to approach semicircle. What sort of time? We're going to be looking at 38 second time. 37.41. He's only a few hundreds outside his record, so he's in good form today, and we'll be looking to qualify for that runoff. Here's young Simon Barnwell in the Formula Renault. He brings his car out from time to time. It's red car. It's previously a circuit car, but it's been converted into hill climb use. So going very well indeed now. Is he likely to match Jonathan Varley? I don't think so, but can he get a time in the low 40s? That would be good effort. We will see. So currently I've got no cars on the line. I'm waiting for some more to come along. So Simon Barnwell heads up to the finish. He's going to be in the 40s, 46.69. So Jonathan Varley leads the way so far in the racing cars 1600 to 2 litres. And he was only just outside his own class record, so that was an impressive bit of driving. We've currently got a dry track. I'm just looking around. I see elbows on hips. Everyone's looking into the paddock to see where we got some cars. I'm informed, I think we're waiting for some dual drives, will be the next ones up. In fact, I can see the OMS, that looks like Simon Andrews and Bernie Kevell in the bigger class. They're usually a dual drive. Sean Gould, of course, will be sharing with Matthew Ryder. That's a dual drive. So they'll be the next ones we'll see. And luckily we have a return road here. So just looking here on the runoff qualifiers so far. Okay, now this isn't the final runoff, but at the moment the top 12 is Paul Hames is leading the way with a 36.77. Jonathan Varley's done a 37.41. Richard Spedding's done a 37.59. David Tatham's done a 38.08. Stuart Bickley's done a 38.16, and they're both 1100cc cars, Dave Tatham and Stuart. Tom Weaver also driving an 1100 class. He's done a 38.25. Darren Gumbley in the 1600 has done a 38.34. Nick Saunders has done a 38.46. William Lockridge, 9th with 38.81. Andy Bugatti with a 39.16. Now, that will not be the final position. They will get quicker and quicker as they basically, some of those drivers will get relegated down the order. So Bernie Kevell's on the hill at the moment. Bernie Kevell, he's driving the OMS 28. This one he shares with Simon Andrews. It runs the V8 in the back of that one. OMS cars built in York by Steve Owen. And in fact, talking of Owens, Lynn Owen, wife of Steve, is on the line currently waiting in her OMS 28. So we're now in the racing cars over 2 litres. First runner is Bernie Kevell, and he's approaching the finish now. He's going to finish it in a time of 41.12. Lynn Owen is just coming onto the line, and as I see, Sean Gould He's in the warm-up area approaching the line in his fantastic GR59 Gould that he shares with Matthew Ryder. This is the car that is basically effectively leading the championship at the moment with Matthew Ryder. Sean Gould is a hill record holder elsewhere, very rapid driver. He builds these cars at his Newbury factory. When I say factory, it's a Formula 1 type factory because these are Formula 1 type cars. These are not cheap bits of kit, they're beautifully engineered cars. Sean's car now, you'll see it now, he's running a 4-litre Judd V8 in the back of that, so that in itself is an absolute beast of an engine. Fantastically engineered car with a very, very good driver in Sean Gould indeed. So he'll be handing this car over to Matthew Ryder to try and qualify for the runoff, which is the first priority of this time run. So Sean Gould does a 36.33. That's one of the quickest times we've come, well, it is probably the quickest time we've seen so far in these first time runs. Richard Summers leaves the line in the AFS P4T. This is the car that was built by the Summers family, and Alex Summers, who's driving the Firestorm shortly, he designed and they've all built this car together. They've all had a hand in this car. They built the car at home. It's a properly engineered carbon fibre race car that qualifies for runoffs. It's got a 2.5-litre Opel V6 in the back of it. And doesn't it just look the part? And it sounds absolutely incredible. Anyway, Rich is heading up towards semicircle as Alex Coles leaves the line in the little Force TA. Alex Coles has been a sensation. That's 41.69 for Richard Summers. Alex Coles from Plymouth, apprentice electrician. He was driving Formula Fords, and now look at him now. He's into a Force TA with a supercharged Hayabusa engine in the back, being set in sensational times, being qualifying for runoffs, getting championship points. Wow, his lines and yeses are impeccable. Come on, Alex, give me a good time here now. Get me something to beat Paul Hames' 36.77, and he does a 37.58. That's very impressive indeed. And that gives him a chance of qualifying for a runoff. Richard Alexander on the hill in the Force PC again, another little 1300 bike engine car, little Force. Lots of Force cars here today. They're made up, I think, near Rugeley or Lichfield up in Staffordshire by, I think, Ian Dayson. John Chalmers waits on the line in the roll. Richard Alexander goes through to the finish in an excellent 39.82. Well done, Richard. Okay, John Chalmers, very experienced driver. This all silver roll. Wow, listen to that turbocharger popping and banging there. Very rapid car, over 400 brake horsepower in that car. Very impressive. Could John qualify for a runoff? Paul Hames in this class is leading the way with the 36.77, just outside his own record. So John Chalmers, he'll be looking to get in the top 3 or 4 in this class at least. We'll see what happens when he gets there. Harry Pick's waiting on the line in the OMS 28. So Harry leaves the line as we watch John Chalmers heading up towards semicircle, up towards the finish now. He's going to finish in a time of 39.41, sub 40 seconds. Harry Pick in his OMS 28. This OMS is a new OMS. It runs a Cosworth XD engine, an IndyCar engine as they call it. Big V8 engine. Very quick young driver from Leamington Spa. Getting better and better in this little car. Beautifully constructed vehicle by Steve Owen. He's on his way up to semicircle. Graham Wynne is waiting on the line in the big Gould GR59 that he shared with Scott Moran last year. Anyway, Graham, he's over 70, he's got loads of grandchildren, he's an OBE, he still drives incredibly quickly. This car is magnificent, got 4 litres of Judd V8 in the back of it. This is the latest spec Gould GR59, so nothing held back here, and he certainly knows how to drive it. He's had a long racing career. We are now into some serious stuff. We've got David Duran waiting on the line as well. So Graham, he's out in the S's, he's into semicircle. What's he going to do? Can he go under Sean Gould's time of 36.33? He does an excellent 37.46. Harry Pick does a 38.87. Bernie Cavill did a 41.12. Richard Summers did 41.69, and Lynn Owen did a 44.61. David Duren is on the hill. David Duren, now what's he can do? He's a serious runoff contender. This is the ex-Martin Groves Gould GR55B that was winning British Hillclimb Championships right back in, I think, 2008, 2009. It held hill records everywhere. This one got a Cosworth V8 in the back of it, very rapid bit of kit. Redditch driver as well, David. Often shares the car with Nicola Minges, who's not with us this weekend. She's not come down from Scotland. They live up in fact, Nicola is Wallace's wife. So, Sean Gould still top of the pops. David Duren does a 37.27. They want to qualify for the runoff, but they don't want to go so fast that they crash it. When it comes to the runoff, that is the time when it all kicks off. Okay, so at the moment, in the runoff qualification, the last qualifier at the moment is Nick Saunders, followed by Darren Gumbly and Tom Weaver. But we've got plenty of runners and riders to go, but we are amongst the big guns right as we speak. Stephen Owen in the OMS 28, he'll be looking to qualify. He builds these OMS cars. He's built hundreds of OMS cars for customers. Here he is in his own works car with a V8 in the back, plenty of power. He comes from York. Sean Gould is leading the way with a 36.33. And Steve Owen, his wife did a 44.61, so he's driving very well. He's a quick driver too. He's a motorbike fiend as well. He's got a great collection of motorbikes, plenty of which he's built himself, so he's a clever chap. On the line, waiting patiently, is Trevor Willis in his OMS 28. He's a 3 times British Hillclimb champion. As Stephen is through the S's, into semicircle, off to the finish. Trevor Willis leaves the line. Stephen Owen finishes at 36.74, puts him 4th in the standings so far. And just with what's left to run, he should well qualify for the runoff. Okay, Trevor Willis on the hill. We call him Scary Trevor, 3 times champion in his little OMS. He is the most successful OMS driver. I think he's got a radical V8 engine in the back of that one, which is basically 2 motorbike engines put together to make a common engine. Trevor goes through to the finish. Come on, Trevor, what are you going to do for us? 36.51. Takes him 2nd to Sean Gould in the standings so far. Will Hall's just left the line in the fabulous Gould, and already his sector times are showing him up. He is absolutely flying. 111 miles an hour through speed track there. Will Hall, he had a force before this one, but anyway, he's gone and bought the proper kit now. We've got a Gould GR59, 4-litre jump power at the back of it. My goodness me, and he can drive it. Will's been doing good. Don't let me down, Will. Come on through the S's. Thank you very much. Heading up towards semicircle. At the moment, he's up on sector times. He goes through the finish in a 35.78. That's the first one we've seen this morning. Goes top of the standings so far for the runoff. That will definitely qualify for the runoff. So at the moment, we've still got Tom Weaver in 12th place with a 38.25, Stuart Bickley in a 38.16. This looks to me like Alex Summers, potential winner of the championship this year in this fabulous DJ Firestorm. Beautiful car, runs an IndyCar engine. This car revs to about 14,000 RPM. He is one special driver. You might have seen him at Goodwood recently, driving them at Mercury. And today he is driving the car that currently him and Matthew Ryder are nip and tuck to win the championship in. He'll be doing enough to qualify for the runoff. That's his first objective. And at the moment, yes, he's up at the moment on Will Hall, who's currently top of the pops, into the finish. 35.93 puts him 2nd. Okay, we've only got, I think, a couple of runners and riders now. We've got Matthew Ryder on the line. Sensational driver. shattered the hill record at Wiscombe recently, did brilliantly winning both run-offs at Shelsley last week. He leaves the line. He will be followed by Wallace Menzies, our 4-time champion. My goodness me, that was quick, 105 rounds through his feed track into Orchard there. At the moment, just looking at his sector times, he wants to qualify. He doesn't need to put it all out there, but at the moment, he is actually doing, oh my goodness, sideways out of pardon there. This is quick. He's in purple sector times, folks, which means he's going quicker than anyone else. We haven't even done the run-up. Get him to the finish, Matthew. He's going to do that round semicircle. Yep, no dramas. He's going to do a 34.89, goes fastest. Class record, folks, class record. 34.89 for Matthew Ryder, and we haven't started the run-off. My goodness me. That's exciting. Brilliant drive, brilliant drive. We have Wallace Menzies on the line. He's won the championship 4 times. Look at this Gould. What a piece of kit this is. So actually Wallace holds the class record with a 35.12, but not anymore. Matthew Ryder said, that's mine, 34.89. Brilliant stuff. Wallace, what have you got for us this time? Okay, you see, car was badly damaged earlier in the year. They've done a marvellous job getting it rebuilt through Tom New and Sean Gould at Gould Cars. Ooh, wide there out of pardon, wide. At the moment, he's not as quick as Matthew Ryder, but he'll be looking to qualify for the runoff. He wants good points. What can he do? He's 30 odd seconds now, and he's heading up towards the finish, and he finishes in an excellent second time run of 35.75. So that's tremendous times, tremendous times. Wow. So we do have a runoff situation here. So at the moment, here is your runners and riders. All the main contenders have finished. They're all going back into the paddock. We've now got some cars here now just to finish off before the runoff. So I'll give you the runoff qualification. Well, I will in a minute when it comes up. At the moment, we're just doing the sports racing cars and racing cars up to 1971. So these are the older cars, absolutely beautiful old things in the historic class. Andy Tippett's already on the hill at the moment with his Brabham BT. He's just going off to the finish and going to finish in a time of 44.57. Martin Jones is on the hill in his Brabham BT 21. And I'm just listening to my fellow commentators behind. They're getting sorted out, ready for the runoff, because I'll be handing over to them for the runoff. Martin Jones going up the hill. John McKenzie waiting on the line in his Ford Cortina. So Martin Jones is going to finish 44.57 for Andy Tippett. What's happened to Martin Jones? Okay, Martin Jones has had a moment. He looks like he's in the gravel at Pardon at the moment. He's just reversing back onto the track, but there'll be a lot of dust and gravel on the track. They'll have to sweep all that off. So no damage to the car, but only to his pride. And that'll be a failed run. I'm going to hand over to Peter Hughes and young Chris Stewart. So I'm going to be handing over Peter Hughes. He will be running you through the runoff. We've just got these last few cars to go, and then the runoff will start before lunch. when British Championship points will be up for grabs. So I'm signing off for a bit and I'll talk to you later.
Well, whilst we wait for the action to resume, I can now give you the running order for the runoff, which will be coming up very shortly now. Thanks incidentally to Chris for his commentary. And first up the hill in the runoff should be car 7, Sean Gould, who did a 36.33 in his run. Second, 140, Alex Coles with a 37.58. Then number 10, David Warburton with a 37.52. Then it's 153, Graham Wynn with a 37.46. 135, Jonathan Varley did a 37.41. And then number 8, David Ewan did a 37.27. Incredibly close times these. And then it's number 9, Paul Hames with a 36.77. Number 6, Trevor Willis with a 36.51. Number 4, Alex Summers with a 35.93 as the Cortina of John Mackenzie leaves the line. And then William Hall, number 5, 35.78. Number 1, Wallace Menzies, who did a 35.75. And then last in the runoff will be number 3, Matthew Ryder with 34.89. As John Mackenzie heads between Ettores and Pardon. And Peter Herbert sits on the line in the Porsche 911. Through the S's out comes John Mackenzie. Peter Herbert heads away in the Porsche 911. And up to the line comes 170. The Mini Cooper of Mike Tower, moving into the Bugatti Owners Club New Barn Championship van. Peter Herbert, his quickest time so far up the hill. John Mackenzie did a 55.34. Herbert still going well. Does a 42. Well, in fact, that's just into semi. Still running the course. And it looks like it's a 50-second run, exactly 50 seconds exactly, as Mike Tower heads into Pardon, and Tom Mongerossi is waiting on the start line. So as I say, these contenders in the Bugatti Owners Club New Barn RS Interclub Speed Championship, as Tom Mongerossi gets away and Mike Tower heads into semicircle and under the finish line to set a time of 55.70. So that is the time to beat on handicap. In fact, yes, he's 0.27 under his handicap time. So good time for Mike Tower. Mongerossi out of Pardon. Jonathan Elwood sits on the start line in the Honda Civic Type R. Tom Moggy do? He comes up to the finish line now. So 53.83, and he betters his handicap target by 0.37, so he now moves into the lead in the expert category. As Jonathan Elwood continues on up the hill towards Pardon in the Honda Civic. Steve Perry sits on the line in his Mazda MX-5. Jonathan Elwood in the S's at the moment. Comes around semicircle. And the time for Jonathan, 54.63, and he has beaten his handicap times by 0.85 of a second, so he now moves to top position on handicap. Steve Perry comes into Pardon. Rob Guttridge on the line in the Renault Twingo 133. Thank you to Patrick von Schardenberg for subscribing to HillClimb.TV. And Jim Donaldson as well. So the numbers continue to climb, I'm pleased to say. And Steve Perry is now in the semicircle, coming to the line. What can he do on scratch time and on handicap, of course? 57.27, 0.57 better than his handicap time, so he moves into second place in class at the moment as Rob Guttridge comes into Pardon. Good to see that Francis has joined the chat online. Tim Stokes is away now in the Suzuki Swift Sport. And Richard Morris brings his Mazda MX-5 up to the line. Rob Guttridge working his way through the S's on up to semicircle. Tim Stokes rounds Pardon. Rob Guttridge does a 62.19. Morris on the hill in the Mazda MX-5 and Patrick Hadley in the Morgan Plus 8 on the start line as Tim Stokes comes to line, does a 57.16. So as the S's goes Patrick Morris, Richard Morris for Patrick Hadley. Just rounding Torres in that lovely V8 powered Morgan. Just a bit of wheel spin out of Pardon. Richard Morris there with a 59.40. Steve Hodgkins is on the hill in the Audi TT as Patrick Hadley comes towards the end of his run and does a 54.36. That's second quickest on scratch times then for Patrick. Tom Margirossi, the quickest car up the hill so far. Tom, of course, in the Porsche Boxster. Steve Hodgkins rounding semicircles. Mike Dockery heads away in the Subaru STI. He has been quickest in practice on scratch times. Steve Hodgkins in 5th place on scratch with a 56.24. We're now into the novice category, of course, as the Subaru STI heads up towards Pardon. George Perks is sat on the line in the Renault Clio 182 Cup car as the Subaru STI powers its way out of Pardon. Carries on up. Isn't running quickest at the moment as he comes through the S's. George Perks has left the start line. What might Block be doing these final stages of the hill? He goes to second place on scratch with a 54.32. Very nearly half a second behind Tom Mogurossi. George Perks rounds Pardon in the Renault Clio 182 Cup. Christopher Heritage is on the start line in the Dax Rush, and away he goes. George Perks comes to the S's. Around semicircle goes the Renault Clio. Up to the line for a time of 54.13, and that moves him into second place on scratch, but 2/10 ahead of Mike Dockery. As around Pardon goes the Dax Rush of Christopher Heritage. Mike Brakes is on the line with the Ford Fiesta ST150. Christopher Heritage then coming to the finish line. Sits a time of 56.43. That's the 8th quickest time within the New Barn Championship. That's scratch times, of course. Aaron Bland is on the line in the Abath 124 as Mike Brakes rounds Pardon in the Ford Fiesta. Away goes Aaron. Up to the line comes the fabulous Bugatti Type 51 of Ed Burgess, the Bugatti Hill record holder, of course. Mike Brakes coming to the line with a time of 59.09, 11th quickest on scratch times. Aaron Bland, the last of the New Barn contenders, coming up to the S's. And Ed Burgess just managing to stall the Type 51, unfortunately, on the line, so they're going to have to roll him back off the start line. He didn't go over the line, so he should be okay. So Aaron Bland comes to the line and does a 53.74 and becomes the quickest car on scratch time in the Bugatti Owners Club New Barn RS Interclub Speed Championship. So just having to wait for them to sort out the Bugatti of Ed Burgess. He had problems with the car yesterday and was hopeful that he had got them all started, and he's just managed to bump start in reverse, which is great news. And he comes back up to the start line in this lovely Type 51. Ed's record for the best Bugatti up the hill, which he set last year, 51.85 seconds. So how close can he get to that on this run? Away he goes off the line. .66 miles an hour under the bridge into Etoys, running a little bit wide in approach to Etoys, but he's okay. Around the long right hand here, they just slide in a little bit around there. Lovely line there into Pardon. Powers it out of there and on up the hill he goes into the S's. There it is around semicircle and up to the line, and he does a 53.69, so nearly 2 seconds off his record time, but a good run and great to see that Type 51 Bugatti as well. I believe the next action we will see will be the top 12 runoff. Well, the clerk, of course, just going up to do a track inspection, make sure the track is in optimum condition for this top 12 runoff, and that top 12 will conclude our action before lunch. Just to recap then, the order they will go in: Sean Gould will be first up the hill, then it's that's car 7, 140 Alex Cole second, number 10 David Warburton third, then 153 Graham Wynn, 135 Jonathan Varley, number 8 David Ewan, number 9 Paul Hames, number 6 Trevor Willis, number 4 Alex Summers, the championship leader, and then number 5 William Hall, number 1 former 3 times champion Wallace Menzies, and then the final car to go up the hill, the leading rival to Alex Summers for the championship, Matthew Ryder, car number 3. So that is the order that they should be running in. At the moment, after the heat runs, timed runs, Matthew Ryder has very nearly a second's advantage over second quickest Wallace Menzies, who's just 300ths quicker than William Hall. And then another 0.15 back, it is Alex Summers. So how will that change in the runoffs? Well, we will find out fairly shortly once the track inspection is completed. So the course car reaching the top of the hill. I'm not sure if he's going to come back down the hill or down the return road. We'll find out in just a moment. Just a reminder, the outright hill record currently held by Wallace Menzies in the Gould GR59M, and that was set back in 2021 with a time of 34.65 seconds. So the clerk of the course heading his way back down the hill. So as I say, first to go will be Sean Gould. On times he would actually be, I think, 5 from the end. He's the 5th quickest basically to have gone up the hill so far today. But because it's a shared car, shared of course with Matthew Ryder, then he will go first to give maximum time for the car to be refattled for Matthew to take it up the hill. Don't forget, the British Hillclimb Championship is back here in just 3 weeks' time on Saturday the 7th and Sunday the 8th of September. And on the 28th of September, it's the Vintage Prescott Long Course meeting. We had a wonderful short course weekend just 2 weeks ago. It really was fabulous. It's always worth coming along to see the vintage machinery in action. The season finale, which concludes all the Bugatti Owners Club Championships, well, that's on the 5th and 6th of October. And then right at the end of the season, a personal favourite of mine, the 2nd of November, Saturday the 2nd of November, we have Rally Prescott, which will include runs both in daylight and the dark, and thoroughly recommended. Great day out with some very special celebrations lined up for that one. Sean Gould comes up to the line, 36.33, the time he did in the class runs. Just getting him lined up on the start line. It's Gould GR 59 JB with a 4-litre engine powering it. Revs rise, away he goes. And Sean then under the bridge at 106 miles an hour, 1.98 seconds for the first 64 feet, which equates to accelerative forces in excess of 1G as he rounds Torres on up into Pardon he goes. Continues up through towards the S's, into the S's. It looks like a very clean run so far. And he, of course, is going to set the standard for everybody else in this runoff as he rounds semicircle up to the finish line. And his time, 36.46. So just a little over a tenth of a second down on his class run a little earlier on. On the line now, it's 140 Alex Coles. Alex in the 1340cc turbocharged Force TA. And away he goes. 2.01 under for the first 64 feet. Then it's 103 miles an hour under the bridge. On up to Torres. Around that challenging hairpin. And it's Pardon, which if anything I think is even more challenging out left-hander. Going cleanly out of there, on up Kenny Better, the 36.46 of Sean Gould. 37.58 was his best time earlier on. Oh, and just a little bit out of shape there in the S's, into semicircle, up to the finish line, and it is a 37.01. So he's found half a second from his class runs, but still not able to match Sean Gould, perhaps not surprisingly given the difference in engine capacity. Car 10 coming up to the line is David Warburton. David, of course, in the Gould GR 59 did a time of 37.52 in his first timed run of the weekend. Away he goes. 1.99 seconds matches Sean Gould for the first 99 miles an hour under the bridge, around Torres, on up into Pardon. Where was it out of there? It's a pretty clean run so far, into the S's. On towards semicircle he goes. Under the line, a 37.04, just 0.03 of a second slower than Alex Coles. He slots into third place at the moment. Up now comes Graham Wynn, car 153. Graham in the Gould GRW 59. His time earlier this morning was 37.46 seconds. Can he better that? And how close can he get to the 36.46? So exactly 1 second difference between his best time so far and the time that's been set in this runoff by Sean Gould. And unfortunately stalls it on the line, but hasn't crossed the line, so will be the timing will be reset, I think, and he will get another run if they can get him fired up. There's one of the crew anyway, coming up with the battery to get that car restarted. And it bursts back into life. He's all set again. Will those Avon tyres give him the grip that he needs to set a fast time up the hill? The reps rise, away he goes. 2.15 seconds, the first 64 feet under the bridge at 105 miles an hour, on down towards Sartori's. Pretty cleanly, a little bit of a twitch, but nothing to worry about. Into Pardon he goes then. He is down certainly on Sean Gould at the moment as he comes on up the hill into the S's. Down to semicircle, around he goes and under the line to do a 36.88, which puts him second quickest at the moment to Sean Gould. And how does that compare to his time? That is about 6/10 quicker than he managed on his first run up the hill. Jonathan Varley sits on the line now in the GWR Predator. He did a 36.41, car 135 on his run, so he was 500ths quicker than Graham Wynn on in the class runs. Can he find more time again in this runoff? And away he goes. 2.36 seconds to the 64 feet mark. That speed under the bridge, 105 miles an hour. And the left-hander, challenging first corner. That first corner, the one that Alex Summers thinks is one of the most difficult on the hill, actually. As around Barton then he goes. Oh, and he loses it. Spins around, might have made slight contact with one of the marker, but I don't think he will have done any damage, but it will be a fail, unfortunately, for Jonathan Varley. Obviously the red flags are out at the moment. The marshals make their way to him, and we'll wait to see whether he's told to come back down the hill or carry on upwards. At the moment he's pointing obviously in the wrong direction, pointing downhill.
Is now facing downwards. Is that the best way to go?
So he is going to be sent back down to the paddock gate down the bottom of the hill. Marshals have one of those flip-flop marker poles to replace after he managed to knock that out with his spin, but that's about all the damage that was done. The car looks pretty much intact. We are seeing a replay at the moment on HillClimb.TV, and just too hot into that left-hander, and round he goes and comes to a halt pointing down the hill. And we have the tape run backwards and another replay to see the spin, but a harmless spin, but means he will get a fail. He's now coming back down the hill, and we'll go in at the paddock entrance, and assuming that everything is sorted where he knocked out the marker post, then we will be able to continue, but we wait and see. Yes, we have the all clear then to continue the runs. Next up it will be debut run in the number 8 car, the Gould GR59B with the 3.5 litre engine. Just getting some heat into those rear tyres as he comes up towards the start line. He is on the line. Marshall's just lining him up exactly. No good him being over the line, the time in line, and if he was back a bit too far, then he could have already got some speed up before he trips the timing gear, so he has to be exactly positioned. Yeah, good start for him, 2.06, 106 miles an hour under the bridge. Around Torres, powers it on up towards Pardon. Into that left-hand hairpin. Cleanly out of there. How can he avoid the problems that befell Jonathan Varley? He's through that point on the course. He's through the S's. This is looking like a very impressive time so far as he comes around semicircle on up to the finish line, and the time for David Ewan 36.31, so he goes quickest of the 6 cars that have tackled the hill so far, 0.15 of a second ahead of Sean Gould. And we are halfway through the runners then in this runoff. As I say, it's David Ewan that leads at the moment, and car 9 is on the line now. That's Paul Hames in the turbocharged Hayabusa engine, motorcycle engined car number 9. And this, of course, a Gould GR59 as well, but as I say, with that motorcycle power, which you can hear as he gets away. And 2.02, pretty good time for the first 64 feet under the bridge at 109 miles an hour. I think that might be the quickest we've seen in these run-offs yet. Around the Torres he goes, powers it on up the hill. Oh, a little bit of a twitch out of the Torres, but he's okay. He's into Pardon. Round that left-hander, hangs the tail out, coming out of the hairpin. On up he goes. Into the S's, cleanly through the first part. All okay there. This looks like a good, clean run so far. He's into semicircle. Around there he comes up to the finish line. What can he do? 36.71. He goes third quickest, 4/10ths down on our leader David Ewan, and about a quarter of a second down on Sean Gould in second place. Here we see the little bit of which would have cost him a couple of tenths. I think that getting a little bit out of shape there, coming out of Pardon. And the marshal's busy having to sweep the track there, where he just clipped the edge and has knocked some muck onto the track. So that sweeping will need to be completed to make it a level playing field for everybody, and that will be done before Trevor Willis comes out in car number 6, the OMS 28 3.2 litre car. Trevor did a 36.51 in his class runs. That's 2/10 slower than David Ewan has achieved in these run-offs so far, and 500ths down on Sean Gould in second place. So we're still about about a second and 3/4 off hill record times at the moment, which is a 34.65. As I mentioned a little earlier, it's Wallace Menzies who currently holds that record and set it a couple of years back now, maybe 3 years back in fact. As up to the line that comes car 6, Trevor Willis then. 36.51 was his time in the heat runs. The class runs. How close can he get to that 36.31 set by David Ewan just a few minutes ago? Revs rise. Away he gets. 2.03 for the first 64 feet under the bridge at 101 miles an hour. Up to Torres around there. Powers it away from there. Little drop down and then back uphill. A little bit of puff of smoke from the back tail and really sliding it around the exit there. That might have cost him the odd 10th there as he comes through the S's, and he's out onto the grass, I think, just about there. He's a couple of takes, a couple of tries at semicircle, but he is the quickest so far, 36.24 by 700ths of a second. He beats David Ewan as we now get championship leader Alex Summers up to the line. This is a very, very important run in the DJ Firestorm with the IndyCar engine. Welcome to Alex Gaskin, who has joined the chat online. And a very clean getaway for Alex Summers, 1.88, that's a good time for the first 64 feet. Under the bridge at 109 miles an hour into Ettores. Pretty clean around there. On up he goes towards Pardon, into the left-hander. Just sliding the tail around the exit there a little bit. Up towards the S's he comes. And he's through those just about. Into semicircle, this is looking good. Up to the line, what's he done? 35.26. So very nearly a second quicker than Trevor Willis just did, and well, about 6/10 off the hill record. So he's thrown down the gauntlet, particularly for Matthew Ryder. It'll be the last car we see in this runoff. Next up, it's going to be William Hall, who will go up. That's Alex Summers finding the best part of 7/10 of a second over his class run. Will Hall comes up to the line then. Car number 5 in the Gould 59 GR59J, another one of the 4-litre Goulds. This is the car, one of the Gould cars then that is one of the cars to watch. Away he goes, 1.82, that's a good time for the first 64 feet, good acceleration, 111 miles an hour, I think he's the quickest at the bridge, around the Torres. A little opposite lockout of the hairpin, but he's going well into Pardon, he goes nice and cleanly out of that left-hand hairpin, on up to the S's. Just hat tail a little bit, hanging out a little bit there, and again, the second left-hander, but he's going well, he's into semicircle. What could he achieve? Under the finish line, 35.31. He goes second quickest, just 0.05 of a second slower than Alex Summers was, just 500 separating them. But he moves into second place. Up to the line now will come Wallace Menzies in the Gould GR59M. A 3.3 litre engine, Gould. Don't forget, subscriptions to HillClimb.TV available from just 99 pence a month. It's money very well spent. And off the line there goes Wallace Menzies, 3 times British Hillclimb Champion. 1.84, that's a good time, and the first 64 feet, 104 miles an hour under the bridge. Around Ettores, it's a little bit of opposite lock on the exit, but he's don't think that will have cost him much, if anything, but a little bit wide, a little bit understeer possibly into Pardon there. He's into the S's. and doesn't look quite as clean as Alex Summers, but what can he do? He's coming to the line and he does a 35.11. He's the quickest so far by 0.15 of a second. Didn't think he was going to make it, but he found the time right at the end of the run. So Wallace Menzies ahead of Alex Summers by that 0.15 of a second. So the championship leader currently in second place with his closest rival Matthew Ryder about to start his run, the final run of the top 12 runoff. What can he do? He was quickest in the class runs with a 34.89. Nobody has bettered that yet in this runoff. So if he can match his earlier time, then he will take the runoff. But can he do it? Away he goes off the line. 1.84 seconds then to 64 feet, 108 miles an hour under the bridge. Into the Tories he comes. Possibly just a little bit wide in the Tories, but nothing significant. Into Harden around there, and a twitch on the exit. He's going well. Up to the S's, it's looking good. His time is better now than Wallace Menzies at the moment. A bit wide there again, but still looking good as he comes into semicircle, up to the line, under the thing, 34.60. That is a new hill record by 500ths of a second. The hill record has gone to Matthew Ryder. He wins the runoff and sets a new hill record, as I say, by 500ths of a second. Doesn't matter how much it's by, it's a record, and it is maximum points then for Matthew. He takes the runoff. Second place to Wallace Menzies. In third place it is championship leader Alex Summers. Fourth place to William Hall. Fifth to Trevor Willis. Then it's David Ewan. Sixth, seventh Sean Gould. Eighth Paul Hames. 9th Graham Wynn, 10th Alex Cole, 11th David Warburton, and a fail unfortunately for Jonathan Varley. That's how it all ends up. That takes us into the lunch break, but we'll be back of course after lunch with a whole new set of class runs and a second runoff to round the day off. Can't get much more thrilling than that, I don't think, as we see a replay then up the hill. This is the hill record run that's on HillClimb.TV at the moment. Welcome to the chat to Nick Spindler. Excuse me losing my voice and getting overexcited with that new hill record. It wasn't the cleanest run up the hill ever. A few twitches, but obviously it didn't matter because it was good enough to take that hill record by 500ths of a second, 34.60. Congratulations to Matthew Ryder, but his work isn't done. He's got to do it all again this afternoon, and we'll be back with you for that. Well, just to, before I go, in fact, there's some provisional championship points showing at the moment, which suggests that Matthew Ryder has taken the lead in the championship after dropping scores. It looks like Matthew Ryder has 138 points. That's 3 points ahead now of Alex Summers with 135, and Will Hall is in third place with 113. So that's the way they stand provisionally. But as I say, with another run to come this afternoon, we will be resuming action at 2:15. We'll be back with you just before that.
Yeah, all good, thank you. Carry on.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might. I mean, you get to the top there and have a look. Eh? No, especially when you stop halfway through and look cars. Best thing I ever did was get off.
I don't even know. They're almost up there. I don't know which one's mine. Reversing the house. It's just has like a little special pattern. No, look. I don't like that. It's kind of like the milk like that.
Charlie has Ready?
And then, well, then it was a, oh no, no, that was the G6.
That's cool, man.
That was the refining zone. Then there was a G36. Nice little light. Yeah, but Harry said he read through it. It's one that's got like a. You're not going to see any racing.
Careful, careful.
Hold hands, stand up.
Weekend. No, we're having a weekend off. So we thought we'd come to the Prescott instead, but yeah. So, yeah, wasn't it funny that one? Oh. Yeah, it is, yeah.
No, different. Now.
Oh, did they? Oh, right. Oh, was it a bit of a trial? Oh, we just seen a gold down there, didn't we? That's what we know. Wasn't a bit too far. Oh, really? Oh, okay. No, someone was on that earlier. Gemma in Pebble used to go to the same school as ours. And she was on that trial. Was it a BNCC trial?
Yes.
And a sporting trial, is it? No? Oh. Oh, it's a PCC. Oh, okay. Oh, the sporting trial was wasn't it? Oh, okay. It is.
Because that side, where the material goes,
Yeah.
they did it there, and then I got two buggies, and then that body foundation up.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's all right then. Oh, okay.
And then they do another wall in the orchard where they be able to see.
All right, okay. Yeah. At least they're using it a bit now. We should get a trial class back to HillClimb really quick. I've been a bit of oil on the track, wasn't it? No, he's on it. Is he on the new engine or?
Yeah, well, the guys I took it to,
oh, okay.
they sort of leave you, Mark,
Yeah.
they go in quite
I think last time we were here watching more films, the face mask was today. I took a picture of on there. Oh, okay. Right, yeah. Because he didn't know what it was, did he? Did he get no. No, he's got so many. And then I always say to him, he's got a new car. He's like, no, he trialled that like 40 years ago or whatever. I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah. Well, you went to the side. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's what you do, Dad, isn't it? I'm like, oh, God, that's I tried it. He went to get famous. Oh, about that one. He does it. Just in the back. go, look, like a neighbouring bench.
Yeah, this is another chap that came. Did you see the one being lifted back down earlier?
No, kind of did, didn't you? But we were
Yeah,
here
well,
by then.
that dent there.
Oh, that's him.
Yeah.
Oh, the second one was the same. Gonna put your blanket down there, no?
Yeah.
I'll put my bag down there. It wasn't it?
You got a roll in?
Yeah, yeah.
Where's the name camera so you can see?
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you might be okay.
No, I'm on.
I'm saying that, those aren't career. They fall up on that corner.
Yeah, love that. Really, actually, on the roll is nice. And it's still some pickle flannel, dirt flannel, and it's very nice. Sometimes flannel fresh and really too. Soft.
Did they start already today? Yeah. If I can call it. You know what I mean? Today?
You sat on it? Is it half hour late, Frank, or an hour?
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I just caught him, didn't he?
Yeah, and the other one, say, where, just where that bulge is. Yeah. He just... understeer. Just power down, you can go round the bend. You're right. Yeah. Yeah, they're on lunch break at the moment, so we're waiting for them to restart, but an hour's lunch break. Before half an hour. Probably. Yeah, go on. No. No, that. We've only just been here. We've only seen it for 2005. Because we had lunch. We stopped for lunch. We didn't see much of it. Yeah. No, we'll be up. We'll be back. What time? Well, I'll be leaving. We'll be leaving Penny for 4. So we'll probably leave here. Yeah, we'll make our way back to it. Yeah, we'll be on about 3 years. That's the right here. Because they said when we got here, there was only about 20 cars for lunch. We'll start making our way down again. Yeah, we'll be waiting for more. We'll be back.
yeah, I don't know. But the airplane ones, I always used to think they literally went straight out the bottom of the airplane. As a kid, I thought I'd get sucked into it before that point. That makes sense in kids' ones. That's it, like, right.
No, he was aiming for Ryder.
lip balm from my lips. What are you looking for? Because I got genders, like I think I bought it because I thought it's good for six and I'm all going to put them in my bag. You've got biscuits in your bag. That's my personal thing. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, right.
No, we've been watching down the bottom.
Oh,
We're
okay.
coming to see him at the film of his
Right. Oh, bless him.
Yeah. You alright? What did you do? You're involved with the rally a bit? You know, I pulled out.
Have you?
Yeah. I can't. I haven't got time. This is our third weekend in a row. That's fine. Never run next weekend. I haven't got time. I've got to go out there. And I don't know anything about the station.
Right,
It was
yeah.
all different when I was doing wrong today. I don't know everything. I don't know everything.
No. What stage are you on? Right, okay.
I think half of it's dragging it. Some of it's
Start those, yeah, I could see that.
some of it, Coddington was the lead bit, and then somebody told me that some of that's been support. So, well, it's Jerry told me.
Right.
So I don't know. But I think it's fine.
They want about that, like,
Yeah, I know. And when he said to me after that rally day, she runs up Trevor and I didn't think it was you. Right.
it took him ages then he realised that how many people we've got, like, that we all know each other, and he's like, I don't know how I can find you. I said that. I said, you know, we know each other, don't we?
Yeah, and I've got different names. I've got my name and name. Yeah. But when I'm here, I'm no pressure trying to get
Well, you can get home. Oh, that one.
just an instant thing.
Right.
Yeah. You go out to watch it, or you involved in the scenes on the day?
What's happening
The
today?
rally.
Behind the scenes. So, well, these guys are.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so I'm going to be on one stage, are we on? One next to us, and next to the other using. Well, they are using red money, but not down on us. So, it's Oak Green.
Green. Yeah.
So, yeah.
What's the focus place? Did you end up doing it to stand?
I know. As soon as that's like, that's the school, then it's that, and we know. Oh, I do.
She has been for years, and she's so used to it.
Diamonds in my boat, so
Never been there.
No.
No? But it's the only place that's sort of not miles away on the road.
Is it rocket?
It's quite hot in October.
Yeah, sit down, but not a phone in your ear.
He's been away there. Is he on the second week? He has 9 there on holidays, and then he's back in Monday, Tuesday, and then he's off again. He's racing in London. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Nice to see you.
Thank you.
See you later. That's why I haven't
Hetzelfde wat je doet. Ja, zij gaan je ook vragen, want zij weet die andere kant van de rekening.
Ja, maar die andere kant was geschreven, dus kan ik niet
why I haven't got.
Dat is even voor jou geschreven.
Hier wordt maar net Nico. Het maakt ook voor alles exceptioneel.
Number 4.
Vandaag. We hebben zeker voorzien van mij schrijven ze worden van jou niet.
Nee.
Ja, want die is zo heel schrik.
I've got on on here, I can log on to 3 hours a day. If I do, if I do,
Yeah,
and the number will not just, somebody has to have that number. It comes from one thing. But then chat and
Is it index on?
Exactly that, otherwise they've got to find your second. So, and find other people, they've got to find two or four. And do you know what? Yeah.
For the children off the line up to the bridge. Even the toddlers and there's
penny farthings and modern stuff.
Chris with Alex Summers was leading the championship, but has been probably having too much fun with the Spirling, the amazing electric car. We'll talk about it a bit later on. So he's on drop scores. I think you're 2 behind. That's easily made up.
Not against Matt Ryder, I don't think, and everyone else for that matter. The way it works is I have a 30-point lead overall, but we drop our 6 lowest scores. So the fact that Matt had a couple of zeros in the Channel Islands weren't, necessarily his fault. The good thing about drop scores is it negates that. So if you have some bad luck, or you can't make it to an event, or you have a failure of some description, it can go the other way as well. It doesn't necessarily reward consistency, but that's a debate that's run and run and run. It's something like 32 rounds 6 which you drop, which is quite a big number, but those are the rules.
But the car is quick, but not quite quick enough. Is that a function of power?
It's not a function of power, it's a function of torque. So I would describe it as area under the curve, if that makes sense. Yeah. So the engine revs to 15,000 RPM, which means if you think about it pumping an amount of air, it's probably very similar to something like that. It revs 5,000 RPM or thereabouts more than this engine, and therefore, it makes up for that capacity. So the power is very similar. It's just that, for example, if you look at Top S at Shelsley, we come out of the Top S at 7,000 RPM, and then it's sort of waiting for a bus, and you get to 11, and off you go. Which is.
So what gear are you in coming out of Top S?
3rd gear. 2nd gear would be lively.
Yeah, too lively.
Yeah. So you could throw different gears at it at different events, but I'm not really programmed that way. I can't really be bothered. It's an amazing engine. It's extremely powerful. It suffers from a lack of capacity, but I don't think that's. You pick your horse, don't you, and you make your choices, and that's what you do. I've driven a 3.5 litre Nick Mac, and the one it's got Moran's car that I won the championship in, and it's got huge advantages in some areas and some disadvantages in others. And I think it's why Matt and I are so close. It's somewhere it's going to shine, and some places it's
But it's been a reliable engine, relatively.
I just don't want to curse it. We've had a really good season from a whole car point of view. We had some dramas at Shelsley, but I don't, they happen, and they all happened in practice, which is fine. But no, I mean, Andy, Simon, Mum, Dad, everyone this year has been really consistent in their approach, and when people do really well, like Matt did at Wiscombe and stuff, it's important not to knee-jerk and suddenly throw different engine maps at it and stuff like that. It would, on pace, appear that Matt is going to win the championship. All I can do to respond at the moment is try and be consistent and be there and thereabouts. I'm going to try and beat him, but I'm not going to kill myself to prove that point.
Don't do that.
A turn of phrase, maybe.
I'm wondering if Caroline should do what your mum does and warm the car up, but I suppose Sean does that.
I think Sean's doing a very good job of warming the car up. There's some debate about dual driving and whether it's an advantage. I'd say 6-1. You do get tired tyres after a run, but they're warm. You get warm brakes, but sometimes, maybe at some tracks like Harewood, that's a disadvantage. I think that swings and roundabouts. For me, people say, why do you share with your mum? And I said, well, if I didn't, I'd be in a Ford Focus or something. So it's not. I really enjoy it. I think it's really cool that
she does a good job. I mean, she doesn't go crazy. She gets it nice and warm.
Well, she went very quickly at Shelsley. She's in the 25s for the 2nd time, I think, or 3rd time, which is brilliant. And it's her car, and I'm there at her pleasure, as it were. So I think it's really cool. I think it's a really cool story that my mum drives it and we share.
Changing the subject, changing the scenery. McMurtry is sensational, and they're starting production and they're starting selling.
Yeah, we've got a number of partners that we're working with, customers and things like that, some of which I was lucky enough to meet at the Festival of Speed this year. We weren't going for times per se. We took the 2 cars and we just met people and met customers and showed them around, and then obviously we were going quickly, but we weren't there to compete in the shootout. But it's all going well. It's a great thing to be a part of, and they're very lucky. They're very generous, and I'm very lucky to be able to do things like Goodwood. I'm going to California next week, which I'm looking forward to. probably a bit warm for my taste. 40
What
degrees.
are the Americans thinking about it? Is the car that's over there based here or based there?
So the two cars have gone on a US tour. So they've gone stateside with a big shipping container. They've got the original Goodwood car and the blue one, the Pure, and they're on a promotional tour effectively. I think a lot of customers want to see it physically. You know, it's one thing reading about it on Top Gear or whatever, but the car's going around, the physical sensation that it provides, you know, it's dramatic when you see it launch. There's nothing really quite like it.
Do you let potential owners drive it?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
And they find it okay? It's not scary?
Well, as I've always said about that car, it's very modular. It's very, today I want 300 horsepower, click, 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 which I think is part of the mission. You know, Max and I do drive it quickly at places like Goodwood, and he's subsequently done records in Germany and now the reverse corkscrew record at Laguna Seca. But we're trying to develop something that's accessible. It's a very similar mission to the Firestorm and the P40 actually. You know, mum and dad, and my wife and my brother and everyone needs to have a go. And I generally think if a car is nice to drive and easy and approachable to drive, it will be fast. There's not a lot of instances where that's not true. And so the brief is develop the car, get customers in it, get their feedback, get their opinion on it, and they go on a journey with us. And
get a signature on the order form.
I mean, that's the business, isn't it? That's the job. But they are part of something really cool, and I think they identify with that. And there's an experience there. There's a sort of, we'd like to think of it as a partnership, really, because they're going to have the car, they're going to be able to do events in it. People are getting to drive them right now, I think. Customers.
It's not going to be at Goodwood Revival, or is it?
I think it misses the eligibility criteria.
It could do a demo, go for a record.
I'm sure. I mean, maybe. Not that I'm aware of, no. But I think Max will be there in his Cortina, which will be
I shall have words with His Grace.
Well, why not, yeah.
Good, Alex. It's been a fantastic season. Lots of fun, lots of variety. Thanks very much indeed.
No, nice to chat. Thank you. Cheers.
The great thing about Alex is he's not only a brilliant driver, he's a well-trained engineer, has put a lot of input into the new family car, but he's also very bright and articulate, which makes it a real treat to interview him. So thanks, Alex, very much indeed. Lunch break is coming to an end in 4 minutes and 40 seconds. I hope you've had a good lunch. It's been a nice long lunch break. And we're coming towards our second class runs to be run in the same order as this morning. We've witnessed the hill record being broken again. It was 34.65 to Wallace Menzies, and there's a video on YouTube watching him do that. And now it's Matt Ryder's brought it down to 34.60. And so records are falling all over the place. And it's a tribute to our young chargers who have come into the sport and already demonstrating amazing speed, Alex Coles and the like. And it's a great pleasure to see these new young skills coming out to play. So the format is the same as this morning. Class runs during which the top 12 fastest runners who are qualified for the championship will get to compete in the runoff at the end of the day. Remember that 12 run but only 10 score points, so it's really bad luck to work like crazy to get into the runoff and end up 11th and you haven't scored a single point. But it's a hard old life, isn't it? It's not easy to win a point in the HillClimb Championship. I did it once. God, got quickest time in a runoff at Lowton Park. I don't believe in divulging the secret, but I suppose I will. I qualified 12th, so I was first to run, and off I went and did a reasonable time, and then the rain came bucketing down and everybody else was splashing up the hill very slowly, and so I got the win. But I never admitted that, and the newspaper just said, gave the name of the winner. The beautiful thing about the Midlands Hill climbs, Prescott, Shelsley and Loughton Park, is that they are all in lovely countryside. Prescott is beautiful, we're in a fold of the Cotswolds. Shelsley is just above the Team Valley, and Loughton Park is on the way into Wales. All beautiful countryside. Unlike Stalag Silverstone, where it's all barbed wire and you get shouted at if you go the wrong way. Plus, at a hill climb, you're free to go pretty much anywhere. Go into the paddock, have a close look at the cars, chat to the drivers and engineers. They're only too happy to explain the cars to you because, of course, they're very proud of them. And especially if you bump into Sean Gould, who will be down there, who builds these amazing Goulds. He's really a fund of knowledge about why the car is designed the way it is. And you probably heard me say this yesterday, but the unique thing about the Gould is that the bodywork from front to back is one molded piece of carbon fiber, or it looks like one piece, but actually it's three pieces, because each section of the bodywork has a different job to do. So the nose cone is all about crumple zone. The middle of the car where the driver sits is all about protecting the driver, and then the tail is all about heat because it's very hot round there. But you wouldn't know by looking at it. It looks like a perfect one-piece molding all the way from front to back. Interestingly, there's only one hole in the top of the bodywork, and that's for the driver to get in. Everything else, engine, gearbox, transmission, brakes, suspension, all gets fitted from underneath. And the result is a very, very rigid chassis, which contributes to the quality of its road holding. Alex Summers drives a DJ Firestorm. DJ are producing some lovely cars, all with fire in the title. Firestorm, Fireblade. I'm not sure whether DJ are building another Firestorm or whether Alex is still unique. If I see the lads around, I'll ask them. Trevor's car is an OMS, and Steve and Lynn Owen have done a fantastic job over quite a few years, over 20 plus years, produced a lot of cars, a number of which have gone overseas to Australia, to America and places like that. They are very popular. Okay, Trevor won the championship for 3 years in his OMS 28, and I think you have to say that it's that the Firestorm and the Gould have overtaken it technically, but Trevor's still pretty quick. He won the round at Booley Bay, which is really good. That's a product of driver skill, but it just shows the OMS 28 rewards him with good road holding. It suffers a bit from lack of power. It's running a Radical RPE engine, which probably produces about 450 bhp, and the car may not be quite as light as the Goulds and the DJs, but nevertheless Trevor is capable of putting up some really good times. Well, you can see in the runoff 36.24, not half bad at all. And our first car comes to the line, car number 21 is the little Fiat Abarth, which has been a great sales success. Fiat produced the 500 electric and it hasn't been a good success at all. to the degree that I think they've taken it off the market now. This is David Garnett in the Abarth 595, 2.96 off the start line. And on the start line, Peter Knights. If you've lost your Visa debit card, have a look, rustle through your pockets and your wallet. It's been found and you can find it at the club office. Visa debit card, I can't give you a number because that would be wrong. Off goes Peter Knights in the Metro 6R4 Mazda. Metro body, slightly pushed and pulled around. All the guts inside are Mitsubishi, including a 3-litre V6 engine. This car is for sale. Talk nicely to Peter when he comes back to the paddock. Make him an offer he can't refuse. And you've got yourself a really exciting sprint and hill climb car. John Barber on his way in the Fiat Abarth 850 TC. And here into the S's comes Peter Knights. I think Peter is taking it fairly gently, doesn't want to bend it before it gets sold. But here's John Barber. He'll be followed by Peter Baker in the venerable Doris. Doris, as you can see, if you can see the start line, is a 1950s, I guess, Daimler Conquest. And Peter is busy wearing out the transmission bands in its pre-selector gearbox. He took it to Santa Bog Raceway a few weeks ago, and I think almost wrecked the transmission, zooming off the line. But he was having fun. Lotus Elise on the line, 727. Is David Wilson, family affair. Mark 1 bodywork, which for many people is the prettier of the two body shapes of Elise's, but the Mark II bodywork is much stronger and puts up with more abuse from people who use the car as an everyday car. Great start by David, 2.33. Here comes Doris into and through and out of S's. Final corner out of the S's is called Tom Rolt, and Tom Rolt was a famous author, historian, steam engine enthusiast, but most important of all, in the 40s after the war, Tom was very effective in starting and encouraging the resurrection of the canal system in this country, which was in a terrible state of disrepair by 1945, and he got a team of volunteers to really work hard to rebuild all the canals, and now they are one of the joys of holidaying in this country. Time for David Wilson, 48.37, that's a good time. We're watching this very quick Mazda Roadster, driven by Robin Holden. Much modified and very quick. Can put the scare up some Porsches occasionally. Bruce Aitken is on his way in the Citroen Saxo, lifting the inside rear wheel around Orchard Corner. Shows he's giving his damnedest to get this car up Prescott as quickly as possible. Off the line, on the line and off the line. Car number 30 is Andrew Feekins in a Renault Clio 172 Cup. So that indicates a fairly early Cup car. 03 means 2003. Oh wow. Bruce Aitken hurls the VTS Citroen Saxo into and out of the S's, round the semicircle and over the line in a 54.28. Here's the Renault, and on the line the Rover ZR160, which is putting up a very good performance It's not hugely powerful, 160 horses or so. Slight awkwardness going into the S's for the Renault, but here's the Rover. And I keep saying, if you want to start cheap hill climbing, this is one way to go, because you can pick up a good one, get it looked after, and for under £3 you've got yourself a great hill climb car. Lizzie Weaver takes off in the Citroen Saxo VTS. Here's the Rover again into the S's. Lizzie, does she lift an inside rear wheel? No, she doesn't. So the suspension is tied right down. But she gets the right line through Ettores, the right late apex. So she's been trained by brother and dad, Richard and Tom, taking a neat line, straight lining the S's as much as she possibly can. David Friel on his way in the Honda Civic Type R. Lizzie round semicircle, it'll be well under 60 seconds. It's 55.79, excellent, well done. Pretty Elise on the line, presumably started silver and then somebody put white lines over it. Well, it works. I think it's a very attractive colour scheme. Jonathan Langmead is very quick in this car. Daniel Friel in the Honda goes around semicircle after 44 seconds, so not quite under 50, 51.81. Stuart Hook comes to the line in car number 61, beg its pardon, and it's a Mazda MX-5. Here's Jonathan Langmead, a wide entry into Tom Road corner, almost collects the movie camera on the way into semicircle, and a good run in 47.22. Now advertising Moran Motorhomes is car number 118. That's Samantha Lester. I don't know if she's a member of the Moran family or gets paid by Roger and Scotty to advertise their business. Another Elise up to the line. The Elise has been such a success. Do you know where the name Elise came from? For a time, Lotus was owned by Bugatti, and the boss man had a granddaughter called Elise, and that he was still the boss when the Elise came out, and hence the name. So it's a nice name anyway. Samantha runs semicircle and records a good time at 51.97. Robert Wilson in the Elise rounds Ettores. And on the line, this very rapid Mazda MX-5 735 is John Maycock. This puts the frighteners up for various Porsches because it's extremely quick. Here's Robert Wilson in the Elise. He won't be under 40 seconds, but he might well be under 50 seconds. In fact, almost certainly it'll be in the mid-40s. It's a 48.47. Off goes Maycock in the Mazda Roadster, deservedly the world's best-selling sports car ever, but with nods to Colin Chapman and the Lotus Elan, which inspired the shape of the Mazda MX-5. Class record, David Wilson, Lotus Elise, with a 48.37. Brilliant, well done. Off goes Simon Tarling with a GT3 Porsche, always the hottest road version of the Porsche 996. Here comes John Maycock 49.61. So David Wilson's 48.25. Hang on a second. Class record. Oh, we've lost it. David Wilson. I think he's done a quicker time since then. Is that another record today? Rodney Isles in the Alfa Romeo. Not sure. Simon Tarling again nearly wipes out the camera. He's followed by Robert Lancaster Gay in his relatively newly acquired Cayman. Bought it a couple of years ago, replaced his GT3, and to begin with he took a little bit of time to get used to it, but now he absolutely loves it. BMW M3, Stephen Atkins, 4-litre V8, Robert out of Tom Roke corner, 41.28, mid-40s for Robert. And Rodney Isles did a 46.85. I'm not sure if that is today. It doesn't look like it. Duncan did a 47.22. This is Richard York. Porsche Cayman 718 GT4, something like 500 to 600 horsepower in the Cayman. For me, it's one of the most attractive body shapes of the current load of Porsches. Stephen Atkins in the M3 has finished with a 50.55, good improvement on his first run. He's followed by Duncan Andrews in the Porsche Cayman. Car number 46 on the line, Richard York into S's. I'm tempted to call him Richard of York, one of our former kings, but he probably wouldn't thank me for doing that. Duncan Andrews in the Cayman heads into Pardon. He did a 47.22 first run to be quickest in this class. Road cars, series production cars, over 2 litres. But look, Rodney Isles, not in this meeting, got up in a 46.85 in his Alfa Romeo 4C. And a 46.673 for Duncan, 46.73, quickest time so far today. Robert did a 48. I've lost him. Oh, there he is. Did a 48.51. Stephen Atkins did a 50.55. Richard York with Justine, 49.67. Duncan Andrews, 46.73. James Stocks on his way and nearing the top. Alan Mansfield has just taken off with a 2.46 off the line. We'll keep an eye on James's time. Don't forget he's in the amazing Toyota GR Yaris. Alan Mansfield in a similar car, 33.86. But they are both being beaten by Peter Richings in this amazing Golf R. Time for James Stocks, 52.37. Alan Mansfield, 53.87. Peter Richings in the Golf R is extremely quick. It's a very, very powerful car. Again, flashes its brake lights when you put the brakes on really hard. I don't know how much power this is producing, but the engine note is just stunning. On his way, Ross McDonald in maybe the least suitable hill climb car here this weekend, the Porsche Cayenne. Peter Richings, he should be nearing the finish. 48.99, that's okay. Joy Hoyle on the line in the Caterham Super Sprint that she shares with Ray Law. She's always quick, has been hill climbing for a number of years. Used to drive her own Caterham, lurid pink and blue, but for the last 5 years or so she's been very welcomed by Ray as his partner in hill climbing. They're both very competitive, and their times are very close, so we'll keep an eye on Joy's time and then note it for when Ray comes along in this same car. On the line, Paul Evans, Westfield again, with I think a Vauxhall 2-litre engine. Quite a nice start, 2.58. Joy records a 48.07. Bear that in mind when Ray Law comes. A very fast Caterham, car number 55, is Richard Price. Car number 55. What engine has he got? I have a feeling it's a bike engine. No, it's not. It's a 1600, so it could be just about anything. He's followed by car number 56, Malcolm Hickey, in this delightfully painted or fabricked green and black Caterham. Caterham has been so successful. They came to Festival of Speed Goodwood last year with their new civilized coupe car, which is being developed for them in Italy. Looks very nice. It was very hot inside on the day that I interviewed the boss, but they are working on that. So it'll be interesting to see. It's a sort of, well, I suppose you could say it's a replacement for the Elise. Nice small light coupe. Malcolm Hickey, Caterham 7, followed by Rob Lloyd, Westfield. And on the line, car number 58 is Jerry Neary. And I think Jerry might not be very happy with his first run time. Let's see what he did. Yeah, he was down in the 52s, and I think Jerry should be quicker than that. Let's see how he does second time up. Rob Lloyd, Jerry Neary on the screen. Prescott last week we had a big screen in the courtyard, which was very popular. Off the line comes Steve Garner, car number 59. 2 litres and 48 cc. To me indicates Opel rather than Vauxhall, but I could well be wrong. Now, can Jerry beat his morning time of 52.71? No, well, only just 52.57. So the car might be going grumpy. Steve Garner in the S's. Tim Higgins takes off from the start line in his Westfield, and up to the line comes the Fisher Fury. Don't see many of these on a dark night. Very elegant, nice yellow colour, beautifully prepared. You buy the kit, which gives you the body. Whether it's all wired up for lights and things, I'm not sure. Whether you have to do that, I don't know. But you've got to find an engine, gearbox, back axle, etc. And you end up with a very rare and very quick and very nice looking little 2-seater sports car. Here comes Tim Higgins, and here comes Rob Brody, and up to the line comes the Mutaya. A really interesting concoction. You buy your Mutaya bodywork all wired up and ready to go, I think. Then you've got to find yourself a Subaru engine, gearbox, a transaxle, rear axle, brakes and everything. So effectively you then got yourself a two-seater Subaru and a delightful car. Rob Brody in the Fisher Fury up in 49.3. A bit slower than his morning run. Let's watch the Motaya in the hands of John Pick. And here's Andrew Russell in the Ginetta. When the lights go green, Andrew just shuts his eyes and sits there with his arms folded because the car knows its own way up. John Pick went a little bit too quick into Pardon, had to lift off a bit and gather it all together. Might have cost him a second or so. His first run time, where's he gone? 48.59. Can he match that or beat it? I suspect not. 49.1. Yeah, a bit of a loss of time at Pardon. Andrew Russell. I hesitate to ask Andrew what his quickest time ever up Prescott is, but he did a 51.32 in the morning. Last record stands to Eric Moray in the Hillman Imp. That green Hillman Imp is an incredibly quick bit of kit. Off the line goes Martin Rutter in the Fiat X19. Lovely to see an X19 in good condition. There were quite a few of them around and they were all as rusty as anything. Andrew 51.76. That's probably his standard time up Prescott. Martin, what did Martin do? First run 53.47. Eric Moray in the Imp did a 47.84, but his record is a 47.17, and he's queuing up to follow the Opel Tigra that's on the line right now. Here's Martin. Respectable time of 53.38, slightly quicker than morning run. Here's the Opel Tigra in the hands of Ian Sargent. Much modified, smaller rear window, taking as much weight out of the car as he possibly could. Good start, 2.54, and up comes our record holder. 47.17 is his record. It would be really good if he can top that. I've told the story of the Hillman Imp. The only thing I haven't mentioned, I don't think, I did yesterday, is that one of the lead engineers developing the Hillman Imp was Mike Parks. And Mike went on to be a works driver for Ferrari, mostly in sports cars rather than Formula One, because he's a big tall guy, and was pretty successful, but tragically died in a car accident on the Italian Autostrada. So we're keeping our eyes on the Imp. Suspension screwed right down. If you wanted to kill the understeer in your road-going Imp, you put a couple of bags of cement in the boot at the front. 21.66, very rapidly around Pardon. Shoves it into what's he got to beat? He's got to beat 47.17. He might well do it. 44, 45, 46, 47. No, sadly not. 48.61. Doesn't get near his record. Ray Law into Pardon. Ray Law's previous best time, 47.54. Record stands to Darren Luke, who I don't think is here this weekend. But Simon Price is in the purple Westfield. What can Ray Law do? 47.57. Joy was at 48.06, I think. So the battle of the Law and Hoyle I think falls to Ray this time. Interesting that so far all the Elises we've had going up the hill have all been Mark 1. And lovely to see them all in good condition. Got a friend who lives in the Team Valley, and I don't know if she's got it yet. She's got a Lotus. Oh, what's the new Lotus two-seater called? Coupe with the Toyota in the back. And when I last saw her, she was looking forward with great interest to have this car. Now Evo 6, massive acceleration. Stephen Moore, well, we're watching on screen Simon O'Sullivan, did a 48.23 first run. Here comes Stephen with 600 or more horsepower of Evo 6, four-wheel drive, so no excuse for going slowly. Here's Steve Mogg with the very pretty TVR Griffith 247. Here comes the Evo 6 37.37. Oh, we got a red flag. Now why? Has someone done a whoopsie? Straight on perhaps at Pardon? No. A bit of a spin through Orchard. Ah, no. Spectators are being encouraged to back off from the fence. The rules must be obeyed. What did Steve Moore do? A 44.3. And Steve Mogg in the Griffith has been flagged. I don't know why the red flag went out in the first place, but it probably means Stephen Mogg in the Griffith will get another run, unless he's fenced it, but I don't think he has. Otherwise it would have said fail. Instead, he gets another run when our marshals have finished pacing their way up the hill. On the line, Nigel Elliott in the rebuilt TR7 V8. Here comes Steve Mogg, still proceeding slowly up the hill, so he must have been red flagged before the bridge. And now, the sensible thing to do is to proceed up the hill and come down again, down the return road for another run. So here comes Stephen. Luckily he didn't pick up any gravel on the way, so he's not trailing gravel down the hill. Interesting battle between the battle of the big rovers, Nigel and Stephen. Stephen goes directed back into the paddock. He'll probably jump the queue down to the gate and be after the green and yellow Porsche for his run, although Nigel has been sent back off the line. Does that mean that Stephen is going to thread his way straight up to the start line? We shall see. Or it means that Nigel's getting another chance to spin the wheels and get some heat into the rear tyres. Here comes Stephen. He's being directed through the gate out of the paddock. The answer was Stephen was given permission to go back a bit and hence to have a bit of a warm-up from the pre-start line up to the start line. Get those rear tyres warm, get some grips into them. Don't know what he did on his first run. We'll see that on screen pretty soon. Very powerful V8 Rover engine, 4.6 and turbocharged, so masses of power. Then the Porsche, and then Steve Mogg in the TVR. Let's watch Nigel Elliott. I'm not sure if he's already going quicker than he did now. Why is he stopping? Has it broken? I do hope not. Now, was he red flagged, or has he stopped with something right? And I'm afraid the car is not happy. That is a shame. So he will, what will he do? He will probably reverse into the slot, turn round and coast down the hill back into the paddock. But he'll be very cross with his car for failing on him. There's nothing much to stop the Porsche from going, I think, because Steve Mogg is already in the paddock. They're looking underneath the car as if it's suspension or transmission. And again, the Porsche is being sent back. And as I suspected, Nigel is going to be turned round and coasted down the hill. It's probably the quickest way of getting rid of the red flag. It's a pity when the car isn't under its own steam, otherwise it could proceed slowly up to the top of the hill. He came to a fairly gentle halt, as if the engine suddenly switched off and coasted him to a halt. But we will find out eventually what's wrong with the Triumph. Maybe he will. Is this similar to Goodwood? Well, I suppose it's fairly similar to the Festival Speed, which has a hill climb up the hill, but the cars are very different. The cars are much faster. We want to have Goodwood accept one of the leading hill climb cars to demonstrate to the crowd at Goodwood how quick and how beautifully made they are. So the answer is it's fairly similar to Goodwood, but much nicer, much less crowded. Marshall's doing a great job. They are Kiri Kilovolt from Switzerland. Sort of girlfriend you need, Kilovolt. But she's absolutely right. Marshall's are doing a great job. They always do. And they're often extremely uncomfortable, either too hot, too cold, too wet. Now then, Nigel, what's stopping him from turning round and going down the hill? Maybe he hasn't got the steering lock sufficient to do it. But Marshall's doing a great job pushing it up backwards into the slot. Interesting that the Weaver family used to do the car recovery at Shelsley, and they got it down to a fine art. They could scoop up a car, take it down the hill in no time at all. I wouldn't dream of being rude about Prescott because it's such a lovely place, but sometimes they do take an awful long time to get a car out of the way. Nigel coasting down as we suspected he would. Marshall standing by the gate halfway up the paddock. Let's hope it's an easy fix. Well, of course, he's lost. It was a fail, so he doesn't get another run. But it would be nice if it's a plug lead or something and he can get it fixed before the end of the meeting. But that's a shame. Here's Paul Howells in this very attractive Porsche 911 RSR. We followed a brand new Porsche over to Prescott this morning. And it's amazing how fat they've got. Great wide things. Steve Mogg gets his rerun in the Griffith. Paul Howells did a 45.91 this morning's run. If a Mr. Ponsford or Mr. Hughes can hear me, I would be glad of a 5-minute natural break. So Paul 38.89, 43, 44, 45. 45.78. What can Steve do? He did a 48.22. Paul Howells slightly quicker than this morning. Steve Mogg did a 48.22. Masses of power, 5-litre Rover engine. Turbocharged, and it's a 47.97, so quicker than this morning's run. Nigel Elliott has failed. Up to the line comes car number 781. That's Graham Manton. Attractive grey paint job on this Westfield. Slightly bogged the revs down on the way off the start, so it was a 3.19. Maybe it's an illusion, but maybe Phil Fisher not going terribly quickly in this Westfield. He did a 48.35, and this time it's a 48.96, so hasn't matched his morning time. Here's this very, very fast Skoda, car number 83. Einon Price, highly experienced, very quick driver. There's something sort of pink above the windscreen his side. I'm not sure what that is. Presumably it's a sunscreen of some sort that folds down, and then looks like he's left his telephone on the roof as well, but probably not. Well, it's gone with him anyway, so that's all right. Einon, a brilliant start, 1.98. To be in the ones on a day like this is not half bad. Roger Moran got his revenge last time with Roger doing a 43.05, Einon doing a 45.9. Will the tables be turned? We shall see. Einon, a nice line through the S's. Sweeps out of Tom Rowe corner. Here's Roger Moran, former Hillclimb champion in his new acquisition, a very, very rapid Skoda. Einon has finished with 44.63. So Roger already has won the battle of the Skodas. What can he do this time? Can he get quicker than 43.05? He can, 42.78. Good run. We're into radicals. We're into John McQuillan's radical. To be followed by David Bickley in his SR1. Goes fairly wide out of top rope, but that's okay. Kept it on the black stuff and records a mid-40s of 47.37. Slightly quicker than this morning. Here's Alan McDonald. Did a 42.76 in the Force SR4 this morning. We're keeping an eye also on David Bickley in his radical. John McQuillan finished with a 47.37. I think we saw that. Here's David Bickley. Alan McDonald, a brilliant start. 2.28. Quickest of this clan. What did he do? He did a 42.76, record 39.34. I think he will struggle to match Graham Wynn's record, which he must have set a long time ago, because Graham's been driving the big car for quite a number of years. This is the Force, one of two Forces purporting to be a two-seater sports car. 42.46 is quicker by 0.3, and someone else is going to have to be reversed off the grid. Don't ask me why. Have we got a flag? No. But car number 90, Ross McDonald, has gone. Car number 90 is Stephen King in the Radical Pro Sport. I hope it isn't suffering a terminal illness, because it's been wheeled right back to the gate. Has it stalled and failed to restart? There will be an urgent call for his mechanic to come along and hopefully get it going. But in the meantime, a very elegant Radical comes up to the line. It's car number 92, which is Matthew Price in a Radical SR3 with a Hayabusa 1600 engine. The advent of these extremely powerful bike engines, Hayabusas and the like, are that go to the scrapyards, and you might well find a powerful motorbike all bent and twisted, but with a usable engine. Elegant car. I haven't got an early time for Matthew Price, but on the line is the Norma. And we've talked all about the Norma and how successful they are in European hill climbing. Off he goes. Now Duncan Barnes, 2.08. Nicely off the line. Through the speed trap at 86. Quite a discrepancy in speeds through the speed trap among the big cars. Some up in the 120s or so, some down to 108 or so. And I think it's a product of people getting early on the braking after the bridge and before Orchard Corner, because Orchard is a tricky corner. You don't want to go into it too fast. You might find yourself in the armco the other side of the track. Duncan, 41.54. quicker than this morning's run. I'm putting out a call again for Chris Ponsford or Stephen Hughes. If they're within shouting distance, if they can take over for a few minutes, that would be good. Car number 80 is Ben Fisher. Graham Lokes in the Porsche powered Lola. 44.7. Ben Fisher, not in a Fisher Fury, but in a Westfield with a Vauxhall engine. My rescuer in the form of Chris Ponsford is turning up, I'm glad to say. And I think I've done my hour, so Chris is very welcome to take the microphone. Here he is.
Hello everyone, my name's Chris Ponsford. Chris Drew, thank you very much, excellent. He'll be back later on to do the next runoff. And all these cars at the moment, they're all trying to qualify for the next runoff. Jonathan Flesh is on the hill at the moment. Stuart Binkley's trying to qualify in the bright yellow fluorescent force. He's car 100. He's just right on the line now. So we hope you enjoyed the runoff this morning. Well, course record, what's not to enjoy about that, young Matthew Ryder? I did say to him, is there more there than Matt? And he felt it was a bit of a scrappy run and it probably could go even quicker. So what potential there is for a new hill record again this afternoon, well, who knows? That's very quite something. But on the hill at the moment, Stuart Binkley in the Force TA. He's in the 1100 class. He's been a real revelation this year. He's here with his father David, who's racing a Radical. But young Stuart, he's can he get into another runoff? So at the moment, he's heading up towards the finish now, and he will do second quickest in the 1100 class to David Tatum, who has been up in the 38.08 is the fastest time, but we're in the afternoon times here, and I'm just having a quick look here. Incidentally, the class record is Robert Kenrick in the GWR Raptor 2, and that is the car that is currently on the line. But it's not Robert Kenrick driving, it's Richard Matosian. This is another bike engine car, as they all are in this class, but this one actually does have a BMW Grand Prix motorcycle engine in the back of it. So very impressive bit of kit. Robert Kenrick actually did rebuild this engine for Richard over the winter. And now Richard's been going very well in this little car. Richard travels all the way from Scotland. His time this morning was a 39.89. And that's what he was 6th in the class this morning. The quickest was Dave Tatham in the 38.08. Stuart Binkley didn't improve on this morning's time with his 38.26. But nevertheless, Richard Matosian has improved on his time from this morning by 3/10. 300s, 39.84. When I was called into the box by young Chris, because it was just about coming to my turn again, we're on a little rotor system, I was just, I'd just been to see my man Bob at Bennett's Ice Creams just round the corner here, and I'd grabbed myself a rather nice raspberry ripple and a flake. And I've got to tell you folks, there's still a wee bit left, so I will try and, in between slurps, I'll probably switch off the mic so you don't have to listen to the slurping. Anyway, Nigel Pitt on the line, Shoestring Racing from the Team Valley. Nigel lives in Bromyard, which isn't very far away. He's here with his partner Claire today, and Nigel, well, he's always quick, he's always a trier. This is a lovely little OMS 3000 carbon tub on this one. Again, still all motorbike engines. He did a time this morning of 40.46. Can he improve on that this afternoon? And actually quite a few, Jonathan Fletcher, James Moore, Richard Matosian, have improved on the morning time, so the track is still very quick. A lot more shadow on the track. Anyway, he's off up to the finish. He finishes in a 40.19, which does improve by about just over a quarter of a second on this morning. Richard Walker on the hill in the OMS 2000M. This is an early car, built in 2000, and you can see it's got the big engine cover over the back of that engine. Again, all bike engines as well. This one will be running a Suzuki engine in this. And this morning he did, Richard Walker, he did a 43.35. He's heading to the finish now, and he's over the finish, and he improves 42.56. That's a big improvement. Rob Clark on the hill in the Empire Evo 2. Rob Clark, he's come back to the hills. He's had a bit of a break. He's just recently got married, which cost him a few quid. He was telling me, he'd just been talking to his wife and him in the paddock. So he's now back racing. He's a head gardener for a very wealthy gentleman who lives in London, who runs hedge funds and the like, who's got a Shropshire estate. And Rob is his head gardener. One would say it's not exactly like my garden, it's rather bigger. It's slower than this morning, a 40.47, keeps him in 8th place in the class. Alrighty, Dave Tatham has just left the line. This is our farmer from Yorkshire, the man that is as strong as an ox and carries sheep around under his arms, just like that. And one arm, one on each arm. Don't upset the Tatham brothers. Here he goes, this DJ Firehawk. This is an all carbon tub, this one. He's a brilliant driver. He also drives his dad's old McLaren M6, M12, big ex-Can-Am type car. Anyway, he's off up towards the finish. Is he going to improve? He won the class this morning. He did 38.08, and he's slightly slower this afternoon, 39.05. Eaten too much lunch, as young David. Anyway, Emma Rayson was on their line. She still is on the line. They're just doing a little bit of sweeping. So, as I've got this rather nice strawberry ripple, talk amongst yourselves for a minute or so while Emma's on the line, and we'll be back with you in a minute.
Sorry.
Back with you, folks. Emma's back with you too. Emma racing on the line, about to go into Little Empire. It's actually, the car's only a few years old, but it was the first of this generation of Empires. They have come from the Channel Islands today, Emma and her husband. They've also got a sand racing car with a great big V8 in it as well, but this rather delicate little Empire in the bright yellow scheme looks absolutely fabulous, doesn't it? Nice to see lady drivers in our sport. We were talking about that yesterday with Caroline Ryder, encouraging ladies to take up the sport. We need more of you girls. Come on, ladies, and join us. So she gone through to the finish in a 41.63, good time. As we have young Tom Weaver on the line. Tom, part of the Ludlow Massif. I bet his mum's watching. Lizzie, Helen, just looking down there. They will be there surely. Tom Weaver trying to qualify for a runoff. Talented young driver from Ludlow. Always goes well in this little car. This is their new car this year. Slides it out of Vittoria's. I love a bit of that. That's great. Into Pardon. Sparks going off the car. Gets it round Pardon very well, which is a very tricky corner. Is this going to be? So at midway, at the time, the timing, he is at level with Dave Tatham on time. To Semi just slightly down. Going off to the finish. 38.29. 38.29 is just a fraction down on his time this morning. Keeps him third in the class. Tim Thompson just gone away. He's in the OMS 28. He's sharing with Jonathan Flesher. Tim's come back to hill climbing after a long gap. He used to race in the British Hillclimb Championship with big pilgrims and the like. And his father was a very successful hill climber as well. So it's a family trait. He's already through the S's now. Tim this morning, he was 9th in the class with a 41.46. Can he improve on that this afternoon? Because most of them aren't. So yes, he has. Well done, Tim. He's nearly half a second quicker, 40.91. It stays 9th in the class. As Becca Crocombe in the Van Diemen RF84. It's on the hill. She's another one. It's from farming family and enjoys doing a lot of running. She's always putting posts on Facebook that embarrass me, of course. I can't say I'm a great runner. Perhaps those days are gone. I don't think I ever was a great runner. In fact, I never was. I could play a lot of sport, but not just running for the sake of it. Anyway, she's off to the finish. What can she do? She's just done a 52.22. That's slower than this morning, so maybe some are quicker, but quite a few aren't. So either they're getting tired, or they've had too much lunch, or the track is slower. I leave you to draw your own conclusions. Probably Matt Ryder this afternoon will probably prove me totally wrong and go and smash the record again. Kirsten Dodd on the hill in the Van Diemen RF86. This is Matthew Ryder's fiance, soon to be wed. Already into semicircle, getting quicker and quicker every time she drives this little Formula Ford. She did a 49.22 now, which is quicker than this morning. Well done, Kirsten. And she remains 4th in the class of Formula Fords. These are all Formula Ford cars up to 1600, manufactured before 1994. Jimmy Harris in the Van Diemen. He was the quickest this morning. He goes all over the rumble strips in the S's there. He's wide out of the S's. He gets away with it, goes onto the grass. He is trying, really trying hard. What's his time going to be? 47.60. I think his trying too hard antics cost him a bit of time there. Nevertheless, he's still top of the class. Les Buck. Perennial Les Buck was 3rd quickest this morning in this old Pringett Mistral. They were originally produced for driving schools, race driving schools at places like Silverstone or Snetterton, and I think they made about 20 of them. And Les has got a really nice old example here. He's just finished in a 49.03, which is quicker than this morning, so well done to him. Carol Nichols on the hill in the Nike Mark II. The Nike Mark IV. This was built by her father back in the day. Built quite a few hill climb cars and racing cars, and Carol has carried on this tradition. She's one of our most regular competitors. She's finished in a 54.99 as Paul Jones is approaching the S's in the Force TA. He's sharing with Darren Gumbly this season, and this is in a 1600 car, and it runs on methanol. He finishes in a 40.61, which is an improvement of about 0.3 this morning. Nick Saunders went very well this morning in the Raptor. So this is Richard Spedding's car, and Nick is having a go in it. He managed to, he's commentator's curse. He's decided to go grass cutting at Ettores. A rotational direction change. But anyway, he's got it going again. He'll run up to the finish, but unfortunately, although it won't necessarily be a failed run, it won't be his best ever run. But you've got to be trying, haven't you? You can't hang about here. So he's on his way. He'll go up to the finish, and then they'll release Alan Warburton in the Gould GR59. So the spin cost him nearly 10 seconds. Alan Warburton leaves the line in this glorious little Gould GR59. Actually, the car's older than I thought it was. I was talking to Paul Haynes, and I think he told me his GR59 was one of the early ones, and I think it was built in about 2013, 2014. And I think Alan's is a similar sort of vintage, but it's got a motorcycle in the back, motorcycle engine in the back, the inevitable Suzuki Hayabusa in this bigger engine class. In the smaller engine class, they tend to run the GSXR Suzuki, but if you're really different, you have the BMW engine, which is what Sean Gould is currently building at the moment for the 1100 class, a car probably similar to Robert Kenrick's. Liam Cooper, so leaves the line in the Force TA, beautifully turned out little car. David Warburton was the quickest earlier in that 11 to 1600 class, and he did a 37.52. Josh Goodyear holds the record in that class, again in the Raptor, and that's a 36.35. So, what do we got? So Liam Cooper comes from Exeter. He's here, I think he's here with Olivia this weekend, his wife, who also drives this car. Anyway, he's off up to the finish. And Liam finishes with a 40.74, slightly slower than this morning. John Stockley has just left the line. John Stockley did a 40.73 this morning. Finished 8th in the class. John is driving the Force PC. As we got Nicola Dearden on the line in the Gould Dallara. We're doing really well on the subscriptions, folks. We've got Ray and Coble just subscribed. We were looking to get up to 15,000, and I think we made very good progress today. I expect Richard put an update on it fairly shortly. So what do we got? John Stockley did a 40.19, so that's an improvement. In the racing cars over 1600cc up to 2 litres, Jonathan Barley from this morning was the fastest in the Predator with a 37.38, just outside his own record. Nicola Dearden's on the hill at the moment in the Gould Dallara. As we have the Formula Ireland car coming to the line of one of the Colborns. Aaron or Andy, we will tell you. It's Andy Colburn, yeah, and this is Dan driving the Van Diemen. Nicola Dearden through the S's at the moment. great looking car, the Dilara. This is owned by Andrew Henson, who's going to be driving it in a bit, and he is a purveyor of fine racing cars for his living. That's his job. AH Classic Autos. Anyway, Andrew is away in that lovely little Van Diemen, which runs a 2-litre Ford derived engine, and I say derived, it's got lots of fancy bits in it, he was telling me, and there's probably not a lot of Ford left in it, but anyway, alley block as well, so quick thing, bit sort of like a Durotech but with some more fancy bits. So he was quick this morning. Aaron was quick this morning, did a 41.07. Andrew's dad, probably slower than Aaron, he does a 43.99. As Steve Marr leaves the line in another Predator. This is Jonathan Varley's Predator. This is the car that has got the class record at the moment when Jonathan is driving it. Jonathan is leading the Midland Hillclimb Championship in this car. And it is a beautiful piece of kit. It started off life when Graham White Jr. built the car in Scotland. It started off with an Arrows V10 engine in it, a Formula 1 Arrows V10 I believe. Sounded amazing, went incredibly well, but it did suffer from difficulties, namely getting off the line. Anyway, Steve is through the finish in a 40.76. Andy Bugatti has just left the line in his Force PT. He comes from the Channel Islands, and actually I was talking to Emma Rayson and the husband earlier, and it's possible that he doesn't always take the car back to the Channel Islands, because although they have events over there, he often leaves it here in between events, and then it's a bit easier to get it back here when it's already here. So Andy, anyway, he's running well in the class. He was second in the class this morning, did a 39.16. Here he goes to the finish, 38.25. That's good, he'll be happy with that. That's a big improvement. Excellent. Nearly a second. Caroline Ryder on the line. Matt Ryder's mum loves driving the little family Formula Ford. There's no trouble. They're all running basically on the same tyres. It is a specific tyre for Formula Fords, but they're all on it. There's no aero on the car, there's no wings, it's pure driving skill. And she was telling me that actually it is good to slide it around a little bit, because then you know you're trying a little bit. Anyway, currently Jimmy Harris is comfortably winning the class. Well, actually I'll say that, he's only half a second quicker than, actually no, 46. Yeah, he's comfortably winning the class at the moment. Caroline heads off up towards the finish, and she will finish in a time of 48.19. That is slower than this morning. So again, we don't know what the track's doing, but it's the times aren't quite as good. Paul Harris, he's on the hill. He's I think Paul was fifth this morning. Paul and Jimmy, I don't know if they're brothers or it's father and son. I will have to find that one out. Anyway, Paul on the hill, as we have Darren Gumbley getting ready to go in his Taylor Lane timber frame. So he has a joinery business, woodworking joinery business, very good at that, and he's based up in the Team Valley, not far from Shelsley Walsh. And always a quick driver. Has been qualified for runoffs this year, and he qualified for another runoff, and off he goes. So currently in this class of 1100 to 1600, we've got David Warburton leading the way from Richard Spedding. Darren Gumbley was third this morning with a 38.34. As another very quick runner, the class leader David Warburton comes to the line. Darren Gumbley is up in it, coming into the S's. Out of the S's successfully, slides it out of the S's, heading towards semicircle, goes round there, which is quite a scary long corner. Anyway, through to the finish in a 38.17. That's better than this morning. Well done, Darren. Excellent. As David Warburton looks to improve on his 37.52 from this morning, that did actually qualify him for the runoff. So I'm thinking if he does a similar sort of time, he could well be back in that runoff again. So So David, very quick driver, very successful. My goodness me, for a moment he was staring straight at the tyre barrier at Arden. He got round that. It was a very good run up to then. He was in purple sectors. He's back in purple sectors, which means good. That means good. What's he going to do? Yes, he improves on the time by 37.52. He's now done a 37.17. Wow, it's getting quicker and quicker, isn't it? Still leads the class with that. We've now going into the racing cars over 1600cc up to 32 litre, forced induction engine cars. And in this one, we've got Kelvin Broad, who was 4th this morning, with a 39.40. He's driving his Force TA with the supercharged or turbocharged Hayabusa engine in that one. But I don't see a methanol sticker on that car, so maybe he's running non-methanol. Anyway, Paul Hames led the class this morning with a brilliant 36.77, only a wee bit outside his class record. Kelvin comes from Exeter, been competing for quite a while, and this year he's sharing the car with Alex Coles, does a 38.87, which is an improvement on this morning. Well done, Kelvin. The helmet, the colour of the car, that can only be Richard Spedding in the Raptor. Richard is very rapid indeed. Now, he has got an orange sticker on the car. Don't worry, that's not a cheap buy him at the end of the day orange sticker. That means he's running on methanol. In fact, have we all done that job, going into the supermarket looking for the orange stickers, eh? Peter Hughes, my man here, he's having a cheeky roll by the look of it, having his lunch. Anyway, he's absorbed in his own thoughts. Richard Spedding, he's well on the hill. He's going round in Tories. He's looking to qualify for a runoff. David Warburton did a 37.17. Richard did a 37.59 this morning. Can he go quicker? David went quicker this afternoon. Already into the S's. He comes from Barnsley. His brother races, his father races. And Richard is through to the finish in a 36.97. Takes him top of the class. Beats young David Warburton. Wow, well done that man. He's going to be serious. He wants to have a play in the runoff this afternoon. And I reckon with that time he's going to have a very good chance of doing that. Tim Elmer is on the line in the Dallara. Tim has come back to it after a while. Well, we haven't seen him out much lately. But anyway, he's got this beautiful Dallara which runs Terry Davis V8 in the back of it. 2 litre class. Car looks absolutely amazing. What time did he? He was 6th this morning. He's finding his feet. Will he be quicker? Yes, he is. 41.26. So the times are coming down. The drivers are getting confident. I'm thinking the track is pretty quick at the moment. Looking very good indeed. So we're not precluding the chance of another hill record. What about Wallace Menzies this morning? Didn't he do well? Alex Summers, Will Hall, and of course Matthew Ryder decided, well, I'll just do a hill record and win the runoff. What more? Wallace couldn't do much more, but I said to him, you're back in the game, Wallace, you're back on form. James Chalmers on the hill in the Rolt. This is his father John's car. James last year was driving a Mazda MX-5. Now he's driving a 400 horsepower single-seater. That's a big jump up, isn't it? This is one rapid car though. It's in the silver Mercedes colours. It's not a Mercedes, but it might as well be looking at it. Doesn't it look good? Already into the S's. William Lockridge, he's just left the line in the fantastic Empire Wraith, which is the works car. He's absolutely nailing it through the corners there. He's already victorious. Just cuts the grass on the inside. This looks like a good run to me. At the moment, he's really quick. He's equaling Paul Hames' time here at the moment. My goodness me. He is on a mission, isn't he? Goodness me. Come on, one Will. Can you get quicker than Paul Hames? That bit. What's happened? Has the car slowed up then? car slowed up. I'm sure it did. It did, dramatically. Oh, it's gone through the finish there. He was on a brilliant run then, and suddenly the car slowed up coming out of the S's. I'm gutted for him. So Paul Hames stays top. And of course that car, the Raptor, the Empire Wraith rather, that is being shared with Zach Zammit, our fantastically quick driver from Malta. But William was on a brilliant run, then something's happened to the car. He got over the finish line, but that's really disappointing for Will. He was on for an absolute PB there without any doubt at all. Never mind. So we've got Pete Tatham's been held on the line here, so they'll sort out whatever was wrong with that Empire. Hopefully he can get back down to the paddock, and if it's just a minor problem, didn't see any smoke coming out of the car or anything like that, so I'll just find out what's happened. Yes, mechanical failure. That's very disappointing. But anyway, they'll get him back down the return road, and hopefully have a look at it. And it might not be anything too severe. So we've got Pete Tatham waiting on the line. So remember to like and subscribe, folks. We've done really well today. We've got lots of new viewers. We've got lots of new likes and subscribes. We really hope you're enjoying. Oh look, we're up to 14,835. This is like a TV channel. Come on, folks, like and subscribe. 14,835. Who's going to be the 14,836 one? We could even get to 15,000 today, which would be amazing. So keep those buttons pressed, folks. Get it done. Get it done. So, just looking at our clerks of the courses and our officials. Pete is waiting on the line there. He's probably getting very hot. The sun's come out. It's pretty warm in there when they've got a 3-layer Namex suit on. Young Pete, he's the other half of the Tatham brothers. Those farmers from Yorkshire. Don't upset the Tathams. Young Pete, he's qualifying for his black belt at the moment at kickboxing. No ball, folks, no ball. And he's a 10 times world champion at downhill boarding, which is one of the things he does to make his living apart from carrying sheep under his arms. Anyway, here he comes now into it, Torres. Kickboxing champion. Oh, what a man he is. The Tathams, they seem to be really good at this sport, Lark, don't they? Yeah, okay. So he's in his little OMS. Quick car, quick driver, always a try. But this is a very smooth run from Pete at the moment. Oh yes, I like the look of this one. Come on, young Pete, what can you do? He's going to do a time of 39.05. 39.05 for Pete Tatham. Here he is, the class record holder on the hill, Paul Hames. We did an interview with him up at the interview stage earlier. Very interesting man. Been at this game a while. This is one of the early GR59s. This one, of course, runs the motorbike engine. I think he's got a turbo in this one. So a lot of horsepower, very quick driver, very smooth. And just looking at his times, he's equal with his time from this morning. Come on, young Paul. Through the finish, 37.02, little bit slower than this morning, but still, he's in the lead in the class. Alex Coles is second in the class with 37.58 from this morning. Andrew Henson's jumped back into the Gould Dallara. Rapid bit of kit, this one. You notice how slim it is as well, based on a Gould Dallara, so it's a sort of a combination car. runs a Vauxhall 2-litre engine in the back of it, with lots of horsepower, about 280. Rally Nav Cymru became a member of the tyre warming level. Well done to you, sir. That's where you can pay a few quid or a few pence. You can start at 99p a month and you can start contributing to the channel. Oh my God, we are flying 14,914. 15. You're flying in now, folks. Well done, 16. Let's get that 15,000 up today. Amazing. That's an incredible target to get. Well done to you all. Thank you very much indeed for liking and subscribing to HillClimb.TV. We hope you're loving the coverage that Rich and Ellie are bringing to you today. As I speak, I've got Aaron Colburn on the hill at the moment in a beautiful little Van Diemen RFO2. The ex-Formula Ireland car slides it out of the top, out of semicircle, 41.27. That's just a wee bit slower than he did this morning. Jonathan Varley leaves the line in the Predator, the man that holds the class record in the over 1600cc up to 2-litre class. This is a fabulous bit of kit built by Graham White up in Scotland, and this is the car I mentioned earlier that had a Formula 1 engine at one time in it, but now it's got a 2-litre Terrier Davis V8 in the back of it. With Jonathan driving it, he drives it so well. He is leading the Midland Hillclimb Championship in this car, and he is up purple sectors as he's heading up to semicircle. Means he could go even quicker. Go on! 37.23 takes a new class record. Good man. What a player. What a man. So that's exciting. We've seen class records go, we've seen hill records go, and here's Alex Coles. This is another man that is well capable of a class record. He's in this Force TA with turbo supercharged motorbike engine in the back. A young charger from Plymouth, our apprentice electrician here. His father Neil is having a year out of the car that they sold last year, and now he's sharing with Calvin Broad in this car, and he has been an absolute revelation. He's in purple sectors too, going around semicircle. Come on, Alex! 36.81. Oh, that's an improvement. That's another personal best for him in that car. He's, tell you what, 36.81. He's only just short of Paul Hames this time. So, my goodness me, that's he's just going from strength to strength in that car. Richard Alexander in the Force PC. He's having a good run too. At midway, he's equaling the times. This is a very good run from Richard. He's already going into semicircle up the top of the hill near the finish. Through the finish line, does a 40.17. He improves. No, he doesn't improve on this morning's time. So just at the moment, we have got some exciting stuff. Jonathan Varley, well, he's just done his own class record again. How good is that? Nigel Wilkinson subscribed. Thank you very much. We're up to 14,944. Come on, folks. We want that 15,000 today. Amazing. John Chalmers in the Rolt. This is turbocharged, big turbocharged car. Hayabusa engine. Watch and listen to this one as it makes its way off the line. Pops, bangs, builds the revs up any moment now, puts the visor down. Going to be going any moment now. Builds it up. Puts it into gear. Whoa, do you hear that? Bang, and he's gone. He's gone. He's away. He's away. John Chalmers, 400 odd horsepower in that car. What a rapid bit of kit that is. So now we're starting to get to some of the bigger single seaters. Some of the dual drives are coming, getting ready to go. Absolutely incredible stuff. So already we've been seeing class records today. We have been seeing hill records. The outright hill record has gone today. We're in the class, we're in the racing cars over 1600 cc's up to 2 litres, forced induction engine cars. Paul Hames currently leading the way with a 36.77. We've got John Chalmers on the hill. He has just done a 39.78. So we're now into the racing cars over 2 litres. As we know, Matthew Ryder, hill record this morning, 34.89. Wow. No, that was his class record this morning. That was the class record. The hill record was better than that. So, Bernie Kevell on the hill, just about to finish in a 42.14. Lynn Owen is well on her way. She's going round Torres, heading up towards Pardon. As we have Mr. Gould himself, Sean Gould, the black helmet, this mean-looking Gould GR59, massive power, 4 litres of Judd power. I can see that car looks ready to rumble, and off he goes. The car that broke the hill record this morning with Matthew Ryder. Fantastic stuff. It's amazing stuff. We get some brilliant hill climbing. 44.31 for Lynn Owen. Sean Gould on the hill at the moment. We're up to 14,971. We're nearly there, folks. Keep hitting that like and subscribe button, please. You're doing a brilliant job. Thank you. Oh, we got another one there. Keep coming, keep coming. My goodness me. Won't be long before we have got another runoff for you. So Sean Gould finishes in a 36.43. That should be good enough for the runoff. Wow, we've got Chris Stewart will be joining me shortly to do the runoff, and he's welcome to come into the box anytime he wants, because he'll be running that, and when he's ready, he'll come and see me. Whenever you want, Chris. Yeah. Chris is itching to go. I'm going to make way for Chris Stewart, legend of the commentating world, going to make way.
Thanks, Chris. Good commentary. Now we are in the middle of the big cars. So we have the big cars. Harry Pig making a bit of a mess at the start, but he's now going okay in the OMS 28. Car number 152. I need to turn a few pages, see what his engine size is. But coming up to line is Graham Wynn. Win by name, win by nature. The engine in Harry's car is 2650, which means it's an ex-IndyCar engine, but without turbocharger and without methanols, so it loses quite a lot of power, but it doesn't need the 1,000 horsepower or so that at Indy the car will be doing in practice. Here's Graham Wynn on the line. Great to see Graham in good shape, the car all fixed after a nasty aerial thump into the bank at Prescott last weekend. 2.11 and 111 through the speed trap. Up to the line comes David Uren. Let's keep an eye on Graham Wynn, both on the screen and if you can see him in person. Oh God, I've kicked this. I think I've gone and kicked the plug again on my screen. Anyway, Graham, 37.24. Screen's back in action, which is really good. David Wren, 2.06, 108 through the trap. Graham finished with a 37.24. My screen has gone again. Is it me? No, I don't think it's me this time. I usually can break anything, but it's all gone blank. But doesn't matter. David Uren in the S's. And we'll finish with a good time, a 36.23. And up to the line comes 146. And 146 is Bernard Kevill in the OMS 28 with his 2.8 litre Terry Davis engine. Did I kick that instead? I'm quite good at kicking equipment and making it fail. Bernard Kevill's having so much fun sharing this car. I think it runs the first of Terry Davis's TKD engines. Sharing with Simon Andrews. Brilliant, thanks so much. Simon Andrews actually on the hill now. It isn't Bernard Kevill. 35.27, that can't be his finishing time. No, surely not. 41.61, that's okay. Venerable cars and car and drivers, but having a lot of fun. Steve Owen, Mr. OMS. I asked him this morning how many OMS 28s they've built. He said, I don't know. No idea. I've got a notebook back in the office. I could consult that, but it's not that urgent. But they've done really well. They're exporting their cars all over the place. But of course, the next step for OMS, I'm afraid, will be, if they decide to go for it, is to lose some weight, get the weight down to about 400 kilos, put in an engine with 600 or 700 horsepower, and they'll be up with the big crowd. In the meantime, Trevor Willis, he's slightly hampered by 3.2 litres, only producing 400 or so horsepower in a car that probably weighs, I don't know, 450 kilos. Time for Steve Owen, 39.21. He'll be pleased to get in the 30s. Trevor Willis, brilliant driver, 36.77. Will that get him in the runoff? We will see. Here's Will Hall in the relatively new car to him. Got it a couple of years ago. Got the 4-litre Judd engine in the back. Got a very attractive paint job, courtesy, I think, of the Williams Grand Prix team. And Will's had a good weekend this weekend, and a particularly good one last weekend. Gets it nicely through Pardon, which meant the tail coming out slightly, lining him up for a swift exit. 30.03, round semicircle. Tail seemed to come out a little bit. 35.66, definitely runoff material, I think, for Will. Alex Summers in the amazing Firestorm. I'm told DJ aren't making any more Firestorms. I suppose they'll ask if they'll make one if somebody asks them nicely and waves pound notes in front of them. Faces, but in the meantime, Alex Summers' Firestorm is unique. And the engine is an IndyCar engine, the Cosworth XD, without methanol and without blowers. Don't need them for this game. If you want to qualify quickly at Indianapolis, you need both and about 1,000 horsepower. Alex has finished with a 35.81. We didn't catch him as he went up the hill, but that's okay. That gets him into the runoff pretty sure. Here's our record holder, Matthew Ryder. What a brilliant day to score 34.60 or 06, was it, Matthew? 34.89 in the class runs. Class record 35.12. Well, that's been broken by Matthew. He broke the course record this morning, which is brilliant. And here comes our 4 times Hillclimb champion, Wallace Menzies. Nicola, his wife, isn't here. She usually shares with David Uren. Wallace supplies rocks and stones to just about every builder in Scotland and elsewhere. 1.86 is a brilliant start. Gould GR59. He's got the Indy engine, but bored out to 3.5 litres, so a bit more powerful than the one in, for instance, in the back of Alex Summers' car. Although Alex's revs to something like 15,000, what Wallace's revs to, I don't know, but it isn't. I don't think it's as much as that. 30.54 round. Semicircle 35.98. So our top times are very close. Will Hall 35.66, Alex Summers 35.81, Matthew Ryder 35.25, Wallace Menzies 35.98, and we're on to the classics in the form of Andy Tippett in this unique Brabham BT30X. Built for F1 but never raced in F1, built for the era when they started experimenting with wings on the end of great long poles. And if you look closely at Andy's car, you can see the top of the upright where the pole went was a disaster, and at the Spanish Grand Prix they had monumental accidents when the poles failed, so that was banned very rapidly. And this car got chucked in a corner with a Climax engine in the back until, my memory for names is just gone, but somebody found it and said, "What's that?" And Brabham said, "Oh, well, that's one that didn't really work, but if you want it, you can have it." McDougall, I beg his pardon, bought it. Climax engine was too expensive to run, so I think he fitted a Rover engine in the back. Now it's got a Lotus twin cam. We followed a whole gaggle of Ford Cortinas over here this morning, 10 or 12 of them. So there must be a Ford Cortina outing of some sort. Nice to see. My second and third, and I think fourth company cars were Cortina GTs when I had a Vauxhall Victor Deluxe, which wouldn't pull the skin off a rice pudding, and had 3 gears on the steering column. It was okay, I was very proud of it, because up to then I'd never had a new car in my life, but it struggled to reach 70 miles an hour, where this little GT would duff up all the MGBs. It was great fun, and the road holding was terrible, which made it great fun in the wet and in the snow. Peter Herbert in the Porsche heads for the finish. Will he be under 50 seconds? Just 49.32, excellent. Thank you. I've got our runners in the second runoff. We'll just finish the last 2 class runs. This one, Tom Mogirossi in the Porsche Boxster S. And Mike Tower in the Mini Cooper S. Fun car, a bit cramped and a bit bumpy. I was a passenger in one on the streets of Los Angeles, and it very nearly shook my false teeth out. Jonathan Elwood takes off in the Civic Type R to be replaced by 173. And that is Steve Perry, Mazda MX-5, advertising Toyo tires and various other things. Meanwhile, the Civic R of Jonathan Elwood rounds pardon. Tom Mogirossi finishes with a 53.69, a bit quicker than his morning's run. Here comes Jonathan Elwood. His time this morning was a 54.63. Leading results on handicap. At the moment, Mike Breaks is leading. Jonathan Elwood is second, unless he puts up a really good time this time. Chris Heritage is third, Steve Perry fourth, Tom Mogirossi fifth. On the line, the Twingo. Twingo sounding very un-Twingo-like and going very un-Twingo-like, but it's the right colours. Here's Rob. Here's Steve Perry in the Mazda. Early Mazda, I think. Here's the Twingo, a bit younger, 58. I don't know how well they sold Twingos in this country. There was a time when you could only get them in left-hand drive, but then they decided, I think those were the days when it had a rear engine, and then they completely modified it. Did they make it in conjunction with the smart car? I'm not sure. And our final car on the line, appropriately enough, is number 177. That's Richard Morris in another Mazda. Tim Stokes, we haven't mentioned him, is in the little Suzuki Swift Sport. A rinky-dink little car, really quick, well built, reasonably comfortable. The only downside is we visited the repair centre, or the car testing centre near Reading, and they showed us a Suzuki Sprint that had had a rear end collision, busting the rear bumper, and they said that bumper is so expensive the insurance companies have to write it off, which is just crazy, just crazy. Who we got? We got Richard Morris, Patrick Hadley on the line with his very elegant Morgan Plus 8. Looks good with wire wheels. The latest Plus 6 and Plus 8 with their monocoque aluminium chassis, bringing their suspension right up to date, so they no longer have that sliding pillar front suspension that Morgans have had since 1913 approximately, which gave the earlier Morgans, really like this one, if they go over the bumps, they bump up and down, they're not comfortable. But the latest ones, although they're very expensive, cope with the bumps pretty well. Let's keep an eye on Richard Hadley's time. He did a 54.36 this morning, Rover engine of course. And Patrick's number is 180, which I can't find in the program. Steve Hodgkins, Audi TT. Is it four-wheel drive? I didn't watch it off the line. Audi TT is sold well, but sadly is out of production now. Poor old Audi, Mercedes, BMW have made a huge investment in battery-powered cars to find to their don't sell enough of them. So they're rapidly retracing their steps and building primarily, I think, hybrid cars rather than pure petrol. But my instinct, although I won't be around to see what happens, I don't suppose, is that the whole concept of battery-powered cars is going to have a pretty short life, to be replaced either by hydrogen or by clever fuels, or certainly hybrid. We shall see. Mike Dockery. What did Mike do this morning? He did a 54.32. This afternoon a 54.43. Renault, 2004 Renault Clio 182, so a bit quicker than the 172. But again, a great way to start hill climbing. Lots of fun, safe, fast enough to give you an idea. And then if you want to, you can either stay with the Clio and just have fun in the Clio gang, or you can move up to a Westfield or a Caterham or even a single-seater. It's what lots of our champions have done. They started, well, Tom Weaver, for example, look where he is now, and he started with the family Citroen Saxo. 53.88 for George Perks. We've got Chris Heritage in the Dax Rush, looking for all the world like a Caterham in the S's. Mike Brakes in the Fiesta, and possibly our last car to take their second class runs is car number 190, which looks to me like the Abarth. 190, there he is, Aaron Bland in the Abarth 124. Should have sold like hotcakes, and it sold like cold buns, which is sadly, but great to see that Ed Burgess, whose wonderful Type 51 Bugatti failed yesterday. It dropped a bolt out of its gearbox, which rattled around on the floor. Luckily, with great help, I think, from Tom New overnight, he fashioned a new bolt and spring, and although it's not perfect, it's going fine. This is the twin overhead camshaft version of the Type 35 Bugatti, straight 8 engine, roller bearing crankshaft, supercharger of course. And pub quiz question, how do you recognize a Type 51 from a Type 35? Well, you see the dual pillar caps behind the driver. Ed holds the Bugatti record here with a 51 something. He just crept ahead by 0.7, ahead of a record held by Charles Dean for, he's losing a strap, which is a worry. Yes, and Ed has noticed, because it wouldn't be funny if that got caught up in the wheel. That's a shame. So Ed is going to proceed down to the start, or maybe a marshal will get out and strap it up again. Has it lost a buckle? We shall soon see. No, it looks okay, so it gets strapped up again. Ed will hop back in, crunch it into bottom gear, and complete his run up the hill. I think there's no point in going backwards. Yep. He won't go top speed, but it won't be long before he gets to the top. 2.3 litres, Type 51 won the first ever Monaco Grand Prix. The hands of a British driver called Grover Williams, painted green appropriately. And poor Grover Williams, he was a very brave man and joined the resistance during the war. Tragically got caught by the Gestapo, and I'm afraid ended up in a concentration camp and was killed. Terrible times, and a great number of motor racing stars took the big decision to join the resistance. Roger Benoit was one of them, and he didn't survive. So they were great heroes. Now then, if you have a pen and pencil and program, turn to page 23. I can give you the runners in runoff number 2 this afternoon. Are you ready? No! Here we go. First to run will be car number 7, Sean Gould. Qualified with a 36.43. Sean, the builder of these wonderful Gould cars. And he runs first because he's sharing, of course, with Matthew Ryder. And so he will go up the hill, come down the return road, hop out. Matthew will hop in. Maybe change the seat back or something. Sean still holds the course record at Shelsley, which he has held for about 2.5 years. I think he had a rush of blood to the brain that day, but he put up a great time. After Sean, it'll be car number 135, Jonathan Varley. who had a bit of an adventurous spin on his second run, fortunately without touching anything. Car came back down the hill looking in perfect condition, I hope it is. Qualified with a 37.23, qualified 12th. Third to run will be David Warburton in the Gould GR59, qualified with a 37.17. After David will be Paul Hames in the amazing GR59 with its 1300cc turbocharged engine, producing masses of power, getting on for 500 horsepower with a little rinky-dink 1300cc engine. Paul is a brilliant driver. Well, he qualified with a 37.02. After Paul comes Richard Spedding. He'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, fifth to run, with a new paint job on his car, looking very dramatic, qualified with a 36.97. Sixth to run, sensation I think of this meeting is 19-year-old Alex Coles, who's come in mid-season and really is setting the place alight with some amazing times. And Alex is halfway up the qualification list for runoff 2 with a 36.81. And I wouldn't be a bit surprised if he's quicker than that in the actual runoff. Remember that for the runoff, they all put their best possible set of tyres on and hope for lots of grip. After Alex comes a 6, 3 times Hillclimb champion Alex Coles, Trevor Willis, I beg his pardon, 36.77. Trevor suffering from a slight deficit of power with his RPE engine in the OMS 28. Something maybe 450 horsepower, but compared with the 600 or 700 of the XD Cosworths and the 4-litre Judds, he's suffering a bit. And it's not the lightest of cars, so maybe Steve Owen's next plan is to build a very light and very powerful car, but maybe not. After David comes Wallace Menzies, who was leading the championship. He's a 4-time winner in the Gould with its IndyCar engine bored out to 3.5 litres, so producing plenty of power, doesn't need a turbocharger, doesn't need methanol. Wallace is just brilliant off the line. He spent a lot of effort and time with the traction control of this car. If you're anywhere near the start line, I strongly recommend you to watch Wallace going off the line. No dramas, just visor down, and all of a sudden there he was gone. 10th qualifier Alex Summers, DJ Firestorm. Similar engine, but 2.65 litres, very light car, and engine revving to some 15,000 RPM, but suffering slightly from a lack of torque low down. So corners like the top S, out of the top S at Shelsley, Alex sits there, looking at his watch and waiting for the power to come in, which eventually it does, but then it whistles up to 15,000 revs and is over the line at something like 160 plus mph at Shelsley. Here, what's the fastest part of this hill? I guess just before they go up the slope into Pardon, but I tried to persuade Roger to put a timing beam there, but he says no, it can't be done. It would very quickly get destroyed because it's not really behind a barrier. But I'd be interested to see what the speed is at the fastest point at Prescott, because our speeds out of the bridge are a bit slightly unrealistic in that some of the very quick boys are already on the brakes when they go through that speed trap, others are not. So sometimes you've got people doing 108 and sometimes 118. Runner-up in the qualifying was Will Hall, who's had a great weekend in his lovely blue GR59, really getting the hang of it, qualified with a 35.66. And our top runner will be Matthew Ryder, who has already broken the hill record at this meeting with a 34, was it 06 or 60, I think. Stunning times all through the weekend. So up to the line will come Sean Gould in this lovely Gould are building parts for various F1 teams that will be nameless, but you can't survive a business just on 3 or 4 hill climb cars a year. They've got 3 already in production. I'm not sure who they're for, but it's good that they are still selling GR59s. Whether they're exactly the same as these, I don't know. 1.94 for Sean off the line, 104 through the speed trap, rushes up to Ettores. Sean usually takes an immaculate line through Ettores with a late apex and hustles it round Pardon, reaching high speeds at midway and then into the S's with a 26.03 out and a 30.72, and up to the line it's a 36.26, slightly quicker than his qualifying time. So he's on his way down. Great to see Jonathan Varley in the completely unscathed Predator. This car used to have an Arrows Formula 1 engine. Look at it closely now and you can see a miracle of squeezing a 2-litre V8 engine behind the driver, because this car is very small, and Jonathan has really got the hang of getting the best out of it, including, well, was it a good start? No, not spectacularly good. 2.51, same speed through the trap as Sean, and subsequent times will be coming up pretty quickly. He's slightly behind Sean at Ettores and Pardon. That was Ed Burgess. Where's Sean? 11.37, 11.45, yeah, a bit behind Sean. 3.27.48. So it's a 37.95 for Jonathan. Not quite as good as his qualifying. So 36.26. Then Jonathan a 37.95. David Warburton in this unique GR59 with its engine, no chain drive. 1.96, not quite as quick through the trap. It might have already been on the brakes for Orchard. 11.21, he's a bit quicker than Jonathan. So I reckon this will be a low 37 or a high 36, we'll see. He's down on Sean, of course, that's to be understood. And finishes with a 36.93, 36.93 for David. Interesting that times are about a second off the pace from when the conditions are perfect. To the line comes Paul Hames, another GR59, but this time with a little 1300cc turbocharged engine. Paul says he can't think of a way of making the car quicker apart from it losing weight or him losing weight. I said, well, the answer to that is pretty obvious, isn't it? He's a great driver. He was interviewed today. Highly intelligent, very articulate, and an excellent start of 2.07. what's it? Very high speed through the trap, 111. So he must have been very late on the brakes for Orchard. Good line, excellent line through Ettores. I think that's where they reach maximum speed, but we'll have to put a radar trap on them or something. 22.98 at midway, into the S's at 26, out of the S's at 30. He's off the pace against Sean, but that's to be expected, and his time is a 36.52, which is half a second quicker than his qualifying run. Richard Spedding, I love this paint job. Well, it's not paint, it's plastic stick-on, but it's very effective. Probably adds another 3 or 4 miles an hour to its top speed. Richard is a chip off the old block. Hayden, his dad, hill climbs a very wide wheelbase E-type, 2.1, and a speed of 104. 104 seems to be the favourite speed out of the bridge at the moment. He's up on Paul Hames. He's up on Paul Hames again, but he's down on David Warburton, and he's takes a nice line out of top rope corner. So 31.15 into and through semicircle, 36.67. 36.67, 3/10 quicker than qualifying. 36.67. Who comes to the line now? Well, it's Alex Coles. And I've got money on Alex going quicker in this run than his qualifying 36.81. It's Kelvin Broad's car, and I think Kelvin will be thrilled to see his car being driven so rapidly by Alex. 1.99, 105. Holds it through Orchard. Again, pretty good line through Ettores. He's 0.3 of a second behind our fastest car, which is Sean Gould, of course. But takes a brilliant line, lifts a wheel halfway through the S's. There's a bit of a bump there that kicks up the front wheel and records a 36.73. So I kind of win my bet. He's a bit quicker than he was. 36.73. And here is Trevor Willis. Makes up for a certain amount of power differential with great driving skill. And the OMS, nice reliable engine. Car has been developed for many years. Trevor has been very clever at developing the aerodynamics and the suspension, so it goes much quicker than when he won his first HillClimb Championship in this car. 206, 107 at the bridge. .95, 16.29, so he's a bit quicker than Alex. Can't be beaten by a 19-year-old whippersnapper. Now he's quickest of all by 300ths, by 700ths. We've got green lights. Yes, well done, Trevor. He storms into the lead with a 36.17. Okay, there's a lot of competition still to come, but that is respectable, to say the least. Up comes David Wren in a very famous, indeed historic HillClimb car, campaigned to great success by Martin Groves. Martin was at Shelsley last weekend, and I said, have you got tears coming into your eyes when you see your old car going so well? He said, yes, I have. But Martin is very much into flying now. Dade off the line with a 2.04 speed. It'll be 104 probably. No, 108, that's okay. Let's see the next time it comes up. He's ahead. David Arenda is ahead by 1700ths. Up by 3500ths at midway. Consolidating his lead. Quarter of a second up, and the S is, he's got to beat a 36.17, and I think he will. He just dropped it out of semicircle to record a 36.30. He won't particularly mind that. Well, maybe he will, because David's a very competitive soul. Up to the start comes Wallace Menzies. If you are anywhere near the start, do watch Wallace off the line. It's a lesson in calm technique. He spent a lot of time and effort getting the traction control of this car sorted. So it's visor down, and all of a sudden he's gone without any fuss and bother. Don't let me put the commentator's curse on it. Wallace drops the visor. There you go. Fantastic. 1.88 for Wallace. 110. And he's green already by 600ths. Ahead of Trevor. Now, pardon, his lead increases to 2900ths, to 4100ths, to 64, going quicker all the time. Semicircle 3/4 of a second with 29.7 and a 35.13. Excellent, well done, Wallace. 35.13. He may not be pleased because his record here is 34.46. Alex Summers, brilliant driver, brilliant engineer as well, designed the family car which you'll have seen Richard Summers driving this weekend. DJ Firestorm, and how about that for a start? 1.86, that's quicker than Wallace, quicker through the trap. Quickest time at Ettore is 10.86. What is it for Alex? We shall soon see. 10.9. So he's slightly slower than Wallace at Pardon. He's dropping back a bit. Can he claw it back at semicircle? 1800ths behind. Can he get a green? No, he can't. 35.43, 35.43. So that's 3/10ths slower than Wallace Menzies. 2 stars of the weekend. Will Hall, 35.66, qualified in this very pretty and very effective blue GR59 with its 4-litre Judd engine, sort of engine that would have been used by sports cars at Le Mans, where they did 24 hours flat out, and so they should do a few hill climbs without needing a rebuild. Calmly off the line goes William, 1.79, that's brilliant. He's ahead, he's on green already. Chucks it into Ettore's. Next time wing will be at Pardon. Increases the lead. 0.39. Dropped a bit. He had a bit of a slide outside out of Pardon midway. 1400ths. Now it's down to 500ths. Clawed a bit back at semicircle. 35.04. Well done, Will. 35.04. That's extremely good. But of course he's got young master Ryder to cope with. Qualified with a 35.25. He's had a great weekend. He's broken the course record. Can he break it again? That'll be interesting, wouldn't it?
Okay, yeah, will do.
Brilliant start. No wheel spin at all. 1.88, 103 through the trap. Now Will did a 10.63 at Torres. What has Matthew done? 10.81, so he's a little bit behind. A little bit behind a pardon. Can he claw it back? 21.8. He's 600th. Yeah, he's in the green now. By 100th of a second, by 700ths of a second, 29.52, and in the 34s with a 34.89. Well done, Matthew. It's not a course record, but it's a brilliant climb. 34.89, the only runner in the 34s. So what a runoff. Talk about close matched. Let's see the order. Winning was Matthew Ryder, gets 12 points, 34.89. Second, Will Hall, only a fraction behind, 35.04. Third, Wallace Menzies, 35.13. Fourth, Alex Summers, 35.43. Fifth, Trevor Willis, 36.17. Sixth, Sean Gould, 36.26. Seventh, David Uren, 36.30. Eighth, Paul Hames, 36.52. Ninth, Richard Spedding, 36.67. 10th, Alex Coles, 36.73. Those are the points winners. Out of the points, but have the honour of competing in the runoff. David Warburton, 36.93, and Jonathan Varley in the little car, 37.95. A brilliant runoff both days. Matthew is doing a tour of honour, well deserved, wins the runoff, breaks the hill record. You can't have a much better day than that. Delightful young man. Mum competes as well, Dad competes as well, so it's a family. Sorry, Dad doesn't compete, Mum does. I'm thinking of the famous Summers family. Well-deserved congratulations by the Yellow Army. Well, Orange Army anyway. So congratulations, very well-deserved to Matthew Ryder. When he gets back to the paddock, shake him by the hand, give him a kiss, because he's done brilliantly this weekend. It's been a great weekend. Anybody who decided not to come has missed a treat. I hope you've really enjoyed it both in person and on the screen, particularly if you're watching from a far-flung country. And I hope it's decided you next year to take a holiday in England and to come and visit Prescott. Interesting that the next British Hillclimb Championship meeting is back here on the 7th and 8th of September. Then they go up to Scotland, 14th and 15th of September, up to Doon, and then the final meeting, final competition meeting for the championship, 28th, 29th of September. Let's hope it's nice and dry and sunny at Lowton Park, which is a very pretty park environment for hill climbing. Many thanks to our office team who work like Trojans, particularly Lynn, who's just going out of the door. She can't hear what I'm saying, luckily, but they all work really hard and do a brilliant job. I must say congratulations to the ground staff. The hill is looking in lovely condition. Again to our marshals. To my co-commentators, Chris Ponsford, who's gone home, Peter Hughes, who's driving back to Wales this evening. My name's Chris Druitt, and I hope you've very much enjoyed our live stream. It'll be on YouTube for a long time if you want to catch bits you've missed. A lot of our competitors, when they get home, go straight to the live stream to look at their runs, see what was good, what wasn't good. So a lovely, benign, blue sky evening with people packing up to go. If you're driving home, have a safe drive. If you're at home in Australia, hope you sleep well. Class winner Adam Greenan, Rob Clark Racing, Andy Greenan, WPVW Australia, Don Roberts, TR8 Coupe Triumph. The second club, what does that mean? It means people have come second, I guess. Leslie Sheridan, Rob Brody, Really Big Kid, Andy Short, Ramsey Gunn. No idea what this is all about. Oh, right. So it's people who've supported HillClimb.TV with their contributions by liking and sharing the videos, or even just watching. Tire warming, a great list of people who are supporting HillClimb.TV. I'm sure you can get it wherever you are in the world. It's well worth it. Particular thanks to Richard Danby, who does the most incredible work setting up the live stream, and to his partner Elle, who helps him, of course, and looks after the dog. But Richard's got a busy evening packing up all these cameras, all this kit. And I guess, was it the next HillClimb Championship meeting was back here, September, early September. Not sure if there's anything in between. But if there is, poor Richard has got to go scurrying up to find it. Lowton Park was on the menu, wasn't it? Luckily, I don't think that's all that far for Richard to go. And I'm looking through the program and I can't see the dates. We've just had them on the screen. No, I think they've gone, but you'll find them online. We've done interviews both days. You can find the interviews on Instagram if you can log on to Instagram, or download the app into your phone and you'll find it there. So if you're driving home, have a safe drive. There's already a bit of a queue at the exit. And if you're watching on live screen, and particularly if you're overseas, do make a note of our next British Hillclimb Championship meeting, which I think is at Lowton Park, and make sure, even if you're in Australia and the world is upside down, make sure you have a good look at that. So an interesting video on the screen of people packing up to go home, which I shall be doing very shortly. But in the meantime, thanks for watching. Thanks to all our officials, of course. And if you're here in person, there is a prize giving, which will be up in the clubhouse a bit later on. And I think Peter is going to be looking after the prize giving. He confirms that with a thumbs up. He's a glutton for punishment, but a great ally in the commentator's box. So good night, everybody. Hope you've enjoyed it, and talk to you next time.